Very good. In that case, continue to fuse. After Zhou Han checked the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome after enhancing it 60 times, he wanted to test the exact effect. During this time, Zhou Han obtained nearly 1,000 sovereign-grade Dharma treasures. Therefore, activating the special fusion naturally satisfied the conditions. After all, he only needed a few sovereign-grade Dharma treasures. The extra could not be used. Now was the time to fuse. System prompt. You have activated the skill, Special Fusion. Unfortunately, the fusion has failed. 2 sovereign-grade Dharma treasures have been destroyed. After the first fusion, a notification appeared on the interface. Zhou Han was not surprised. Only by successfully fusing could he obtain the fragment of a Dao-grade Dharma treasure. If it failed, there would be nothing. You have activated the skill, Special Fusion. Unfortunately, the fusion has failed. The 2 sovereign-grade Dharma treasures have been destroyed. You have activated the skill, Special Fusion. Unfortunately, the fusion has failed. The 2 sovereign-grade Dharma treasures have been destroyed. You have activated the skill, Special Fusion. Congratulations, fusion successful. You have obtained the fragment, Great Void Divine Armor. Oh, it finally worked once. It fused into a fragment. Unfortunately, it doesn't belong to the Creation Jade Disc. Zhou Han was delighted and directly checked this fragment. This fragment belonged to the Dao-grade Dharma treasure, the Great Void Divine Armor. It was a very powerful Dharma treasure. Of course, there was still a distance between it and the Creation Jade Disc. There were also differences in strength between Dao-grade. The Creation Jade Disc was the top. The other Dao-grade quality was definitely inferior. If I collect all 9 fragments of the Great Void Divine Armor, I can fuse them into the complete Great Void Divine Armor. This is not bad. Although it could not compare to the Creation Jade Disc, the Dao-grade quality far exceeded the Sovereign Grade. With this success, Zhou Han issued an order and continued to fuse. Suddenly, a violent 7-colored light soared into the sky. Waves of power swept through the sky, forming countless energy vortexes. The heaven-opening axe was shocked, its voice filled with disbelief. The aura of the Creation Jade Disc. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining another fragment. After a short shock, the heaven-opening axe said happily. This was because this aura was unique to the Creation Jade Disc. It instantly sensed it. Ha ha ha, good job. It's really combined. My more than 30 billion supreme enhancement points were not in vain. It was all worth it. It was so worth it. At this moment, Zhou Han also clearly sensed the aura of the Creation Jade Disc. He was overjoyed and extremely excited. The enhanced Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome was just that powerful. Master, you're indeed the chosen one. Such providence is simply invincible. It's not impossible to collect all the fragments in the future. Koizumi held excitedly. On that day, there would be no opponent in the universe. Calm down. It's too early to say this. It's better to play it safe. Zhou Han was very calm and knew his future development direction. However, just as they were happy, a vast pressure suddenly surged in the extreme ice divine domain. In an instant, it enveloped everything within 1,000,000 miles. This aura was extremely cold. Zhou Han could feel the extreme coldness corroding his entire body. At the same time, a huge pressure pressed down like hundreds of millions of mountains. Its power was shocking, making Zhou Han's expression change slightly. What happened? There's actually such a powerful existence in the divine domain. The heaven-opening axe's words were filled with shock. Clearly, this situation exceeded his understanding. After all, judging from this aura, the other party's combat strength had clearly exceeded the limits of this world. This was a very unreasonable thing. The only explanation is that the target came from the outside world. The goal is also very obvious. They want to plunder the fragment of the Creation Jade Disc. Zhou Han analyzed and said, this was because such a change had happened after the fragments of the Creation Jade Disc were fused. Therefore, there must be a lot of connections between the two. This aura was cold and ferocious. Clearly, it did not come with good intentions. When he obtained the first fragment of the Creation Jade Disc, he attracted the prying of a mysterious figure. Now the second fragment also caused a huge commotion. Interesting. The Creation Jade Disc is indeed a top-notch treasure. Countless mighty figures covet it. It doesn't seem easy to have such a supreme treasure. Without enough strength, it's impossible to pass these tests. Zhou Han's expression was a little heavy as he felt a huge pressure. Previously, he had not considered so much. As it turned out, not only were there experts from the God-fiend continent, but more and more mighty figures in the depths of the universe would focus their gazes on Zhou Han. This was because Zhou Han had two fragments of the creation jade disk. In the vast universe, the God-fiend continent is just an inconspicuous small world. The planet's resources can be described as barren. Logically speaking, these top mighty figures will definitely not take another look. However, because of the appearance of the creation jade disk fragment, that special energy fluctuation will attract the attention of many mighty figures. Therefore, Master, you have to be more careful. The heaven-opening axe explained the exact reason and reminded him softly. How dare you covet my things? I'll make these people pay a painful price. Zhou Han narrowed his eyes and emitted a cold light. However, he did not think too much about it. The most important thing now was to deal with the trouble at hand. Ha ha ha, the special energy fluctuation of the creation jade disk. The fragment of the creation jade disk really appeared. At this moment, laughter came from the sky. The voice was like a thunderclap. Explosive sound waves swept over, causing space to collapse. Just from the voice, it was obvious that the person's strength was extraordinary. I didn't expect such a barren small planet to have a fragment of the creation jade disk. I happened to encounter it. The heavens are really helping me. I'll gladly accept such an opportunity. As the Void Venerable spoke, he took a step forward from 1,000,000 miles away and approached. Zhou Han stared over. 1,000 meters away, there was a black phantom that was 1,000 feet long. A cold aura kept floating out. He activated transcendent perception, but as expected, the other party's attributes could only be displayed a portion. After all, it did not belong to the God-fiend continent, so there was nothing he could do with transcendent perception. He could only see the other party's title, 2 pieces of equipment, and the description of 3 skills. The rest was invisible. Kid, are you scared, silly? Hand over the fragment of the creation jade disk in your hand. This is not a treasure that a weak person like you can possess. Void Venerable smiled disdainfully and said in a commanding tone. After all, his combat strength was still quite far from the top. However, sensing Zhou Han's aura that was only at the Divine Emperor realm, he immediately had no worries. A mere Divine Emperor was just a slightly larger ant in front of him. He could easily crush it with a raise of his finger. You're indeed here for the creation jade disk fragment. Hearing the Void Venerable's words, Zhou Han sneered. Hee kid, it's good that you know. Void Venerable smiled and said proudly. I don't want to say it a second time. Hand over the fragment of the creation jade disk obediently, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll turn you to ashes overnight. His tone was filled with endless arrogance and confidence. As a super expert in the universe, it was very normal for the Void Venerable to have such confidence. After all, the God-fiend continent was only a barren planet with very few cultivation resources. Therefore, even if the strongest person in this world appeared, he would not take him seriously at all. Moreover, Zhou Han was only at the Divine Emperor realm in front of him. Void Venerable did not feel any threat from Zhou Han at all. This was also why he dared to be so arrogant. Being in the vast universe, Void Venerable naturally understood that there were countless opponents stronger than him. This also caused him to be extremely cautious under normal circumstances. He would not be so arrogant. The reason why he was so domineering now was mainly related to the fragment of the creation jade disk. It was inevitable that Void Venerable would feel a little unbalanced. Most importantly, he did not take Zhou Han seriously at all. So what if he was arrogant in front of an ant? Are all the experts in the outside world so arrogant? Today, I'm going to see what the experts in the universe are capable of. Zhou Han narrowed his eyes and erupted with an incomparably cold light. The battle intent in his heart had already burned. Although he could not find all the information about Void Venerable, there was no doubt that this was a powerful opponent. Just the aura emitted from the other party brought a lot of pressure. Ever since his strength soared, Zhou Han had not felt this pressure at close range for a long time. If his guess was right, the Void Venerable in front of him should have reached a higher realm. It was a higher level than the Divine Emperor grade. How dare you, kid? Do you know what you're talking about? Who gave you the courage to speak to me like that? Void Venerable, who was originally standing proudly in the sky and looking down at Zhou Han, heard Zhou Han's battle-intent words. His indifferent expression slowly disappeared, replaced by extreme killing intent. After all, what was his status as the Void Venerable? Now, a mere divine emperor-grade kid actually dared to look down on his dignity and refused to submit. Void Venerable felt as if his face had been slapped hard. At this moment, the anger in his heart could be imagined. I'm afraid you don't know the true power of the primordial grade. Otherwise, I really don't understand how you dare say such a thing. Void Venerable was still a little indignant, and still said, hoping to see the fear on Zhou Han's face. In that case, the dignity could be preserved. He could still see the pitifulness and helplessness of the weak, struggling on the verge of death. That despair and fear would be very interesting. However, he was destined to disappoint the Void Venerable. At this moment, Zhou Han did not show fear, but there was a trace of doubt in his heart. Primordial grade, is this a higher realm than the divine emperor grade? This was because Zhou Han did not know of the existence of the primordial grade at all. After all, he had only cultivated for a short period of time and did not know about this. That was why he had such a question when he heard the Void Venerable's words. Of course, even if he knew the concept of the primordial grade, Zhou Han would not be afraid. With the heart of the strong, he had to constantly challenge his limits. How could he be affected by the other party's words? System prompt. The primordial grade is a realm even deeper than the peak of the divine emperor grade. The greatest characteristic of cultivators at this realm is that they can absorb and use the incomparably rich primordial power in the vast universe. It's also because of this that it was named the primordial grade. The power of the primordial world is the top power in the universe. Therefore, all the primordial grade experts have the power to destroy the world. The primordial grade is also divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, top, and peak. There are a total of 5 small realms. It is divided according to the amount of primordial power absorbed. Measured by the unit of measurement, star, it is the primordial power that a standard planet can contain. The primordial power below 10 stars is the beginner primordial realm. The primordial power from 11 to 100 stars is intermediate primordial realm. The primordial power from 101 to 300 stars is at the advanced primordial realm. The primordial power from 301 to 1000 stars is the top primordial realm. If the body absorbs more than 1,000 stars of primordial power, it will be at the peak of the primordial realm. Sensing Zhou Han's doubts, the system quickly gave an answer, making Zhou Han suddenly enlightened. So this is how realms are divided. Looks like experts outside the world are indeed extraordinary. Zhou Han thought to himself. He also wanted to know what this primordial power was. However, he had not come into contact with it yet. This was because he could not break free from the shackles of the God-fiend continent and enter the starry sky yet. Therefore, it was impossible to directly absorb the primordial power. However, now was not the time to think about this. After all, there was a primordial realm expert like the Void Venerable. Zhou Han would face a huge challenge. So what if it's the primordial realm? How dare you covet my creation jade disc fragment? You'll definitely die today. Killing intent filled Zhou Han's eyes. In this situation, they would definitely fight to the death. There was no room for negotiation. This was because the temptation of the creation jade disc fragment was too great. Void Venerable would not give up. Moreover, Zhou Han had to kill the Void Venerable. Otherwise, the news that he had the fragment of the creation jade disc would definitely spread. At that time, more primordial realm experts would definitely come and find trouble with Zhou Han. Although he was confident in his strength, it would be a very disadvantageous situation when surrounded by many primordial grade experts. Therefore, for these reasons, the Void Venerable in front of him had to be killed. There was no room for negotiation. Zhou Han did not have a clear understanding of the combat strength of the primordial realm. Only after fighting could one feel the strength of this realm. After all, this was the first time Zhou Han was facing an opponent of this realm. Moreover, the Void Venerable did not belong to the God-fiend continent, so his transcendent perception could not appraise accurate information. This way, Zhou Han could not check the methods of the Void Venerable in advance. At this moment, although he had been saying ruthless words, he was still very cautious. He could not control information that took the initiative. He could only probe the other party's background through repeated battles. This was something he had no choice. Zhou Han could only do this. It was the safest way. Very good. In that case, you don't know what's good for you. Then die. A hoarse voice came from the Void Venerable's mouth, mixed with great anger as he mercilessly announced Zhou Han's death sentence. As soon as he finished speaking, a rich black aura surged out of Void Venerable's body. It instantly formed tens of thousands of tentacles that slashed at Zhou Han at an extreme speed. Void Tentacle. Feel the powerful power of the primordial realm. Heh, Ant, you know nothing about power. Void Venerable smiled disdainfully. The powerful killing move he released with a raise of his hand was so relaxed, and his expression was filled with a determined smile. The Void Tentacle expanded in the wind. As it flew, it kept expanding. It went from a foot in size to 10 feet in the blink of an eye. However, this was not the end. These tentacles were crazily absorbing the energy in the universe, and the power emitted was even more terrifying. Soon, it reached 100 feet, 1,000 feet, and finally stopped expanding at 1,000 feet. At this moment, tens of thousands of void tentacles, each 10,000 feet long, lay across the sky, covering the sky and erupting with an incomparably heavy pressure. Each tentacle flickered scarlet, bloodthirsty and violent, and let out a harsh roar. What a powerful force. Master, you have to be careful. Koizumi's voice was filled with worry. Although this Void Venerable sounded arrogant, he was indeed capable. As soon as he attacked, Koizumi felt the terrifying power of this move. It was incomparably fierce and unstoppable. Even a peak Divine Emperor would probably be insta-killed under such an attack. Strength splitting the galaxy. Die. Zhou Han's eyes also narrowed slightly. He felt a huge pressure. He immediately roared, grabbed the heaven-opening axe, and slashed with it. A huge energy shock wave rushed out, shining golden as it collided with tens of thousands of void tentacles. For a few microseconds, explosions kept sounding in the sky. Golden light and scarlet light kept intertwining. If the powerful shock wave released by the heaven-opening axe was invincible, it would directly shatter more than half of the void tentacles. However, there were too many void tentacles. Moreover, its tenacity was unprecedentedly powerful. Soon, the great Tao of strength released by the heaven-opening axe was exhausted, and the golden light was annihilated. The void tentacle also bloomed with violent light. Huh. Interesting. A mere Divine Emperor grade can actually destroy so many void tentacles. Void Venerable raised his eyebrows, his eyes slightly surprised. Then he smiled teasingly. Kid, you're indeed something. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Unfortunately, your strength is far from enough in my eyes. At most, you're just a grasshopper that's slightly stronger than an ant. His voice was filled with mockery. This was the powerful strength of the primordial realm. It was not a supreme existence that a divine emperor could fight at all. Therefore, he was determined to obtain this creation jade disc fragment today. It was simply heaven-defying luck. He had actually unintentionally sensed the aura of the creation jade disc in the vast universe. The owner of the fragment was only a divine emperor-grade weakling. Wasn't this a free gift? It was completely a gift from the heavens that gave him such a great opportunity. Void Venerable was naturally extremely excited. Once he obtained the energy of the creation jade disc, even if it was an extremely weak trace, it could also increase his terrifying combat strength and help him have a greater say in the primordial realm. It's indeed not easy to deal with someone at the primordial realm. The power of a divine emperor is too great. Seeing that the heaven-opening axe had used such a powerful attack, but still could not destroy the Void Venerable's void tentacle, Zhou Han's expression was especially solemn. This was because there would definitely be a bitter battle waiting for him. It would be extremely difficult to obtain the final victory. Ha ha ha, a frog at the bottom of a well. Do you only know the terrifying strength of the primordial realm now? I only used 50% of my strength. You're too weak to interest me. Hearing Zhou Han's muttering, Void Venerable threw his head back and laughed, his expression even more smug. I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't cherish it. There's no such opportunity now. Enjoy the last fear of your life. Don't be happy too early. Who said that a divine emperor can't defeat a primordial grade expert? Are you so sure you can definitely obtain the final victory? Zhou Han roared angrily. Facing an expert of this level, he had to use all his strength today. Otherwise, he would fall into a huge crisis. This was because in the instant they fought just now, he sensed the power of the primordial realm. It was indeed very terrifying. As much as he hated to admit it, the truth was that he was no match for the conventional method. Kid, you're about to die, but you still dare to be stubborn? I was prepared to insta-kill you, but now I've changed my mind. I'll torture you slowly. Your wail of despair must sound extremely wonderful. Void Venerable said expressionlessly. Such teasing was also a different kind of fun in his long life. As the two of them spoke, the battle kept going quickly. The heaven-opening axe and the dragon spring sword joined the battle and constantly released terrifying energy impacts, bombarding the tentacles that covered the sky. Unfortunately, the dragon spring sword and the heaven-opening axe, facing these void tentacles, encountered unprecedented resistance. It was not easy to cut off the tentacles. I'm so aggrieved. I didn't expect I couldn't even deal with these tentacles, Koizumi said dejectedly. Originally, after enhancing it 500 times, its combat strength had soared, making it a little arrogant. However, in the current battle, it was ruthlessly suppressed and was no match at all. On the other side, the heaven-opening axe was also very strained. The energy it released gradually weakened. The two sovereign artifacts surrounded the void tentacle without much progress. They could only fall into a stalemate. This was still under the circumstances that Void Venerable wanted to play slowly. If Void Venerable attacked fiercely, the heaven-opening axe and the dragon spring sword would probably have long lost. Do you feel despair, Ant? Is this your strongest method? You're too weak. What a pitiful weakling. Void Venerable controlled the void tentacles to slowly attack as he constantly mocked. He seemed to like the thrill of mockery. Although Void Venerable deliberately played, in just a few seconds, he had triggered no less than 100 million collisions. The light emitted by the dragon spring sword and the heaven-opening axe became even dimmer. Clearly, their energy was consumed very severely. If he continued like this, he would probably suffer serious damage. Little axe, Koizumi. Both of you step back. Let me do it. Zhou Han gave the order. He did not want the two sovereign artifacts to be damaged. Moreover, there was no point in holding on. The power of the primordial realm was not so easy to deal with. Although the two sovereign artifacts had been enhanced hundreds of times, it was still not enough. It was mainly because Zhou Han had not advanced to the primordial realm. This was the characteristic of an owned sovereign artifact. If its master was powerful, the sovereign artifact would naturally unleash greater strength on its original foundation. The primordial realm had a suppressive effect on the divine emperor realm. Therefore, the heaven-opening axe and the others would also be suppressed by the other party's level and could not unleash their full strength. Master, I'm sorry. We're too useless, the heaven-opening axe said in frustration. It felt terrible not to be able to remove obstacles for his master. After all, they had enhanced it so many times, but it did not work, making them feel extremely guilty. All right, it's not your fault. The level of the primordial realm is an insurmountable gap from the sovereign grade. Leave the rest to me, Zhou Han said. Master, do you have any countermeasures? Koizumi hurriedly asked. That's right. Although the primordial realm is extremely powerful, I, Zhou Han, am not to be trifled with. When you were fighting just now, I had a countermeasure in mind. Now it's my turn to attack. Zhou Han smiled and did not panic at all. His eyes flickered with confidence and battle intent. It would be a lie to say that there was no pressure in the face of such a powerful enemy. However, Zhou Han naturally had his trump card. First of all, he had the passive characteristic of the Starry Sky Ruler. Even if he was killed, he could be resurrected from afar. Even if he could not defeat the Void Venerable, at most, he would develop for a few hundred years before killing his way back. There was also the undying and indestructible characteristic of the glazed golden body. It would not really die. This made Zhou Han invincible. He could advance and attack, retreat and defend. There was enough room for retreat. Therefore, he could fight Void Venerable without worry. These were his life-saving methods. Then, in terms of damage, it was not impossible to fight. He had at least 4 methods. The first was that he had 2 sovereign-grade pills, world-extinguishing divine pill. They had been synthesized in the past year. After enhancing it 100 times, the medicinal effect was very terrifying. After consuming it, it could increase combat strength by 30 million times in a short period of time. Therefore, it was not difficult to turn the tables with the world-extinguishing divine pill. Second, Use the exclusive skill of the Honorable Soul Banner, the Soul Fusion technique, and instantly fuse with powerful soul power for my use. It is also Zhou Han's very powerful trump card. The current Honorable Soul Banner was no longer the same as before. It was hunted in the chaotic mystic world in the extreme ice divine domain. The Honorable Soul Banner had already advanced to the top pseudo-sovereign grade. It could accommodate a total of 100 billion souls and 100,000 main souls. Honorable Soul Banner plus 100. Grade, top pseudo-sovereign. Type, attack type Dharma Treasure. Main soul, 100,000. Soul, 100 billion. Description, a Dharma treasure refined by the soul control sovereign. It can absorb billions of souls. 99 of them are the main souls. The higher the quality of the main soul, the greater the power it can unleash. It can easily fight above your level. It has an absolute restraining effect on souls and can constantly advance by devouring souls. Basic attributes. In combat, the damage of soul-type attacks will increase by 250 times, and the damage received from soul-type attacks will decrease by 60%. Every soul in the Honorable Soul Banner will enjoy 60% of this buff. Unique passive, Soul Cultivation. The soul living in the Honorable Soul Banner can quickly recover life force and stamina, and can quickly increase the realm of the soul. The realm of the soul cannot exceed the realm of the strongest main soul. Unique passive, Survival of the Fittest. Automatically select the strongest 100,000 souls to become the main soul, causing the combat strength of the Honorable Soul Banner to always be in the strongest state. Unique passive, Soul Chain. Once you receive fatal damage, it will automatically be distributed to every soul. This passive effect will only disappear after all the souls are killed. Exclusive skill, Soul Fusion technique. After activating this skill, the soul power of all the souls in the Honorable Soul Banner will converge in your soul, bringing extremely powerful strength. Every time it is used, your soul power will increase by 10% from your original foundation. Cooldown, 10 days. After enhancing it 100 times, the Honorable Soul Banner had simply undergone an earth-shattering improvement. Its strength was incomparable. There was also the passive effect of the Soul Chain, making Zhou Han's life-saving ability even more terrifying. With so many souls, Zhou Han did not know how much power they could unleash once they used the Soul Fusion technique, but he was definitely shocked. The third method, the 2 creation jade disc fragments on hand had not been enhanced. Once enhanced, they would definitely not disappoint. The fourth method, the first chapter of the beginningless scripture recorded a skill called Eternal Emptiness. It could turn back time and use the power of time to deal a devastating blow to the target and return to its initial state. It could be said that if this skill was used correctly, it would create unexpected effects. The situation could be reversed in an instant. Because it was at the peak of the sovereign grade, Zhou Han had never enhanced this skill before because there was no reason to. After all, he had encountered too few threats previously. Basically, he could deal with them easily. Therefore, the skill, Eternal Emptiness, had never been used. In this situation, I can try the effect of Eternal Emptiness. Zhou Han was a little eager to try and thought to himself. After all, there were only 2 sovereign-grade world-extinguishing divine pills. To be honest, Zhou Han was still a little reluctant to use it. Unless they were at the end of their rope and had not reached that point yet, it would definitely be best if there was another way. This was also the main reason why Zhou Han wanted to try the skill Eternal Emptiness. If it worked, he could save the world-extinguishing divine pill. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. Congratulations on your skill, Eternal Emptiness. You have succeeded 100 times. Related attribute data has appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. Zhou Han sent the enhanced order. White light kept surging. In the next second, Eternal Emptiness's new attribute data appeared clearly. Eternal Emptiness plus 100. Grade, Sovereign Grade. Type, Damage Skill. Origin, Beginningless Scripture. Description, as the first chapter of the Beginningless Scripture, this skill has extraordinary strength. It can mobilize the power of time, reverse time, and cause a devastating blow to the target. All laws are useless in front of me. Effect, activate the time beam and forcefully hit the target. You can rewind 100 million years. Within an hour, the target's physical state will stay 100 million years ago. In an hour, this state will be removed, but all the target's attributes will permanently decrease by 10%. Prompt: if the target is less than 100 million years old, he will be insta-killed. Skill cooldown, 6 days. Damn, 100 million years. It can actually go back 100 million years. Is it that terrifying? After reading all the descriptions, Zhou Han's pupils constricted slightly. He was a little shocked and muttered to himself. He knew that eternal emptiness could mobilize the power of time. However, he never expected eternal emptiness, which had been enhanced 100 times, to have such an exaggerated effect. Could he believe it if he went back 100 million years? 100 million years was a terrifying value. Other than some transcendent existences, very few people could live so long. It could be said that as long as he used eternal emptiness, 99% of the existences in the universe would be insta-killed. Even an existence with more than 100 million HP will probably feel very uncomfortable after being dealt such a blow. After all, their body has returned to 100 million years ago. Then the corresponding cultivation, experience, and comprehension will be greatly affected. Even the cultivation techniques, equipment, Dharma treasures, and other items obtained in the past 100 million years will be temporarily eliminated. Zhou Han quickly analyzed. The light in his eyes became brighter. The powerful effect of eternal emptiness was self-evident. It would definitely cause unimaginable damage to the target. Very good, very awesome. Let's see what realm the Void Venerable from 100 million years ago is now. The corners of Zhou Han's mouth curled up slightly. He was extremely satisfied with the effect of eternal emptiness and subconsciously smiled. He naturally wanted to try such a ridiculous skill urgently. At this moment, he looked at the Void Venerable with a playful smile. A primordial realm expert, right? You underestimated me. Next, you will definitely pay a painful price. Zhou Han said coldly, his killing intent spreading. The beginningless scripture worked quickly in his body. Now it was his turn to counterattack. You're just an ant. Can you turn the tables? I'm looking forward to your final struggle. I hope I'm not too disappointed. Void Venerable mocked wantonly, like a cat playing with a mouse. At this moment, without the obstruction of the heaven-opening axe and the dragon's spring sword, the void tentacle went straight for Zhou Han's face. The wind blew with an endless smell of blood. Eternal emptiness. You can't break free from the river of time. The beginningless scripture had already circulated in Zhou Han's body for a full cycle. At this moment, a blazing time beam left his hand, filled with endless mysterious power. Time modeled and an ancient aura swept over, and the entire world was immediately enveloped by such mystery. Void Venerable was also slightly stunned when he first saw this phenomenon. However, he immediately chuckled and shouted indifferently. It's just a small trick. It's quite powerful, but you're only at the Divine Emperor realm. You can't harm me at all. This was the absolute confidence of a primordial realm expert. Zhou Han's expression was cold. In the blink of an eye, it all happened in a flash. The speed of time had the speed of light. Such extreme speed was naturally not something Void Venerable could dodge. Boom! With a loud bang, the time beam hit Void Venerable's body as expected. The majestic force sent his body flying more than 10,000 miles away. Very good, very good. You've successfully angered me. Void Venerable roared at the sky. His anger had already reached its limit. He never expected to be sent flying by a divine emperor-grade weakling. Flying so far was definitely a great humiliation to a primordial expert like him. Unforgivable. I'm going to tear you apart. Void Venerable's eyes were bloodshot, and he was monstrously furious. The aura on his body rose to the extreme. The primordial power was completely ignited. At this moment, he did not want to play anymore. His only thought was to kill Zhou Han. You don't have a chance anymore. Zhou Han stood in the void with his hands behind his back and a faint smile. This was because a message had already come from the combat interface. The power of time of eternal emptiness had already taken effect on the Void Venerable. Feel how much power you can use now, Zhou Han said teasingly. The current Void Venerable was completely no longer a threat. Regressing 100 million years could be said to be a fatal effect. Void Venerable originally wanted to ignore Zhou Han's words. However, as soon as he circulated his cultivation technique, He instantly realized that something was wrong. Hmm? Why did my realm fall to the divine emperor grade? My strength has also been unprecedentedly weakened. Void Venerable was shocked and screamed, his eyes filled with great confusion and fear. This sudden change was too strange. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He instantly panicked. This was because he knew that after losing his powerful strength, he would definitely die in his current situation. How does it feel? How does it feel to lose your strength? Because it's fun, right? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Keep being arrogant. Zhou Han attacked mercilessly. Seeing Void Venerable's panicked expression, he felt very relieved. Just now, the other party was arrogant and despotic, as if he was the master of fate. It made Zhou Han extremely unhappy. The current situation was already in his control, so he naturally had to humiliate the Void Venerable ruthlessly to eliminate the displeasure in his heart. Why did my realm fall? What did you do? That's not true. Illusion. It must be an illusion. Void Venerable roared fiercely, wanting to stall for more time to recover his strength. However, Zhou Han naturally saw all of this. You'll be in this state for an hour. Therefore, it's useless to stall for time. Zhou Han said coldly, directly dispelling the last hope in Void Venerable's heart. What? Impossible. I'm a primordial realm expert. I'm not willing to lose to you. As expected, Void Venerable's face turned pale. He had tried more than 10 methods just now. However, this power of time backtracking could not be broken at all. At this moment, he was in a state from 100 million years ago and was only at the Divine Emperor realm. Moreover, many powerful Dharma treasures on him had disappeared. The downgrade cultivation techniques he cultivated could not be circulated, as if they had been forgotten. Therefore, one could imagine how flustered Void Venerable was. I told you, why can't a Divine Emperor defeat a primordial grade expert? Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't. Zhou Han said domineeringly, his aura confident and firm. Sigh? I was careless. I didn't expect such a barren world to produce a freak like you. Void Venerable sighed slightly, his face filled with regret and helplessness. He could not blame anyone else. He could only blame his bad luck. He encountered a freak like Zhou Han who could challenge a primordial realm expert. You talk too much. You can go to hell. With a wave of Zhou Han's hand, the sword aura spewed out like a rainbow. It was simply too easy to kill the Divine Emperor-grade Void Venerable. Zhou Han could control him at will. Wait, don't be impulsive. Sensing the sharp sword aura, the Void Venerable trembled and shouted anxiously. I have a good friend who controls 5-star primordial power. He's countless times stronger than a 1-star like me. If I die on this planet, he will definitely avenge me. If you let me go, I can give you a downgrade weapon and swear never to find trouble with you. Void Venerable vaguely mentioned that his best friend was naturally threatening. He had no choice. This was the only way he could save himself at the moment. Huh, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? So many of my secrets have been exposed. Do you think I'll let you go? Zhou Han mercilessly rejected the Void Venerable's suggestion. The sword aura had no intention of stopping. It instantly swallowed Void Venerable. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the primordial realm expert, Void Venerable. Detected that the 100-fold reward enhancement has been successfully triggered. You have obtained 3,599 trillion experience points. A skill book has dropped. The originally incomparably powerful primordial realm expert looked back 100 million years. In front of Zhou Han, they could not resist at all and were easily killed like pigs and dogs. Eternal emptiness is really awesome, helping me easily turn the tables. I believe it will bring a huge surprise if I enhance it more in the future. Zhou Han smiled and whispered, looking forward to it. The entire killing process was so smooth and smooth. This stunned Koizumi, Little Rock, Little Bone, and the others. Damn, a primordial realm expert was killed just like that? Unbelievable. The awakening talent was also filled with great shock. Clearly, Zhou Han's powerful combat strength had broken through the limit again and reached an unprecedented height. Master, you have too many methods. I was extremely nervous just now. It turns out that you were already confident. Little Rock said excitedly, admiring him even more. Now is not the time to be happy. This Void Venerable has only controlled 1-star primordial power, but he already has such powerful combat strength. Therefore, his good friend has controlled 5-star primordial power and is even more difficult to deal with. Zhou Han did not have much joy on his face. Instead, he said solemnly, regardless of whether what the Void Venerable said was true, Zhou Han would be prepared to continue fighting. At the moment, he did not know much about the primordial realm. The 5-star primordial power was definitely strong. However, no one knew how big the difference was. Zhou Han only had a few trump cards on hand. Whether he could deal with a powerful unknown existence was still unknown. Therefore, while Zhou Han decided to constantly increase his strength, he had to collect more information about the primordial realm. Since he could not appraise accurate information about the target, he could only start from other methods. Boss, these are the spoils of war that dropped. Tisk, TSK. From the light emitted, they should be all sovereign grade, right? The ashen illusory beast handed them over and said excitedly. When Zhou Han heard this, he also looked over. After some appraisal, they were indeed all sovereign grade. As expected, the drop rate was high after killing a primordial realm expert. There were a total of 35 sovereign grade items. After the 100-fold enhancement of the reward, he had obtained 3,500 in an instant. This benefit was generous. One had to know that the current Zhou Han needed a large number of sovereign grade items. Not only could it provide stronger combat strength, moreover, as long as there were enough sovereign grade Dharma treasures, but the special fusion of the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome could also fuse into the creation Jade Disc Fragment. Therefore, this was naturally the best for Zhou Han. Zhou Han first quickly chose sovereign grade equipment with the set effect and changed into it. Then, he sorted out the sovereign grade pills and increased all his attributes. Immediately after, there were special items, gems, and so on. As Zhou Han counted, he fused them. He looked forward to fusing the fragments of the creation Jade Disc. Sure enough, after 2,233 fusion attempts, suddenly, a blazing rainbow light surged out. The entire world seemed to boil violently, emitting endless dignity. That's great. I've got the third fragment. Zhou Han's eyes bloomed with great joy. This fragment was naturally part of the creation Jade Disc. This was also why Zhou Han was so overjoyed. System prompt. Congratulations, you have obtained the third fragment of the creation Jade Disc. After gathering 10 fragments of the creation Jade Disc, you will obtain 1 in a million power of the creation Jade Disc. Is this the effect of collecting 3 fragments and activating them? What a huge surprise. A sudden notification sounded in Zhou Han's mind. The information inside made him overjoyed and a little excited. Previously, he had obtained 2 creation Jade Disc fragments, but there was no notification. This made him a little disappointed. After all, he could not use the power of the creation Jade Disc with the fragment. In that case, it would not be very helpful to Zhou Han. But now, the notification could be said to be a huge surprise. He could use the power of the creation Jade Disc now. Although it was only 1 in a million, Zhou Han believed that it was shocking enough. This was because the creation Jade Disc was the strongest Tao-grade Dharma treasure. It had created the vast universe. Its strength was immeasurable. At this moment, 3 dazzling lights soared into the sky, waking Zhou Han up from his thoughts. 3 creation Jade Disc fragments erupted with a blazing light and appeared in front of Zhou Han. At this moment, they seemed to be attracted by some strange power. There was an unconscious violent collision. Then, it slowly fused. The entire process lasted half an hour. The terrifying light finally dissipated into the air. The 3 fragments had fused into 1. A 7-colored halo slowly circulated on the fragment, surging with mysterious power. Good, that's great. This powerful force can finally be used by me. It will be my greatest trump card now. Zhou Han grabbed the fragment that had fused into 1 and said excitedly. Although he had activated appraisal, he still could not appraise the attribute description of the creation Jade Disc fragment. However, just by sensing the monstrous aura emitted, Zhou Han was completely sure that once this power was released, even someone as powerful as him would be instantly killed tens of thousands of times. It was just that terrifying and unstoppable. That was why he was so excited. One had to know that this was 1 in a million of the power of the creation Jade Disc. Now, facing an even stronger primordial realm expert, Zhou Han was not afraid at all. This was where his confidence lay. Now, It had temporarily delayed the huge crisis. It could bring more development time. Of course, Zhou Han would not be smug. Any existence in the universe could appear. Therefore, this fused creation jade disk fragment could not be omnipotent. It was better to constantly increase his strength. Everything else was empty and meaningless. Zhou Han kept this in mind at all times and broke through the limits of his body to achieve higher achievements. As if feeling the spectacular power, Zhou Han carefully saved the fragment of the creation jade disk. This was his strongest output method at the moment. Under normal circumstances, it would naturally not be used easily. After all, he could not appraise the exact effect. He wondered if this power was one time, or would the cooldown be long after release. There was no way to know about a series of questions. It was also because of this that Zhou Han could not casually use the power of the creation jade disk. What if after using it, he encountered a powerful enemy and had no way to deal with it during cooldown? Therefore, how powerful was it? He could only know when he encountered an invincible target. Otherwise, it would be a huge waste. Zhou Han clearly would not make such a low-level mistake. Then, Zhou Han sorted out the fused skill book. He chose all the sovereign-grade skill books alone. The opponents he would face later would be even stronger. The help that skills below the sovereign grade could bring was extremely limited. Therefore, it was very necessary to completely increase the skills he controlled. Learn all these skills. Zhou Han chanted in his mind and activated the order. He had chaotic power, so the restrictions of the various elements were useless to him. All attributes could be learned at will and developed in all aspects. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully cultivated the fire attribute skill, Nirvana of Flame. Congratulations, you have successfully cultivated a blood energy skill, Endless Blood Sea. Congratulations, you have successfully cultivated the wood attribute skill, 100 Flowers Encirclement. Congratulations, you have successfully cultivated the metal attribute skill, Vajra World Destruction Technique. Very good. Zhou Han opened the skill panel and began to check. Fire attribute skills, Flame Nirvana, Flame Emperor Samsara Fire, Transcendent World Heaven Burning Technique. The fire attribute had 3 sovereign-grade skills. The Flame Nirvana had a powerful defense. The Transcendent World Heaven Burning Technique and the Flame Emperor Samsara Fire had violent output energy, vividly displaying the violent and fierce characteristics of the flames. Wind attribute skills, Proud Heaven Wind Tribulation, Void Wind Domain. The 2 sovereign-grade skills with the wind attribute could bring great help in battle. Water attribute skills, Mirror Flower Water Moon, Deep Blue Cage. The 2 sovereign-grade skills of the water attribute were both auxiliary effects. The Mirror Flower Water Moon could reflect the target's skill once, and the Deep Blue Cage could restrain the target. That's right. The sovereign-grade quality did not disappoint me. They all have extremely powerful effects. They're not something the previous quality can compare to. Zhou Han smiled and nodded in satisfaction. These had such shocking special effects without enhancement. Once they were enhanced, it would definitely bring more surprises. Zhou Han was also filled with anticipation. He was not in a hurry to enhance it. Instead, he looked at the lightning attribute skills. Lightning attribute skills. Lightning punishes all beings. Lightning 5 consecutive whips. Thunder Emperor, Divine Meteor. As expected of the lightning attribute, this damage output is extraordinary. After Zhou Han glanced at the general information of the skill, he exclaimed and smiled. The invincibility, dominance, and violence of lightning were perfectly displayed on these 3 sovereign-grade lightning attribute skills. If he had combined these 3 lightning attribute skills earlier, Zhou Han was confident that he could fight the primordial domain's void venerable head-on without using eternal emptiness. This was because the power he had enhanced just now had already surpassed the strength of the peak lightning Dao technique. The power that surpasses the perfected Dao technique should have reached the primordial grade. Zhou Han guessed in his heart. Because he did not understand this level, he could only feel the difference in power himself. That was the conclusion. System prompt. Congratulations, you have finally obtained the power to surpass the perfected Dao technique. You are qualified to know more secrets of the primordial realm. Hearing the system notification, Zhou Han's eyes lit up. He yearned for this unknown knowledge very much. After all, if Zhou Han wanted to break through to a higher level, he naturally had to know more about the primordial realm. Only then could he know the direction of his efforts. Otherwise, he would be like a headless fly with no clue. This would affect his rhythm very much. Therefore, it was still very necessary to know more about realms. However, the system never revealed relevant information. Unexpectedly, after enhancing a sovereign-grade skill with the lightning attribute, it broke through the limit of the perfected Dao technique. At the same time, he activated the system that could provide information about these levels. Then, under Zhou Han's inquiry, the system gave a detailed explanation. System prompt. A perfected Dao technique is only the combat strength division of the God-Fiend continent. Therefore, it clearly can't be applied to the entire universe. According to the unified standard of the universe, the power of a perfected Dao technique is only at the star grade. The so-called star grade, as the name suggests, can destroy dozens or even hundreds of stars. This power is only the beginning among the strong. It's still extremely far from the peak. I see. I still underestimated the vastness and mystery of the universe. A perfected Dao technique is actually so weak. Hearing this, Zhou Han shook his head and smiled bitterly, a little speechless. Actually, in his heart, he knew that he was quite a distance away from the peak of the universe. However, he never expected it to be so huge and seem distant. Then how are the realms in the universe divided? Zhou Han continued to ask. There's no need for you to know the other low-level ones. Let's start with your peak Divine Emperor realm. It's equivalent to the star grade. Above that is the primordial realm. The beginner primordial realm is also known as the Realm Lord. It controls the primordial power from 1 star to 10 star. The intermediate primordial realm is respectfully called the True God. It controls. Hearing this knowledge, Zhou Han was suddenly enlightened and learned more about the universe. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top were all divided according to the primordial power they controlled. Zhou Han had heard the system explain it before. However, this was the first time he had heard the corresponding honorific. The beginner primordial realm corresponded to the Realm Lord. An intermediate primordial realm corresponded to a true God. The advanced primordial realm corresponded to the eternal true God. The top primordial realm was respectfully called the primordial Saint Emperor. In addition to realm, the system also explained the other mysteries of the universe. Zhou Han was mesmerized as he listened. He yearned for the endless universe even more. However, it was just a thought. He was still bound to this planet on the God-Fiend continent. To break out of the cage, he had to obtain stronger strength and defeat the controller of this planet. Then Zhou Han could regain his freedom. Therefore, I have to have the strength to defeat the Dao Lord. Only then can I truly travel the universe and control my fate. Zhou Han thought to himself. This was because the creator of this world was the Dao Lord. In that case, a huge battle was inevitable. However, Zhou Han was still too weak now. The Dao Lord could crush him with a finger. Although it was a little shocking to say that, that was the truth. Zhou Han also knew this very well. The Dao Lord's strength is at least a true god. Maybe even stronger. Why did Zhou Han have such a guess? Of course, it was made through the comparison when he fought with the Void Venerable. This was because the Dao Lord was only prying with his consciousness from the depths of the incomparably distant universe. The pressure it gave Zhou Han was much greater than when Void Venerable was at close range. The comparison was telling. The two were on completely different levels. This was the basis of Zhou Han's guess. Anyway, he had definitely reached the true God realm. As for whether he was stronger, it was unknown. In that case, how can I advance to the primordial realm? Zhou Han asked the question he was most concerned about. According to the unified standards of the universe, he was now at the peak of the star grade. As long as he advanced to the primordial realm, he would be a realm lord. However, Zhou Han could be said to not understand how to advance at all. System prompt. There are 3 ways to advance to the primordial realm. First, some powerful cultivation techniques have the effect of absorbing the free primordial power in the universe when cultivated to the extreme. However, you need to place your body in the void universe and withstand the various radiation of the universe before you can begin to absorb it. Secondly, some mysterious inheritances in the universe can directly increase your level. Not to mention becoming a realm lord. Even becoming an eternal true god is very normal. Third, there is a certain chance of dropping a primordial spirit crystal after killing a primordial realm expert. This is the energy essence condensed by a primordial realm expert. It contains the primordial power and can be directly absorbed. The first method requires contact with the universe. I can't leave the Godfiend continent now. It's impossible for me to enter the sea of stars. Zhou Han shook his head and rejected the first method. The second method would not work either. Primordial spirit crystal? Looks like there's only the third method that's feasible. Zhou Han nodded slightly, although this method was extremely difficult. However, this was the only way he could advance at the moment. Therefore, no matter how risky it was, he had to just take it. Collecting the fragments of the creation jade disc could greatly increase his strength, but there was a lot of uncertainty. Zhou Han would definitely not put the eggs in a basket and hand his fate over to something uncertain. In that case, collecting the fragments of the creation jade disc and advancing to the primordial realm had to be done at the same time. It was the safest. Zhou Han instantly made such a decision. Then, Zhou Han quickly searched. As expected, no primordial spirit crystal dropped after killing the Void Venerable. Although I can't leave this planet, it's still very easy to attract a primordial realm expert. Zhou Han chuckled and muttered to himself. This was because he had the fragment of the creation jade disc in his hand. As long as he stimulated its energy and emitted a shocking fluctuation, there were definitely countless primordial realm experts rushing over. Therefore, it was very simple to attract people over. The difficult thing is that the strength of the primordial realm experts who came is unknown. It's fine at the realm lord level. Once a true god is attracted, I'll die without a burial place. This was what Zhou Han was worried about at the moment. If my divine sense is extremely powerful and I can explore the depths of the universe and appraise the attributes of these experts, it will be perfect. Zhou Han thought to himself. As he sighed, he opened the skill interface and continued to see if such a skill had been combined. Zhou Han continued to check in order on the skill interface. Ice attribute skills, Eternal Frozen Light, Extreme Snow World. There were a total of 2 sovereign grade skills. Their characteristics were both damage and control. After reading the detailed skill description, Zhou Han was very satisfied. If he used skills with multiple attributes, he would have more choices about combat techniques. Immediately after, there were Earth attribute skills, Wood attributes, Dark attributes, and so on. They all appeared on the skill interface. I didn't expect to learn so many sovereign grade skills in one go. My strength has already changed greatly. Zhou Han smiled and muttered to himself. After all, after enhancing these sovereign grade skills, a few of the skills had already exceeded the star grade. In other words, they had stepped into the level of a primordial realm lord. In that case, once he encountered a primordial realm expert, Zhou Han would be even more relaxed. There's also an eye technique that's actually also sovereign grade. Very good, Eye of Origin. This name sounds a little unusual. When Zhou Han's gaze stopped at the bottom of the skill panel, his eyes suddenly lit up in surprise. After all, eye techniques were very rare to begin with. They were extremely difficult to obtain. One had to know that when Zhou Han obtained the reincarnation, Heaven's Eye previously, he had put in a lot of effort to fuse it. That was only supreme grade. It could be said that even a very low-quality eye technique was so difficult to obtain. Now, he had actually fused a sovereign grade eye technique. How could Zhou Han not be shocked and happy? That was why he exclaimed. He looked a little shocked and hugely happy. After all, although eye technique skills could not provide much help in terms of output, the auxiliary effect was definitely unique. It provided Zhou Han with much useful information countless times. For example, the transcendent perception of reincarnation. Heaven's Eye could sense and appraise the target's aura from afar by releasing a powerful divine sense. The effects of danger warning, exploration, and search were simply displayed perfectly. It could be said that Zhou Han could quickly increase his strength. The skill reincarnation, Heaven's Eye contributed greatly. It was precisely because of the reincarnation, Heaven's Eye. Therefore, Zhou Han had high hopes for an even stronger sovereign grade eye technique. If nothing went wrong, this Eye of Origin would definitely be stronger than the reincarnation, Heaven's Eye. This naturally provided more help. Let's appraisal the specific attribute description first. Zhou Han rubbed his hands excitedly. System prompt. You have activated appraisal. Eye technique. Eye of Origin has been successfully appraised. The relevant attribute data has appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. With the notification, the information on the virtual interface instantly changed. Zhou Han looked up and saw it at a glance. Eye of Origin. Grade, Sovereign Grade. Type, Comprehensive Eye Technique. Description, a skill that was naturally born at the origin of the universe. It is recorded in the depths of the universe, in a hidden void. It can't be obtained through conventional methods. Once you completely control this skill, you will understand the truth of the universe and see through the rules of heaven and earth at a glance. You can comprehend the passage of time at a glance and see through the cycle of life and death. Starry Sky Perception, passive skill. You can appraise all the attribute data in the universe that do not exceed your strength by 2 realms. The divine sense released can cover an area of 10 million miles. Light of Origin, an active skill. It seals a wisp of light at the beginning of the universe and has vast and terrifying destructive power. After releasing it, there will be a shocking light attribute energy fluctuation that can cause a destructive blow to a single target. There is a huge conceptual power that can insta-kill a Realm Lord grade expert. Cooldown is 30 days. Casting distance is 100,000 meters. This effect is not affected by the target's level. The target's invincibility and resurrection will lose their effect. Will Destruction, an active skill. Release a powerful soul power to attack a large number of targets. Those with lower soul power than you will suffer a devastating soul attack. Clap, clap, clap. Good, that's great. After reading the description of the Eye of Origin, Zhou Han subconsciously applauded, and the smile on his face could no longer be hidden. As expected of a sovereign grade eye technique, this effect was unparalleled. It could be said to be ridiculously strong. Firstly, the passive skill, Starry Sky Perception, not only had the perception range of his divine sense reached 10 million miles. Moreover, he could check the attributes of the other experts in the universe. This was simply wonderful. It had come at the right time. One had to know that although transcendent perception was useful previously, he could only investigate everything on the Godfiend continent. As long as it exceeded the scope of the Godfiend continent, Zhou Han would not be able to check the complete attribute data. This feeling was very aggrieved. Moreover, he had to be more cautious in battle and constantly test his opponent's methods. Only then could he slowly figure out the other party's background. When he fought with the Void Venerable just now, Zhou Han had a deep understanding that if he could not find attribute data, he could not make the corresponding countermeasures. The battle would be even more complicated. He might be tricked by the other party. If only he had the passive skill Starry Sky Perception just now, Zhou Han would not have gone through so much trouble to kill the Void Venerable long ago. This was because he knew the other party's background, methods, and trump cards. As long as he used this to formulate a strategy to deal with it, it would be easy to win. It came at the right time. This eye technique. I was just worried about hunting a primordial realm expert. I was worried that the other party might be too powerful. Now, everything is solved. Zhou Han said softly in joy, as long as he detected that there was no such super existence nearby. In that case, he could activate the power of the creation jade disc and lure the relatively weak primordial realm experts over. Then, he would kill it and drop the primordial spirit crystal. That would be very comfortable. However, that's not enough. Firstly, the range of my divine sense is still very limited. A range of 10 million miles sounds vast, but compared to the vast universe, this is nothing. Zhou Han did not get carried away because of this. Instead, he analyzed calmly. Secondly, I have to check the attribute data of those top experts. If the range of my divine sense is smaller than the other party's, and the other party can easily sense my existence, I'll be completely exposed. Zhou Han also had to consider this happening. After all, it concerned his life and safety. He had to be careful. Otherwise, what awaited him would be eternal damnation. It was very likely that what he had just described was true. That was, his divine sense could not compare to such top experts. In that case, it was very likely that he would be surrounded by the other party. Therefore, releasing the power of the creation jade disc in this situation would only attract these top experts over. Zhou Han would be dead. Therefore, it was very necessary to detect the attribute data of the top experts. Only by knowing the approximate range of their divine sense could Zhou Han distance himself from the other party according to the actual situation and not alarm him. The current Eye of Origin clearly can't do this. I can only detect experts who don't exceed 2 realms of mine. Zhou Han had seen the skill description and was still very concerned about this effect. The only hope is to see if it can bring a satisfactory effect after enhancement, Zhou Han said with a smile. These attribute data were all presented without enhancement. Therefore, after enhancement, it would show an even more shocking effect. As for whether he could meet his expectations, it was unknown. After all, Zhou Han did not have many supreme enhancement points left. The number of times he enhanced them would naturally be very limited. There are still 830 million supreme enhancement points. If I had known that there was a sovereign grade I technique, I would have used it more sparingly. Zhou Han checked the exact number and sighed slightly. Then, he activated his talent. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. Congratulations, you have consumed 500 million supreme enhancement points. Your skill, Eye of Origin, has been successfully enhanced 20 times. The relevant attribute data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. 20 white lights flashed. The Eye of Origin had clearly undergone a huge change. Can it only be enhanced 20 times? Looks like the Eye of Origin, as a sovereign grade item, consumed a lot of supreme enhancement points. Hearing the notification, Zhou Han was a little surprised. According to his previous experience of enhancing the sovereign grade, there was no problem with enhancing it 100 times with more than 800 million supreme enhancement points. However, he never expected that only 20 enhancements would consume 500 million enhancement points. Moreover, the remaining 300 million enhancement points could not support the Eye of Origin to be enhanced 30 times. From this, it could be seen that this huge consumption was simply comparable to downgrade. This also showed that the sovereign grade Eye of Origin was unique. Eye of Origin plus 20. Grade, sovereign grade. Type, comprehensive eye technique. Description, a skill that was naturally born at the origin of the universe. It is recorded in the depths of the universe, in a hidden void. It can't be obtained through conventional methods. Once you completely control this skill, you will understand the truth of the universe and see through the rules of heaven and earth at a glance. You can comprehend the passage of time at a glance and see through the cycle of life and death. Starry sky perception, passive skill. You can appraise the attribute data of all targets in the universe. It will not be affected by the difference in realm and strength. The released divine sense can cover an area of 100 light years. The wider the search area, the greater the consumption of mental strength. Light of Origin, an active skill. It seals a wisp of light at the beginning of the universe and has vast and terrifying destructive power. After releasing it, there will be a shocking light attribute energy fluctuation that can cause a destructive blow to a single target. There is a huge conceptual power that can insta-kill a true God-grade expert. Cooldown is 10 days. Casting distance is 1,000,000 miles. This effect is not affected by the target's level. The target can't dodge and will lose the effect of invincibility and resurrection. Will Destruction, an active skill. Release a powerful soul power to attack a large number of targets. Those with lower soul power than you will suffer a devastating soul attack. Aura Concealment, an active skill. You can hide your aura. A distant target will not be able to sense your exact location. A close target will not be able to accurately determine your true realm. Zhou Han checked the enhanced Eye of Origin in detail and could not help but be overjoyed. Good Lord, I can sense 100 light years. This improvement effect is too fierce. Zhou Han was greatly shocked by this kid. One had to know that light years were not ordinary distance units. Now, his divine sense could detect things 100 light years away. How could he believe it? Zhou Han did not dare to believe it himself. However, that was what the description said. It had to be true. Thinking of this, Zhou Han was a little curious. He hurriedly spread his divine sense, wanting to see how effective it was. After all, he was filled with the desire to explore the mysterious universe. Now that the distance was 100 light years, Zhou Han definitely wanted to understand more. System prompt. Detected that your mental strength is being consumed too quickly. It is recommended not to rashly try a further distance. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Please understand. Hiss. I really can't take it anymore. My mental strength is still not enough. It can't support me to investigate further. At the same time that he heard the notification, Zhou Han also felt a violent pain in his mind. He had underestimated the speed at which his mental strength was consumed. It was impossible for him to detect 100 light-years at his current level. He had just tested his limit. Zhou Han could only detect a distance of 0.1 light-years at most. Any more, and his mind would suffer a huge blow. Fortunately, Zhou Han was also very satisfied with this distance. Compared to before, it was a huge leap. Moreover, starry sky perception could also appraise information about any object in the universe. There were no other restrictions. This allowed Zhou Han to use the creation jade disk fragment to lure the experts in the universe over. This plan could be carried out perfectly. His life could be guaranteed the most. In addition, the Eye of Origin had 3 active effects. The Light of Origin had an extremely powerful single-target killing effect. If he could insta-kill a true God-grade expert, who else could it be? Well, destruction was a group skill, and its lethality was very objective. The additional active effect of enhancement, aura concealment, surprised Zhou Han. In a certain way, hiding his aura could greatly reduce the danger. As long as it was activated, it was impossible for those top experts in the depths of the universe to sense Zhou Han's location as they pleased. Everything is ready. We're just short of an opportunity. I can hunt the primordial realm experts in the universe now, Zhou Han said with a smile. He was in a very good mood. At the thought of the powerful primordial realm expert being killed by him, he was a little excited. One had to know that not long ago, these experts were still unreachable to him. However, the current Zhou Han already had enough methods to kill a primordial realm expert. His combat strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. It was indeed terrifying. All of this was thanks to the only SSS talent in the universe, infinite enhancement, which brought such an awesome effect. Otherwise, if he wanted to develop normally, how long would it take to kill a primordial realm expert? With the sovereign grade eye technique, Eye of Origin, even if he faced a true God-grade expert, Zhou Han would not care. After all, the Light of Origin was enough to instantly kill the other party. This powerful active skill made Zhou Han confident against primordial realm enemies. More guarantees were provided. Although Zhou Han was already fully prepared, in the process of hunting the primordial realm experts, there were still some risks. During the investigation, he needed to release his divine sense. During the battle, if the other party had the ability to fight above his level, there were unknown variables. It was impossible to be 100% safe. Therefore, in such a situation, the more life-saving methods he had, the more calmly he could deal with unexpected situations. As expected of my master, his combat strength is already so terrifying. I believe it won't be long before you step into the primordial realm and become a realm lord. The heaven-opening axe said excitedly. Zhou Han's explosive strength was indeed as shocking as ever. Therefore, Koizumi and the others were only shocked for a few seconds before quickly recovering. He was almost used to such things. After all, if Zhou Han did not bring shock, would he still be the talented Zhou Han? It was normal to have such a performance. System prompt. Congratulations on fusing 35,233 sovereign golden runes. Your glazed golden body has been successfully enhanced 19 times. Your clarity sword heart has been successfully enhanced 19 times. Related attribute data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. He fused all the sovereign golden runes he had obtained during this period of time into his body. At the same time as he heard the system notification, Zhou Han felt an incomparably powerful and explosive power surging crazily in his body. His aura soared into the sky, reaching an unprecedented toughness. Zhou Han had never given up on improving his strength. As long as there was a chance, they would fuse and enhance it. Only then could his body become stronger. If his body was enhanced to the limit, he would definitely be eternal. Time could not corrode him, and his opponent could not destroy him. One day, he would stand proudly in the galaxy and use this body to suppress everything in the universe. The strength of his body would definitely cause his soul power to soar. These complemented each other. A weak body could not withstand a powerful soul. Therefore, the benefits were extremely obvious and the effect was very outstanding. At the same time, after the breakthrough of the sword heart reached its limit, the life and death of everything in the universe were in my hands. If I say the galaxy disappears, it has to disappear. If I say that the world will never see the light of day, you must give me no light at all. This was the peak of the mind. What was the strongest law, the strongest great Tao? The universe is me. I'm the universe. This was what Zhou Han felt after seeing the glazed golden body that had been enhanced 19 times. The description let him know that he was right to insist on enhancing his body. Once it was enhanced to the peak, he would have the final say in the universe. Of course, to reach that level, he still had a very long way to go, the kind where there was no end to it. However, with an unlimited vision of the future, Zhou Han would not be depressed because of this. Instead, he was filled with great motivation. This was because that realm was invincible in this universe. It was the ultimate pursuit. Zhou Han naturally yearned to be so powerful. Not only did he control his fate, but he also controlled the fate of all living beings. Let's see what level all my attributes have reached, Zhou Han muttered to himself. Then, he opened his personal attribute panel and looked at it. Chaos Sword Lord, Zhou Han. Level, 353, 36.22%. Health, 312.5 trillion. Attack, 135.58 billion. Defense, 164.03 billion. Soul power, 111.12 billion. Talent, infinite enhancement, heaven vault, sword servant. Title, sovereign appearance, god fiend nightmare. Weapon, dragon spring sword. Secondary weapon, sovereign blood heaven splitter. Soul artifact, 9 flames Qilin saber. Accessory, sword emperor ring, heavenly fate bracelet, flame emperor necklace. Support equipment, demon emperor earrings, big dipper set, heavenly wolf set. Equipment, heavenly saint battle robe, yang burning set, battle sovereign belt, undying set, universe set, galaxy set. Dharma treasure, primordial heaven suppressing seal, creation jade disc fragment, heavenly martial golden armor, heaven defying bead, ancestral phoenix shield, heaven opening axe, honorable soul banner, 5 elements treasure mirror, immortal vanquishing axe, holy angel sword, holy trident, immortal binding rope, concealment array. Cultivation technique, grand primordium heavenly tome, Tao seeding immortal technique, ultimate version of the Emperor Xianyuan scripture, beginner version of the beginningless scripture, extreme, divine sword technique, proud heaven ice emperor technique, grand primordium ancient scroll, blood emperor heaven splitting record, grand soul Tao, fire Qilin sword technique, eternal sword body. Gem, killing gem, immortal gem, scorching sun gem, splitting gem, bloodthirsty gem, persistent hit gem. Guild buff, HP increased by 2 billion, attack increased by 50 million. Fashion, starry sky mythology, open and see the details. Bloodline, storm dragon king, open and see the details. Sword heart, clarity sword heart plus 19, open and see the details. Constitution, glazed golden body plus 19, open and see the details. As expected, all my attributes have soared. My HP has already exceeded 300 billion. Zhou Han smiled in satisfaction. Although it was expected, the joy of his body's strength could not be hidden at all. After all, he had changed a few sovereign-grade equipment. Then, after fusing a large number of sovereign golden runes, his body was enhanced. Therefore, it was very reasonable for all attribute data to increase like this. System prompt. After enhancing the body to 20 times, there will be another qualitative breakthrough. Please understand. Does enhancing it 20 times have such an effect? That's great. Hearing this, the smile on Zhou Han's face widened. Previously, when his body was enhanced 10 times, he felt an obvious change. Not only had it become incomparably tenacious, but it was also a leap in life structure. His comprehension of the elements, spiritual perception of various parts of his body, talent, bone structure, and other things that he could not directly sense had all been greatly enhanced. Although these benefits could not be seen, they happened in Zhou Han's body. His experience was the clearest. Therefore, Zhou Han had always reminisced about this buff. The wonderful feeling of his life rising could only be understood and could not be described. Even if he wanted to spread it, it could not be described in words. This was also because after hearing the system notification, there was such a huge breakthrough after his body was enhanced 20 times. That was why Zhou Han was so happy. This meant that his life level would reach a new realm. Then it was difficult not to increase their corresponding strength. Looks like every 10 enhancements is a hurdle. It can bring about shocking changes. Zhou Han thought to himself. He was not surprised. This was because when he activated infinite enhancement, it was also in a similar situation. They were basically all enhanced at least 10 times. Therefore, the enhancement of the body also applied this rule. This was very easy to understand. That's good too. My body has been enhanced 19 times now. I'm only one step away from 20. I believe this day won't be too far away. Thinking of this, Zhou Han immediately became confident. He originally thought that to step into the primordial realm, the sovereign golden rune was only equivalent to a star-grade item. The effect it could play would not be too great. However, Zhou Han's thoughts were wrong this time. As it turned out, something like the sovereign golden rune could still play a super powerful role. It was very helpful to Zhou Han at this stage. In that case, I still have some enhancement points on hand. I have to enhance the passive special effect of the beginningless scripture. It might have an unexpected magical effect. Zhou Han quickly had an idea. As he opened the description on the interface, he muttered to himself, "Shocking the ages. After cultivating the beginningless scripture, you can obtain 10 sovereign golden runes. Moreover, your body will automatically be modified into the most perfect carrier. You can fuse a large number of sovereign golden runes and increase your life level, erupting with unprecedented power." This description was the passive effect of the beginningless scripture. Back then, Zhou Han's ability to easily kill someone of a higher level, forced killing, was greatly contributed. After all, he had not even reached the sovereign grade at that time. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to use the power of the sovereign golden rune. Even if he used it, he would not be able to unleash all the power of the sovereign golden rune. At most, 50% would be enough. However, ever since his body was modified into the most perfect carrier, Zhou Han could use the power of the sovereign golden rune at will, and he could multiply the power contained. Therefore, this also caused Zhou Han to kill sovereign and even divine emperor experts with his pseudo-sovereign realm. Otherwise, it was impossible to do this. Previously, he did not have enough supreme enhancement points, so Zhou Han did not enhance the earth-shattering characteristic. Moreover, with enough enhancement points, he had forgotten about this. As a result, it was not enhanced. After opening the attribute description, Zhou Han felt a little speechless. If this powerful effect had been enhanced earlier, he was probably developing faster. Alright, start enhancing. Enhance it to the limit. Without hesitation, Zhou Han directly activated the command. He could not miss it again. System prompt. Your enhancement order has been received. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. The characteristic, Shocking the Ages, has been successfully enhanced 60 times. It has already reached the maximum number of times it can be enhanced. The relevant attribute data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. 60 white lights flashed quickly. Zhou Han's eyes flickered with great anticipation. This enhancement was considered a normal sovereign grade level. Zhou Han had also exhausted all the hundreds of millions of supreme enhancement points he had. Fortunately, Shocking the Ages had been enhanced to the limit. In that case, he wouldn't have to worry about forgetting to enhance it next time. 60 times is not bad. I wonder what kind of surprise is waiting for me. 60 times was the limit. It was a little, but Zhou Han could barely accept it. Then, he looked at the virtual interface. Shocking the Ages plus 60. Grade, Sovereign Grade. Type, Passive Characteristic. Description. After cultivating the beginningless scripture, you can obtain 10 sovereign golden runes. Moreover, your body will automatically be modified into the most perfect carrier. You can fuse a large number of sovereign golden runes and increase your life level, erupting with unprecedented power. Effect. After fusing the sovereign golden rune and enhancing your body to 30 times, you will be able to fuse the primordial spirit crystal and use the primordial power inside to enhance your body. Attention! Only after your body reaches this strength can you fuse with the primordial spirit crystal. Otherwise, rashly absorbing it will bring unknown danger. Am I seeing things? It can actually fuse with the primordial spirit crystal? Zhou Han stared straight at the virtual interface. He was extremely shocked. This happiness came too suddenly. After enhancing it 60 times, it was just so exaggerated. If he could directly fuse the primordial spirit crystal, it would definitely be very beneficial to Zhou Han. This would increase his body even more. His growth speed was unimaginable. After all, The primordial spirit crystal was considered at the primordial grade. There was natural primordial power inside. If it fused with his body, it would be difficult not to take off. This fusion had a greater advantage than simply absorbing and refining. This was because there would definitely be a conversion rate problem with the way to absorb and refine it. Zhou Han did not know how much primordial power he could convert. However, if it fused directly with the body, the conversion rate was close to 100%. In comparison, it was very obvious who was better. Therefore, it was only right for Zhou Han to be so surprised. Absorbing the primordial spirit crystal with his body was definitely more efficient than ordinary primordial realm experts. He would obtain more benefits. However, I have to enhance my body to 30 times before I can fuse with the primordial spirit crystal. Zhou Han saw the relevant restrictions and expressed his understanding. If his body did not reach the corresponding level, he naturally could not vainly absorb the primordial spirit crystal. After all, the strength of the primordial power was extraordinary. That's good too. I'll enhance my body and accumulate primordial spirit crystals. This way, progress won't be delayed. Zhou Han analyzed in his heart. After all, he did not have the primordial spirit crystal on hand now. However, during the period of enhancing his body to 30 times, he was confident that he could obtain it. After all, the current Zhou Han already had powerful strength. As long as he did not face an extremely powerful primordial realm expert, he was not afraid, so the hunting plan could be carried out successfully. That was why Zhou Han had such confidence. At that time, after fusing with the primordial spirit crystal, his strength would soar. The decision was exciting. Thinking of this, Zhou Han was a little excited. The enhanced Shocking the Ages did bring great help. It matched this domineering name very well. How many sovereign golden runes do I need to enhance my body to 30 times? Zhou Han wanted to know the exact number and asked in his heart. This way, he would have a general goal in mind and could know his progress at any time. System prompt. Enhance the body to 30 times. It is estimated to consume about 33,560,000 sovereign golden runes. Please understand. Damn, are there so many? 30 million is not a small sum. Zhou Han frowned slightly. Such a number had exceeded his imagination. It seemed that as he enhanced it more and more, the number of sovereign golden runes he consumed kept increasing. Such numbers were still extremely challenging. However, compared to the huge benefits obtained after his body was enhanced, it was very understandable to have such difficulties. If it was completed without any difficulty, it would not be challenging. Very good. Isn't it just more than 30 million sovereign golden runes? I'm determined to get it, Zhou Han said with a smile, his eyes flickering with great confidence. This was because, under the enhancement of the hundredfold reward, he only needed to obtain more than 300,000 sovereign golden runes to complete such a goal. Although this number was also relatively large, the difficulty of completing it was greatly reduced. Perhaps it was extremely difficult for others, but for Zhou Han, it was only a little difficult. He might have many ways to obtain the sovereign golden rune. Through killing monsters, sovereign golden runes could drop and open mission treasure chests. There were also 100,000 members in the guild who could provide a lot of sovereign golden runes. That was why Zhou Han was so confident. Calculating the time, it's been a year since these members of the guild handed over the sovereign golden rune. Zhou Han said curiously. Over the past year, he had been seizing the time to farm monsters and was quite busy. Therefore, he did not pursue this matter. Now, he needed many sovereign golden runes. He naturally thought of this. Could there have been an accident? With the top-grade pseudo-sovereign set I gave you, and it has been enhanced, your combat strength cannot be underestimated. Unless we encounter a divine emperor-grade expert, no one can do anything to the members of the guild in the ancient abyss. Zhou Han said firmly. He had been equipped with a top-grade pseudo-sovereign set, so he knew better than anyone else about the combat strength he could unleash. That was why he was so sure. As for the guild members, it was almost impossible for them to monopolize the sovereign golden rune. No one was stupid. They would definitely make the right choice. Their lives were in Zhou Han's hands. If they wanted to do something behind his back, they would be tired of living. Therefore, betrayal could be ruled out. Let's contact them first and see what's going on. As Zhou Han muttered to himself, he opened the virtual interface. He was about to ask Han Qinxue about the exact situation in the ancient abyss. Suddenly, a voice prompt popped up. Han, A group of experts suddenly came from the ancient abyss. The aura coming from him is a power I've never seen. It was a message from Han Qinxue. She sounded very anxious. Clearly, the situation was not good. Even the higher-ups of the guild can't deal with it. Zhou Han frowned slightly and hurriedly asked. We're no match for them at all. 3 of the lords in the abyss were easily killed. This makes us even more afraid to act rashly. We're hiding in a mystic realm now, Han Qinxue said. After all, the higher-ups of the guild enjoyed a large number of Zhou Han's resources. Although none of them had reached the Divine Emperor realm, combat strength could still deal with ordinary Divine Emperors. In order to let the guild members obtain more sovereign golden runes and increase the efficiency of killing monsters, Zhou Han had given them many powerful equipment and Dharma treasures. Anyway, to him, they were all useless Dharma treasures. However, if he gave it away, he could earn more benefits. Why not? Therefore, the higher-ups of the guild could not deal with an expert even if they joined forces. That meant that the other party really had a background and extraordinary strength. Yes, you must dodge well. The invisibility bead I gave you triggered the strongest effect. Leave the rest to me. Zhou Han hurriedly instructed. There was no problem with losing some resources. His woman's life was the most important. Yes, yes, Han. I'll wait for you. Hearing Zhou Han's voice, Han Qinxue immediately felt extremely at ease. But you have to be careful. The combat strength of such people is extraordinary. They have a special aura. They don't seem to be cultivators of this world. Han Qinxue was afraid that Zhou Han would be careless and hurriedly reminded him. Don't worry. I know what to do. With that, Zhou Han closed the interface. The situation was a little critical now, and it was not the time to catch up. After all, the invisibility bead Dharma treasure only took effect for a few minutes. Therefore, if it lost its effect, Han Qinxue would face great danger. How dare you touch my people? You're courting death. No matter who it is. This day next year will be the day of your death. Zhou Han's eyes narrowed and flickered with a sharp coldness. Killing intent filled the air. At this moment, the anger in his heart could be imagined. The 6 lords in the abyss were also his lackeys. Now that a few of them had been killed, it was completely a slap in Zhou Han's face. Thinking of this, Zhou Han stimulated the power of space and directly opened the spatial passageway. In the empty image in front of him, he quickly searched for the spatial coordinates of the ancient abyss. With Zhou Han's current realm, it was very simple for him to travel to these places that he had stopped before. Moreover, the spatial barrier of the divine domain could not stop Zhou Han from traveling. After all, he had a deeper understanding of space comprehension. With a thought, Zhou Han returned to the ancient abyss in the next second. A huge energy fluctuation is in the origin space. Looks like these experts did not come to the ancient abyss by chance. Zhou Han's divine sense floated out and easily locked onto the enemy's location. If I'm not wrong, this special aura, it should be a primordial realm expert. Zhou Han activated Starry Sky Perception and began to investigate. Soon, he confirmed his guess. This surprised him a little. There were a total of 9 people who came. They were all experts in the primordial world. However, an expert of this level must have a purpose for coming to the barren God-fiend continent. Otherwise, this planet could be said to be in the middle of nowhere. No matter how bored the super experts were, they wouldn't come here. Moreover, there were 9 of them. I really found it without any effort. How dare you cause trouble in my territory? You can provide me with the primordial spirit crystal. Zhou Han's eyes were smiling, but this smile was extremely cold. After his strength soared, he could practice with these 9 people and test how strong his true combat strength was. However, in order to figure out the purpose of these 9 people coming to origin space, Zhou Han did not rush up rashly. Instead, he used the special effect of aura concealment and flew towards the location of the 9 primordial realm experts. At this moment, in the origin space, a hazy mist kept drifting through this gray world. The origin crystals of various attributes flickered with a dazzling and gorgeous light. But under this brilliance, the air was filled with the rich smell of blood. A burly man with a leopard head and round eyes held 2 heads in his hand and smiled ferociously. Ha ha ha, are you obedient now? I really don't know what I'm made of if I don't kill you. A mere ant dares to clamor in front of me, a realm lord level expert. The Black Panther realm lord's eyes were filled with extreme contempt. He did not take the other lords in the abyss seriously at all. Blood flowed like a river on the ground, and corpses were everywhere. It was obvious that there had been a tragic massacre. Those who died were all soldiers under the lords of the ancient abyss. You're too impudent. The ancient abyss is controlled by Zhou Han. How dare you kill someone here? Your tragic outcome is already decided. The heavenly sword lord, Jiang Yinran, berated loudly with endless anger. Although they had no ability to resist such an expert, she had great confidence in Zhou Han. Therefore, she did not feel very afraid to say such a thing. Zhou Han? Who is he? I've never heard of such a person. Have you heard of the Grey Dog? The Black Panther Realm Lord sneered and asked the kobold beside him. He did not take it seriously at all. After all, it was at the Realm Lord level. Moreover, after controlling the 9-star primordial power, he knew that if he took another step forward, he would be able to step into the true God realm. Therefore, it was very understandable that his every move was incomparably arrogant. It's probably something. No matter how strong such a trashy planet is, how strong can it be? The Grey Dog Realm Lord echoed with a smile. The mockery was very obvious. You don't know the situation yet, do you? We come from the depths of the distant universe. We're not something a trashy planet like you can compare to. The powerful primordial power can kill the strongest person on your planet with a finger. Another Realm Lord grade expert said proudly. As he spoke, he circulated the primordial power he controlled and showed off his powerful combat strength. What? Depth of the universe. Your strength. Hearing this, Jiang Yinran's face turned pale, and her heart instantly fell to rock bottom. She never expected the 9 experts in front of her to come from the depths of the universe, giving her great shock and fear. Originally, he had great confidence in Zhou Han's strength. These were all established on the premise that the opponent was from the God-Fiend continent. However, the current opponents had already exceeded this category. Zhou Han definitely could not deal with such powerful strength. This was also why Jiang Yinran's expression was so ugly. She had always been in the ancient abyss and had accumulated for a long time, so she more or less knew some secrets. Experts outside the world controlled great power. Only such power could support them to withstand the terrifying radiation of the universe and soar freely in the galaxy. Any one of such super experts could crush the strongest person on the God-Fiend continent. Ha ha ha, little beauty, you finally know how to be afraid. Be good and let me have a good time. I can consider sparing your life. The White Wolf Realm Lord revealed a malicious smile and stared at Jiang Yinran excitedly. After all, such a peerless beauty was also very rare in the vast universe. It was understandable that the White Wolf Realm Lord had such thoughts. White Wolf, that's enough. Don't forget the purpose of our trip. Let's get down to business first. After we're done, enjoy it however you want. We won't disturb you. The Black Panther Realm Lord said angrily and directly stopped the White Wolf Realm Lord. At this moment, his expression was very serious. The White Wolf Realm Lord could not say anything. Indeed, they discovered the uniqueness of this origin space. Otherwise, he would not have descended to such a barren planet. Little beauty, wait a little longer. I'll comfort you soon. White Wolf Realm Lord smiled evilly, but for the sake of this big matter, he did not act rashly. Don't even think about getting away with it. Zhou Han will definitely save me. You're dead. Jiang Yinran immediately panicked and forced herself to be calm. She did not know if Zhou Han knew the situation here. Even if he knew, could Zhou Han really deal with this situation with his strength? The current Jiang Yinran had no confidence at all. After all, the other party was an expert from outside the world. However, she could only say such harsh words now in an attempt to scare the other party. Very good. I really want to see that Zhou Han. It must be very interesting to crush him in front of you. The White Wolf Realm Lord smiled impudently, not caring. Ha ha, White Wolf, you only know how to bully the weak. Does he dare to come? He's probably peed his pants. He's courting death. The remaining 8 experts hooted and mocked. After all, they were fearless because of their powerful strength. That was why they were so fearless. Oh, are you all talking about me? You came to my territory and still dare to mock me like this. I wonder who gave you such courage. Zhou Han, who had long hidden here, could not help but slowly walk out. His faint voice contained endless cold killing intent. Originally, Zhou Han had accurately hidden for a while, wanting to figure out the purpose of these 9 experts coming to the origin space. However, seeing Jiang Yinran being bullied, at this moment, Zhou Han had to step forward. After all, she was his woman. Only he could bully her. No one else could touch her. This had already touched Zhou Han's reverse scale. Only then did he say such words. The space suddenly became heavy and killing intent filled the air. Zhou Han, you're here. Hearing Zhou Han's voice, Jiang Yinran was extremely pleasantly surprised. Her originally despairing eyes were instantly filled with light. This man was indeed worth entrusting her life to. He was simply too reliable. It appeared in front of him at the critical moment. However, after the joy, Jiang Yinran's heart was filled with worry. After all, the other party was an expert from outside the world, and there were 9 others. Even if Zhou Han's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, could he really resolve the crisis in front of him? You're Zhou Han. Interesting. You're really not afraid of death. You even dare to appear. The Black Panther Realm Lord smiled teasingly. His gaze kept increasing, and the mockery was very obvious. The power of a Realm Lord did not take a Stargrade expert like Zhou Han seriously at all. Therefore, as Zhou Han appeared, although the 9 experts looked at him, the contempt in their eyes was obvious. Yinran, leave this to me. Watch from the side. Those who bully you will pay with their lives. Zhou Han ignored the Black Panther Realm Lord's question and turned around to comfort Jiang Yinran. This was because Zhou Han had long been lurking here. Therefore, the situation had been under his control. It was unforgivable for his woman to be humiliated verbally. Yes. Zhou Han, you have to be careful. They're all from the outside world. No one knows what methods they have. Jiang Yinran nodded obediently and reminded him anxiously. The nervousness did not relax because of Zhou Han's appearance. Instead, the worry in her heart intensified. Zhou Han smiled and did not care. Previously, he had indeed appraised targets outside these worlds. However, he had cultivated the Eye of Origin now. With the characteristics of starry sky perception, all the attribute data of these 9 people could no longer be hidden from him. Cultivation techniques, equipment, Dharma treasures, talent, and even weaknesses were all exposed on the virtual interface in front of Zhou Han. It could be said that Zhou Han had completely taken the initiative and had a huge advantage. Coupled with his recent increase in strength, he really did not take these 9 primordial realm experts seriously. Outer experts are nothing much. It's not like I haven't killed one before. I can deal with them all. Zhou Han did not care and revealed a faint smile, extremely confident. Ha. Kid, you're quite arrogant. How dare you say such words? On this barren planet, you might be the strongest. However, in the vast universe, you're just an ant. The White Wolf Realm Lord mocked wantonly. Clearly, Zhou Han's arrogant appearance made him very unhappy. After all, he had already released his powerful pressure. The other party was so weak, but he did not kneel down and beg for mercy, crying and wailing. This was unacceptable to him. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. You've never seen true power. What kind of knowledge do you expect from such a trashy planet? Damn, a Stargrade weakling. He's quite handsome. What's the use of being handsome? I can crush him with a finger. The other realm Lord-level experts casually echoed. Their expressions were incomparably arrogant and filled with a huge sense of superiority. On the planet where they were born, there were abundant cultivation resources, and their cultivation speed was very fast. Therefore, he was filled with a sense of superiority. Little beauty, don't blink. Watch how I slowly crush your head. What a pleasant pain. The White Wolf Realm Lord said to Jiang Yinran with a cruel smile. Clearly, doing such a thing gave him a greater sense of accomplishment. With that, he stared at Zhou Han with a ferocious expression and a playful smile. Like a top hunter taking on his prey, his gaze was sharp and cold. Clearly, the weak Zhou Han was like prey in his eyes. He was easily played by an expert like him. Will it kill you not to show off? It's just 6-star primordial power. Are you worthy of showing off in front of me? Who gave you the courage? Zhou Han retorted. He had long appraised all the methods of the White Wolf Realm Lord. It could be said that the other party had no secrets from him at all. To be honest, Zhou Han really did not have any worries at this level. One had to know that he now controlled a special skill of the Light of Origin. Once released, it could instantly kill a true God-grade expert. A mere 6-star realm lord with primordial power was nothing. Therefore, It was normal for Zhou Han to not take the White Wolf Realm Lord seriously. Oh, you're something, Ant. I wonder where he obtained the method to see my realm. It's really beyond my expectations. It's getting more and more interesting. White Wolf Realm Lord smiled and said with a trace of surprise. However, he did not take this matter to heart. The surprise Zhou Han, who was weak in his eyes, gave him was nothing. After all, it was normal for an opportunity to defy the heavens and obtain a secret technique to detect auras. No matter how strong a Stargrade trash was, could he turn the tables? In the end, ants were just ants. They could be killed easily. Now that you know that I have control of the 6-star primordial power, why aren't you kneeling down to repent your sins? I'm merciful. I'll give you one last chance. If you take the initiative to repent, I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll tear you into pieces and destroy your soul. The White Wolf Realm Lord stood with his hands behind his back and laughed proudly. Hee, you're really merciful. I'll give you such words too. Zhou Han ignored the other party's words and looked at the White Wolf Realm Lord as if he was looking at a fool. No matter how arrogant he was now, he would be as miserable later. Zhou Han's favorite thing was to see the enemy slap his own face. Seeing the defeat and sadness on the face of his previously unruly and arrogant opponent, that scene was very pleasing to the eye. Good, very good. You're quite tough. I hope you can still maintain such composure later. At this moment, the White Wolf Realm Lord no longer had the patience. Since Zhou Han was unwilling to submit easily, he would use powerful methods to force the other party to submit. Now that you know that I have control of the 6-star primordial power, why aren't you kneeling down to repent your sins? I'm merciful. I'll give you one last chance. If you take the initiative to repent, I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll tear you into pieces and destroy your soul. The White Wolf Realm Lord stood with his hands behind his back and laughed proudly. Hee, you're really merciful. I'll give you such words too. Zhou Han ignored the other party's words and looked at the White Wolf Realm Lord as if he was looking at a fool. No matter how arrogant he was now, he would be as miserable later. Zhou Han's favorite thing was to see the enemy slap his own face. Seeing the defeat and sadness on the face of his previously unruly and arrogant opponent, that scene was very pleasing to the eye. Good, very good. You're quite tough. I hope you can still maintain such composure later. At this moment, the White Wolf Realm Lord no longer had the patience. Since Zhou Han was unwilling to submit easily, he would use powerful methods to force the other party to submit. White Wolf, stop playing. Kill him in one move. Don't forget our business. Another expert with a stronger aura beside him warned. He did not look at Zhou Han from the beginning to the end. After all, the other party was too weak in his eyes and was not worthy of his gaze. All right, I'll directly use my famous ultimate skill. I guarantee a one-hit kill. The White Wolf Realm Lord seemed to be a little afraid. This expert hurriedly said respectfully. As soon as he finished speaking, white energy fluctuations surged on his body, like 100 blazing suns, emitting explosive light. White cave light. Annihilate. Ant, take a good look at what absolute power is. The White Wolf Realm Lord roared at the sky. Terrifying energy kept gushing out of his body. At this moment, the energy vortex in front of him instantly expanded to a radius of 100,000 feet. Everything around him was sucked into the vortex by the extreme suction force and turned to dust. Damn, what kind of power is this? How can it be so shocking? Are all the experts outside the realm so powerful? The Nine Netherlord was extremely shocked and screamed. This shocking power was something he had never felt before. It far exceeded his understanding of power. After all, he had at most seen the power of a perfected Tao technique. However, the energy fluctuation released by the White Wolf Realm Lord had long exceeded the scope of a perfected Tao technique and was countless times stronger. It could be said that they were not from the same dimension. It was like a dimensional attack. Can Boss really withstand such a terrifying bombardment? The Yellow Spring Lord said in shock. He could not help but look at Zhou Han with worry. Boss, you shouldn't have appeared. The strength of these 9 people far exceeds the limit of the Godfiend continent. Boss probably can't even deal with one person, let alone 9 of them. The Nine Netherlord shook his head and sighed, his expression filled with despair. With Boss's talent, it won't be long before he can reach the other party's level. Unfortunately, he chose to attack now. The Yellow Spring Lord also felt endless regret. All their hopes were on Zhou Han. However, Zhou Han was probably doomed today. In that case, there would not even be anyone to take revenge. That's why Boss is still confused. If he can't endure it, he can definitely take revenge in the future. Sigh? There's no chance at all now. Boss is ultimately an impulsive young man, the Nine Netherlord said. Clearly, under the difference in strength, he felt that Zhou Han had made an irrational choice. It was easy to be wiped out. The few of them looked at each other and were very depressed. After all, such powerful strength was too difficult to defeat. White Wolf, you're not bad. You actually increased the power of your famous ultimate skill by a lot. You must have cultivated a lot during this period of time. The Black Panther Realm Lord crossed his arms and looked at the energy quickly gathering in the sky with a smile. He had seen the White Wolf Realm Lord use this move before. Its current power was clearly higher. Do you have to do this to kill a Stargrade kid? He's getting serious. The other experts also smiled and teased. The air was filled with activity. They looked at Zhou Han as if he was dead. After all, as soon as the primordial power was released, in their understanding, they had never heard of a Stargrade being able to withstand the bombardment of a primordial realm expert. Therefore, their expressions were very relaxed as they chatted and laughed. The White Wolf Realm Lord smiled and did not say anything. Why did he use such a powerful ultimate move? It was mainly Zhou Han's arrogant attitude that angered him. Therefore, he had to use a powerful attack to severely punish Zhou Han. Only then could the anger in his heart be eliminated. The 6-star primordial power will be very wonderful. Taste the violence. The White Wolf Realm Lord laughed wildly. Everything was under his control. Then, as he waved his right hand hard, in the sky, the blazing vortex had already expanded to 1,000,000 feet. Under the control of the White Wolf Realm Lord's will, it completely boiled, and white light kept surging. The vortex covered the sky and enveloped Zhou Han. If 1,000,000,000,000 mountains crushed over, the terrifying pressure would be unstoppable. Of course, there was an extreme suction force surging. As long as Zhou Han's body was sucked in, it would be instantly minced. Good timing. I want to see how strong I am now. Facing such a terrifying energy vortex, Zhou Han was not afraid at all. His face was filled with endless battle intent. He really wanted to fight the primordial power head-on. After all, his strength had taken a huge leap. Even he did not know how strong Zhou Han was now. Therefore, to test his strength, only through actual combat could he better test his true strength. Of course, the opponent could not be too weak. The White Wolf Realm Lord, who controlled 6 stars of primordial power, was the best target. As he spoke softly, Zhou Han quickly mobilized the aura in his body. His current greatest reliance was naturally various enhanced sovereign grade skills. He also had a body that was enhanced 19 times. With the various superimposed effects, he would unleash extremely violent strength. He had reached the effect of fighting above his level and turning defeat into victory. This was also the main reason why Zhou Han did not immediately use the Light of Origin. After all, this was considered a trump card. At the moment, he was not at the end of his rope. Therefore, it was a huge waste to use it on the White Wolf Realm Lord with the 6-star primordial power. After all, with a long cooldown, Zhou Han had to use it when necessary. In a flash, the terrifying energy vortex released by the White Wolf Realm Lord had already swept over. The vortex was filled with the light of destruction. It was extremely dazzling and illuminated the entire sky. Waves of power kept surging. It was the powerful light attribute power he controlled that had extreme heat. Under the stimulation of the primordial power, the terrifying aura was vividly displayed. It's over, Ant. I wanted to have fun with you, but unfortunately, you're not worthy. The White Wolf Realm Lord's lips curled up slightly, his expression filled with disdain. Is that all? Looks like I really overestimated the level of 6-star primordial power. Zhou Han stood calmly in the sky and said calmly. He did not take the White Wolf Realm Lord's mocking words to heart at all. This was because soon, the other party would die under his sword. Therefore, there was no need to be angry. Originally, this was the first time the Realm Lord had faced a 6-star primordial power. Zhou Han was still very cautious. After all, there was a huge force there. He could not relax at all. When they faced off just now, Zhou Han did not seem to care, but his heart was filled with vigilance. However, the energy vortex released by the White Wolf Realm Lord was inches away. Zhou Han felt the power inside. Although it was extremely violent, he was confident that he could easily destroy it. This was because this power was still inferior to the power of the creation jade disc in his body. This was also why Zhou Han said such teasing words. Clearly, he thought that the 6-star primordial power was very strong. In fact, the strength displayed by the White Wolf Realm Lord disappointed Zhou Han. Ha ha, White Wolf, you're really useless. I was despised by a small star grade. The Wild Lion Realm Lord hooted at the side, looking like he was watching a joke. White Wolf, you're really trash. You're the first person to be mocked by a star-grade weakling in the primordial realm. The Black Panther Realm Lord fanned the flames. Clearly, teasing the White Wolf Realm Lord made them feel very interesting. At this moment, the White Wolf Realm Lord's expression was ferocious. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. They looked at Zhou Han with great hatred and ferocity. It was precisely because of Zhou Han's existence that he lost all face in front of his companions. This was unacceptable to the powerful and arrogant him. Damn it, a small stargrade dares to say such arrogant words. Unforgivable. The White Wolf Realm Lord's eyes were filled with killing intent. Now, he had to kill Zhou Han quickly to save his face. Not only did he have to kill it, but he had to use extremely shocking methods to kill it 1,000 or 10,000 times. In an instant, waves of red light surged out of his body. The energy vortex that was originally spewing blazing white light. In an instant, it was enveloped by a layer of blood-colored energy fluctuations. It was bloody and violent. 2 microseconds later, Zhou Han was wrapped in it. The outcome of provoking me will definitely be your soul destroyed. Today, I'll let you know that there's an insurmountable gap between the star grade and the realm lord grade. Seeing Zhou Han stir into the energy vortex, the White Wolf Realm Lord smiled in satisfaction. Everything was within his expectations. The energy vortex contained countless explosive lights. Once he was sucked in, a mere stargrade would probably be minced into pieces in less than 3 microseconds. This is the outcome of becoming my enemy. The powerful power of a Realm Lord is not something a small stargrade can deal with. At this moment, sensing that the outcome was decided, the White Wolf Realm Lord placed his hands behind his back and said domineeringly. He had saved his face. Come on, it's just killing a stargrade weakling, yet you're bragging? The Dragon Elephant Realm Lord attacked mercilessly. After all, such weaklings were like ants in their eyes. They could basically kill a group of them with a wave of their hand. This is the outcome of showing off. You have no strength at all, but you actually dare to jump out and challenge us. As expected, he's as ignorant as this trash planet. Hee, that kid was very imposing just now. I thought he was something. In the end, he was still insta-killed by the White Wolf. How is that possible? No matter how heaven-defying a stargrade is, they're still played by experts like us. Seeing the energy vortex still spinning crazily in the air, these primordial realm experts retracted their gazes. Because the outcome was already decided, there was no need to pay attention. Under this destructive power, not to mention the stargrade, even weaker realm lord grade experts could only be insta-killed. At this moment, they were all chatting and laughing, their tone mocking. Calculating the time, I've already killed this kid more than 10,000 times. The White Wolf Realm Lord smiled in satisfaction. As he spoke, he raised his hand. He wanted to retract the primordial power in the energy vortex into his body. This was the difference between the primordial power and other elemental powers. After cultivators absorbed and refined the primordial power from the world, it would be stored in the meridians of their bodies. If he retracted the primordial power released, he would not lose it. Therefore, this was the reason why the White Wolf World Master had mainly retracted the primordial power. A huge mouth appeared in the White Wolf Realm Lord's palm and sucked hard. The energy vortex also moved quickly. Suddenly, the White Wolf Realm Lord felt his hair stand on end. A huge crisis filled his heart. What happened? What happened? Why does the sense of danger feel so close? Experts all had an intuition for danger, so the White Wolf Realm Lord was naturally no exception. Although he was a little puzzled as to why he suddenly had such a terrified feeling. However, the White Wolf Realm Lord knew that he would not miss this intuition. Previously, he had averted danger through such danger perception many times to save his life. Therefore, without any hesitation, The White Wolf Realm Lord took out a Dharma treasure with a powerful defense attribute. Then his body retreated quickly, trying to pull away. Of course, as he retreated, he took out a stack of runes and shot them out. Not only could they slow the other party's attack, but they could also cause some lethality. The series of actions was completed in microseconds. There was no doubt about the reaction speed of the Primordial Realm expert. After doing all of this, the White Wolf Realm Lord heaved a sigh of relief. After all, in the vast universe, he had faced countless life and death crises. Therefore, he made this stress response very skillfully and in one go. You reacted quite quickly, but do you think you can escape this? It was Zhou Han's lazy voice, emitting endless coldness and killing intent. What? It's you. How can a mere star-grade weakling like you resist the strangulation of my energy vortex? Hearing this, the White Wolf Realm Lord was shocked. He never expected Zhou Han to be still alive. Not only was he alive, but he was standing in front of him unscathed. There were no injuries at all. This meant that his energy vortex was actually useless. This shocked the White Wolf Realm Lord and made it difficult to accept. It completely subverted his understanding. A Stargrade could withstand the 6-star primordial power as if nothing had happened. How could he believe it? This was simply ridiculous. Too effing ridiculous. I told you, your strength disappoints me. I overestimated the 6-star primordial power. I'll give you that back. The current you is like an ant in my eyes. You're too weak. Golden light spread across Zhou Han's body. With a slight tremble, the violent energy vortex instantly collapsed, turning into countless elemental particles that were annihilated in the air. Without the envelopment of the vortex, Zhou Han's majestic figure appeared like a god of war. His aura was sharp. Impossible. How is that possible? The White Wolf Realm Lord screamed. At this moment, he instantly understood that the fatal threat just now was actually from Zhou Han. A weakling that he did not take seriously at all and never expected to erupt with such shocking power. Because he was inches away, the White Wolf Realm Lord could feel extremely heavy pressure. It was with this pressure that he was sure that Zhou Han really had the strength to easily kill him. The current him was indeed like an ant in front of Zhou Han. These words were not wrong at all. Thinking of this, the White Wolf Realm Lord felt a little bitter and panicked. Aren't you people quite arrogant? How dare you cause trouble in my territory? Everyone, stay here forever. I'll deal with you now. No one else can escape. Before Zhou Han could finish speaking, the dragon spring sword in his hand had already stabbed into the White Wolf Realm Lord's body. At such a close distance, even if the White Wolf Realm Lord had extreme reaction speed and flying speed, he could not dodge at all. After all, Zhou Han was not slow. The time he was enveloped by the energy vortex just now did not destroy it immediately. It was mainly because of a notification from the system. This was because the energy vortex was filled with primordial power. Zhou Han's body was actually constantly tempered by the primordial power and became stronger. This discovery pleasantly surprised him. After understanding it, he realized that this tempering effect was impossible for others. Because Zhou Han had obtained 1 in a million creation jade disc, he had such magical power. The effect of the tempering was also very shocking. In just a few seconds, Zhou Han's defense had increased by more than 1 billion. This discovery pleasantly surprised him. This happiness came suddenly. At this moment, Zhou Han knew the power of the creation jade disc and many unknown magical effects, waiting for his exploration and discovery. This was only 1 in a million. If he obtained more power from the creation jade disc, he believed that it would bring more surprises. Therefore, Zhou Han would definitely not miss such an opportunity to temper his body. Wouldn't it be good to farm defense instead of destroying the energy vortex? However, this situation did not last long before the White Wolf Realm Lord began to recover the primordial power. Zhou Han could only give up and hide his aura. Relying on the cover of the energy vortex, he was inches away from the White Wolf Realm Lord. Of course, he wouldn't miss such an opportunity to kill. At this distance, it was simply too easy to ambush. I'm unwilling. A miserable cry came from the White Wolf Realm Lord. The Dharma treasure in front of him naturally could not withstand Zhou Han's attack. Although this Dharma treasure could provide a huge defense, in the face of true damage, no matter how high the defense value was, it was useless. As the Dharma treasure shattered, the White Wolf Realm Lord's body was pierced. The powerful life force was quickly lost. The violent sword aura poured into the White Wolf Realm Lord's body, constantly destroying it. The Dragon Spring Sword had the special effect of ignoring resurrection and invincibility. Even though the White Wolf Realm Lord had many trump cards, they were useless. He was directly killed, leaving endless regret. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Realm Lord, White Wolf Realm Lord. You have obtained 39 trillion experience points, 15 sovereign golden runes, 3 sovereign grade Dharma treasures, 5 sovereign grade equipment, 1 sovereign grade pill, 1 primordial spirit crystal, special items. Primordial spirit crystal? Zhou Han acutely saw the information on the combat interface, and his eyes immediately lit up. He could not help but be a little excited. That's right. As expected, it's the primordial spirit crystal. In order to be afraid that he had seen it wrongly, Zhou Han confirmed it again. His gaze converged on a fist-sized bead. The bead emitted a white light, but soon the white light changed to red. Then it became orange and green again. All kinds of colors kept changing. It looked very strange, especially the mysterious aura that spewed out. Zhou Han could clearly sense the vast and pure energy fluctuation inside. It had an incomparably heavy feeling that was extremely intoxicating. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. This is the second primordial realm expert I killed, and it already dropped the primordial spirit crystal. However, the only pity is that I can't enjoy the increase of 100 times in the ancient abyss. Otherwise, I would have obtained 100 primordial spirit crystals now. Zhou Han sighed regretfully in his heart. He had no choice. The 100-fold reward enhancement could only take effect in the extreme ice divine domain. It could not take effect elsewhere. Damn, what did I see? That werewolf is dead. He was killed by boss. At this moment, the 9 Netherlords' shocked words came. He never expected Zhou Han's strength to increase to such a level after not seeing him for more than 2 years. To think that he was filled with despair previously and thought that Zhou Han was too impulsive. Ha ha ha, what a slap in the face. Boss is not impulsive. It's because he doesn't take these people seriously that he has such confidence. The Yellow Spring Lord said excitedly. When he saw Zhou Han insta-kill his opponent, he had a fanatical admiration. He was really too lucky to be his lackey. It was difficult not to take off. At this moment, Jiang Yanran was also so shocked that she could not close her legs. Was this still the Zhou Han she knew? This growth speed was too heaven-defying. He could even kill a primordial realm expert so easily. This was because 2 years ago, the Zhou Han in their eyes had not advanced to the sovereign grade. Even if he fought above his level, he could not reach the divine emperor realm. However, everything had changed now. Zhou Han's super powerful talent brought unprecedented shock again. In front of them, it was like an insurmountable mountain that could only be looked up to. It was actually so weak in Zhou Han's hands. The entire killing process was so fast and easy. From this, it could be seen that the combat strength Zhou Han displayed had not reached his limit. The few of them instantly made such an analysis, their faces flickering with excited smiles. The benefits of having such an invincible backer could be imagined. Boss, you're too F-King brave. I'm willing to call you the strongest. The 9 Netherlord recovered from his shock and shouted excitedly. The despair and fear on his face had long disappeared. Although there were still 8 powerful primordial realm experts, he had absolute confidence in his boss, Zhou Han. After all, the scene of the insta-kill just now was still vivid in his mind. Boss, you can do it. These guys slaughtered many of our lackeys. 3 more lords were cruelly killed by them. Boss, please avenge us. The Yellow Spring Lord also shouted loudly. The other 3 lords were close friends who had fought alongside them back then, so they were naturally very anxious to take revenge. Previously, they thought that Zhou Han was not strong enough, so they could only keep quiet and bury their hatred in the depths of their hearts. Now, Zhou Han's heaven-defying combat strength made them see the hope of revenge. Don't worry, I'll deal with the remaining 8. Let our dead brothers die with us. Hearing the shouts, Zhou Han nodded, although he did not have any deep feelings for these dead lackeys. However, these arrogant fellows dared to invade their territory. Zhou Han's vengeful personality was definitely 10 times better. Zhou Han, you really gave us a big surprise. I didn't expect a star-grade trash like you to obtain a trace of the power of the creation jade disc. A cold voice came from the Black Panther Realm Lord. It was difficult to hide the burning desire in his tone, because Zhou Han was too close to the White Wolf Realm Lord just now. Therefore, when Zhou Han attacked, the other 8 Primordial Realm experts did not react. He could only watch helplessly as the White Wolf Realm Lord was insta-killed. Of course, the most important thing was that Zhou Han's attack speed was very fast. It was not the speed of a Stargrade weakling at all. Coupled with the fact that these experts did not care, Zhou Han's killing process did not encounter any obstruction. What a blessing from the heavens. We actually encountered the power of the creation Jade Disc. A huge opportunity is waiting for us. The Dragon Elephant Realm Lord was extremely excited and said loudly. Clearly, Zhou Han had just mobilized 1 in a million of the power of the creation Jade Disc. Although it was an instantaneous attack, it could not escape the sharp perception of these Primordial Realm experts. Kid, be honest. How did you obtain the power of the creation Jade Disc? If you confess, I can be merciful and spare your dog life. The Blue Rat Realm Lord could not hold back anymore and erupted with a terrifying aura as he questioned loudly. Clearly, they wanted to obtain more information about the creation Jade Disc. After all, the creation Jade Disc was the strongest treasure in this universe. It was a top-notch Dharma treasure that countless experts flocked to and wanted to control. Once he obtained the power of the creation Jade Disc, even if it was just a trace, his strength would definitely advance by leaps and bounds, as if the gods were helping him. The more he controlled, the stronger the combat strength he could unleash. It was not difficult to dominate the universe. This was a shortcut that could make ordinary people become super experts in a single leap. It was a shortcut for super experts to reach the peak. The higher the realm, the stronger the power of the creation Jade Disc. Therefore, facing such extreme temptation, how could the 8 Primordial Realm experts not be excited? Do you think you're worthy of knowing information about the creation Jade Disc? You weaklings really don't know your place at all. Facing the pressure released by the 8 of them, the fluctuating defensive light barrier on Zhou Han's body directly blocked all kinds of auras and mocked disdainfully. After all, this was how they mocked Zhou Han just now. He gave them a taste of their own medicine. Hee. Kid, don't make a mistake. Do you think you have the right to challenge us just because you killed that trash, White Wolf? The Dragon Elephant Realm Lord sneered. He naturally did not have a good expression after being underestimated by a Stargrade Junior. He's just the weakest of us. The difference between every star of the primordial power controlled is greatly suppressed. We're not as simple as the 6-star primordial power. That's why I believe you're a smart person who knows how to make the right choice. The Black Panther Realm Lord added threateningly. If not for the fact that he wanted to obtain information about the creation Jade Disc from Zhou Han, he definitely wouldn't waste his breath here. He would have attacked long ago. However, for the sake of the creation Jade Disc and his ambition to dominate the universe, the Black Panther Realm Lord could only endure his impatience and persuade Zhou Han. In that case, the other party wouldn't make the wrong decision impulsively. This way, the Black Panther Realm Lord could not maximize the benefits. He did not want to lose information about the creation Jade Disc. Boy, tell me now. There's a limit to our patience. Don't be effing ungrateful. Red Dog Realm Lord bared his teeth, revealing his sharp fangs, and urged fiercely. Damn, are you going to tell me or not? You have 10 seconds. At this moment, Zhou Han did not say a word. He stood there quietly and looked at the 8 primordial realm experts as if he was looking at a fool. As expected, these guys had long lost their usual rationality in the face of the violent temptation of the creation Jade Disc. Their eyes flickered with fanatical greed. There was no longer the demeanor of an expert. This made Zhou Han feel quite interested. Boss, this kid won't submit easily without using some methods. Why don't we cut off all his meridians first before torturing him ruthlessly? I don't believe he won't confess. The Black Snake Realm Lord's triangular eyes flickered with a ferocious glint as he said viciously. Yes, that's a good suggestion. You, Wild Lion, and Red Dog, attack together. Remember, be gentle. You'll be killed. Among the 8 experts, the black-robed man called Boss said hoarsely. He had witnessed Zhou Han killing the White Wolf Realm Lord just now. Therefore, to be safe, they directly sent 3 people to attack Zhou Han. Among the 3 of them, the Wild Lion Realm Lord's combat strength was the strongest. He controlled the 10-star primordial power and was only a step away from advancing to the true God grade. Black Snake Realm Lord and Red Dog Realm Lord both controlled powerful existences with 9-star primordial power. Any one of these three could easily insta-kill the White Wolf Realm Lord with the 6-star primordial power. After all, the unit star was a very terrifying unit of measurement. It represented the energy contained in a standard planet. Therefore, with every additional star of primordial power, there was a huge difference in strength. This was also why Red Dog Realm Lord and the others could beat the White Wolf Realm Lord. When these three people were combined, they were definitely a very terrifying force. Even against an ordinary true God-grade expert, he could fight head-on for a while. The black-robed man had considered this arrangement. Capturing Zhou Han was definitely foolproof. No matter how heaven-defying a star grade was, could he reach the true God grade? Yes, boss, the Black Snake Realm Lord said respectfully. However, he did not think much of it. Was there a need to send 3 people to deal with such a weakling? In his opinion, he could settle it alone. Originally, when the Black Snake Realm Lord suggested this strategy, he wanted to attack alone and take all the credit. However, now that the credit was about to be divided into 3, it made him a little unhappy. Of course, this was only what he was thinking. He naturally did not dare to show any abnormality on his face. Good. Let's move. I'll be the main attacker. The 2 of you flank him. After the Wild Lion Realm Lord received the black-robed man's order, he quickly revealed the attack plan. He had super combat strength with the 10-star primordial power and was the second expert in this group. He directly took on the heavy responsibility of attacking. Such credit was simply free. It would be a waste not to take it. The Black Snake Realm Lord and the Red Dog Realm Lord could only agree helplessly. After all, their combat strength was indeed greatly different from the Wild Lion Realm Lord. Oh, all 3 of you. Do you think this is foolproof? Sensing the violent wind, the Wild Lion Realm Lord had already launched a fierce attack. Zhou Han looked up and said calmly after checking the attribute data of the 3 of them. The 3 of them surrounded him. They were indeed very strong, but they still did not pose much of a threat to him. Who are you looking down on with this bit of strength? I suggest the 8 of you attack together. Zhou Han chuckled. The power in his body instantly circulated quickly under his will. Lightning surged and the 9 tribulations rumbled. This was because, under the prying of the starry sky perception, Zhou Han could see some of the Wild Lion Realm Lord's weaknesses. The other party's lightning attribute resistance was relatively weak. Therefore, Zhou Han chose the best solution. He was a controller of all attributes. It was simply too easy to use his attributes to restrain his opponent. Of course, this effect was also inseparable from the power of starry sky sensing. Previously, it was very difficult for his appraisal skill to detect the target's weakness. Starry sky perception could do it. This passive effect was still very powerful in battle. It could unleash twice the effect with half the effort and cause the greatest damage to the enemy with the least energy. Kid, you're really a little arrogant. After killing that trash, White Wolf, do you think you're invincible? Watch how I crush you with one hand. The Wild Lion Realm Lord roared. Clearly, Zhou Han's arrogant words ignited his anger. It made him furious. This feeling of being ignored was unacceptable to a super expert like him. He activated Berserk. Wild Lion, are you effing going to insta-kill this kid? When the Black Snake Realm Lord saw the blood-red ripples surging on the Mad Lion Realm Lord's body, it was clearly a sign that he had begun to go berserk, so he hurriedly reminded him. After all, once Zhou Han was killed, the information about the Creation Jade Disc would be interrupted. His dream of dominating the universe was shattered. Although they had methods to extract the power of the Creation Jade Disc from Zhou Han, compared to that trace of power, their goal was more than that. Obtaining more power of the Creation Jade Disc was what they pursued. Otherwise, they would not have spent so much effort. They would have killed Zhou Han long ago and extracted power from his corpse. Damn, Wild Lion is good at everything, but he gets carried away too easily. He has already controlled the 10-star primordial power. In his violent state, he will unleash the power of a true god for a short period of time. Zhou Han can't even withstand one move. Red Dog Realm Lord also said anxiously. He could only stay where he was and be anxious. After all, he was assisting from the flank and was even further away from Zhou Han. It was already too late to stop the Wild Lion Realm Lord's attack. Moreover, even if he had time to block it. At this moment, the other party could not withstand it at all in his berserk state. Berserk lion misled me. After all these years, you haven't improved at all. Brainless fool. The black-robed man, who was originally calm and composed as he sat cross-legged in the void, opened his eyes and saw everything that happened. His mouth was crooked with anger. He cursed angrily. This was an excellent opportunity to become a peak expert. If he obtained a large amount of information about the creation jade disc, no one could stop his powerful rise. However, now, such a heaven-sent opportunity was actually going to be personally destroyed by his lackey. It was reasonable for the black-robed man to instantly break through his defense. It all happened in a flash. The Wild Lion Realm Lord's entire body was filled with a monstrous bloodlight that swept with a violent aura as it charged towards Zhou Han. Behind him, there were two huge phantoms that looked like lions, but they were clearly not ordinary lions. They had an endless bloodthirsty aura that spread over them. One was condensed from the black mist, the other from blood. Every one of them was 10,000 feet tall. The vast primordial power was wantonly noisy. This berserk talent is indeed something. In 10 seconds, it directly increased the strength of his true body. Zhou Han focused slightly. He had appraised just now that this was berserk. It was the racial talent of the Wild Lion Realm Lord. Unexpectedly, the other party used it as soon as they started fighting. After all, using this talent would cause some side effects to the body. It seemed that the other party was really furious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Facing the short, true God-grade power of the Wild Lion Realm Lord, Zhou Han had no choice but to deal with it carefully. Although the true God grade and the Realm Lord grade were only one level apart, the strength of the two was incomparable. They could be said to be worlds apart. According to the classification of realms, after controlling the 11-star primordial power, he would automatically advance to the true God realm. The current Wild Lion Realm Lord relied on his violent talent to condense and enhance his 10-star primordial power to the strength of 11-star. Therefore, in these 10 seconds, he was a true God-grade expert. 10 seconds was not a short time. He could fight countless times. Therefore, the violent attacks that followed could be imagined. In that case, let me test the strength of a true God, Zhou Han said in a low voice. The power of the creation jade disc that had long circulated rapidly in his body gushed out. It fused perfectly with the lightning and emitted a shocking power. This was the magical power of the creation jade disc. Facing any energy, it could perfectly fuse. Then, this elemental attribute would receive a terrifying enhancement effect. Through observation, Zhou Han knew that the primordial power also had such a fusion effect. However, be it the multiplier of the enhancement or the hidden special effect, it could not be compared to the power of the creation jade disc. It was precisely because the power of the creation jade disc firmly suppressed the primordial power that Zhou Han was not afraid and directly faced the current true God grade Wild Lion Realm Lord. One was his confidence in the creation jade disc. Secondly, he wanted to test his true limit. Although this was a little risky, Zhou Han did not panic at all when he thought of the many trump cards he had. In your berserk state, you're nothing much. A star grade against a true God grade is really exciting. Zhou Han smiled calmly. In front of him, 100,000 feet of thunderclouds instantly accumulated. The explosive lightning dyed the surrounding 5,000 kilometers purple. The thunder roar shock was endless. Thunder Emperor, divine meteor. Today, you, a true god, will die here. With Zhou Han's furious roar, the 10,000 feet thick lightning turned into a purple spear. The spear was already more than 1,000,000 feet long. The spearhead was extremely sharp, and countless small lightning vortexes gathered on it. Countless patterns were engraved on the spear. If one looked carefully, these patterns looked like ancient thunder beasts. At this moment, under Zhou Han's summoning, they were all activated. An intimidating light erupted. Countless thunder beasts erupted with furious roars. Destructive lightning arcs rose and fell under their furious roars and kept exploding. At this moment, Zhou Han waved his hand gently, and the purple spear flew out. The sky shook, and mountains and rivers shattered. This terrifying kinetic energy overwhelmed the entire world. I didn't expect you to control the power of lightning. Although my lightning attribute resistance is a little weak, A weak person like you can't harm me at all. After seeing Zhou Han release violent lightning, the Wild Lion Realm Lord was only a little surprised. However, he did not take it to heart. After all, he was only at the temporary true god grade now. In the face of absolute power, as long as he maintained his attack, the lightning could not touch his body at all. Therefore, there was no need to worry too much. Double Lion Heaven Splitter. Soon, you'll be torn into countless pieces. The Wild Lion Realm Lord's eyes were scarlet. As he roared, the two 10,000 feet demon lion kings he summoned. Its incomparably huge body, one black and one red, bit at Zhou Han at extreme speed. You want to hurt me? Ask my lightning spear first if you agree. Zhou Han smiled, and with a thought, the purple spear he had condensed just now ruthlessly killed the two demon lion kings. The power to break through the sky shocked the heavens, and the thunder broke through the enemy's momentum. The lightning moved first, and the spear shot out like a dragon. The thunder beasts on the spear were completely activated. All of them emitted a ferocious aura and were the first to kill the two demon lion kings. Roar. Lowly ant, how can I be injured by you? A furious roar and disdainful words came from the mouths of the two demon lion kings, shaking for 1,000 miles with monstrous power. They spat out circles of light. As long as the thunder beast touched these halos, it would directly disappear from the spot, as if it had been teleported to another space. Soon, a large number of thunder beasts disappeared from the spot, causing the power of the Thunder Emperor Divine Meteor to be unable to be fully unleashed. The originally incomparably fierce attack was greatly obstructed by this strange circle of light. This was also beyond Zhou Han's expectations. He never expected that the experts in the universe did have many special methods. The sovereign grade skill, Thunder Emperor, Divine Meteor, was synthesized. Then, Zhou Han also enhanced it. With its extreme output ability, it vividly displayed the characteristics of violent, invincible, and unstoppable lightning. Therefore, Zhou Han had great confidence in using this skill. However, the current problem was that the halo used by the Demon Lion King made the violent lightning power unable to touch the target at all. Ha! How is it? This is my powerful strength. You can't be my match. The powerful difference in strength is not something a weak star grade like you can cross. The Wild Lion Realm Lord crossed his arms and stood in the void, mocking loudly. Seeing Zhou Han's attack fail, he was very happy. After all, Zhou Han's arrogance just now made the Wild Lion Realm Lord extremely unhappy. Now that he had the upper hand and suppressed Zhou Han, he seemed to be at ease. Phew, that was close. Zhou Han was not insta-killed. After the black-robed man witnessed this scene, he heaved a sigh of relief. Berserk Lion hasn't completely lost his mind. Looks like I'd better prepare to slowly play with Zhou Han. This is good too. As long as Zhou Han doesn't die, there's no harm in him playing. Torture him ruthlessly. I'm not afraid that Zhou Han won't confess everything. The black-robed man muttered to himself with a smile. Zhou Han was related to the information about the creation Jade Disc, and he would not allow anything to happen. Now it seemed that everything was going according to plan. After the humiliation and torture of the Wild Lion Realm Lord, there would be a higher chance of obtaining information about the creation Jade Disc. Damn, you scared me to death. Fortunately, Zhou Han is not dead, Black Panther said with lingering fear. The opportunity to become a top expert was right in front of him. If he missed it like this, one could imagine how broken his mentality would be. That's right. Fortunately, Wild Lion used the double Lion Heaven Splitter to control and deal damage. If I use a move with full damage output, Zhou Han will definitely no longer exist, the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord said firmly. As a companion, the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord knew this move very well. These spat-out halos were a control effect. At the same time, it was equivalent to defense. In that case, they did not attack Zhou Han immediately. There was no risk of the other party being killed. Where did this halo come from? Why does it have such a powerful effect? Half of the thunder beasts summoned by Boss have already disappeared from this space. The 9 Nether Lord had been staring at this battle intently. Originally, when they saw Zhou Han's super combat strength like a god of war, they were all convinced. However, the halo spat out from the Demon Lion King's mouth made him worry. This was because he had never seen this strange effect before. Even Zhou Han's violent attacks were slowed down. From this, it could be seen that this thing was not simple. What? Zhou Han should have a way to resolve it. You definitely won't submit just like that, Jiang Yanran said. At this moment, she could not help. After all, her combat strength was too weak. The only thing she could do was support Zhou Han. He believed that he could constantly create miracles and turn the tables. After all, this man could always bring an unprecedented shock. Wasn't it just now? He easily killed the White Wolf Realm Lord with the 6-star primordial power. Now, it was not impossible to bring another huge shock. Yes, boss can definitely do it. In the future, we still have to dominate the universe under their lead, the Yellow Spring Lord said in agreement. However, they were not very confident. After all, they were not fools. Although he did not know what level this power was, through aura and energy fluctuations, it was easy to make a comparison. At this moment, the combat strength displayed by the Wild Lion Realm Lord far exceeded that of the White Wolf Realm Lord. The difference in strength between the two was definitely more than one level. Therefore, it was normal for them to have such worries and lack of confidence. It was mainly because the pressure brought by the Wild Lion Realm Lord was too powerful. This is a dimensional halo. It's a high-level spatial secret technique. Through the mysterious spatial power, it can transfer all objects that touch the halo into the dimension. How can it be easy to crack this spatial secret technique? When the Blue Moon Realm Lord heard the conversation of the 9 Nether Lord and the others, he immediately sneered. That's right. It's precisely with the powerful special effect of this dimensional halo that Wild Lion can firmly suppress us. Not only is this spatial power profound, but the effect it can unleash is simply unbelievable. The Black Panther Realm Lord echoed. He agreed with the Blue Moon Realm Lord very much. Previously, he was a little unconvinced. The second-rank Berserk Lion Realm Lord had once issued a challenge. At that time, it was under the obstruction of this dimensional halo that he died. Therefore, he was convinced of the strength of the Wild Lion Realm Lord. He had an incomparably deep understanding of the other party's strength. After all, he had experienced it himself. The Black Panther Realm Lord had the most right to speak. I have to say that Zhou Han is indeed something. With just the star grade, he can still withstand tens of millions of attacks from the Wild Lion Realm Lord. This kid is really amazing. What kind of talent does he have to have such a performance? The Dragon Elephant Realm Lord sighed and locked his gaze on Zhou Han, wanting to discover some secrets from him. After all, a star-grade weakling had such violent combat strength. It was definitely impossible not to have a special opportunity. Unfortunately, the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord did not have skills like appraisal and could not see through Zhou Han's secrets at all. This kid is filled with secrets. I really want to know how he has the strength to fight above his level, the Black Panther Realm Lord said faintly. If a Realm Lord grade expert came to obtain the other party's secrets, the combat strength they could unleash would definitely be much stronger than the power unleashed by a star-grade expert. The greed in his heart was self-evident. Other than knowing information about the creation jade disc, this kid definitely has other secrets. Moreover, I reckon there's more than one, the Blue Moon Realm Lord said with extreme certainty. After all, just a trace of the power of the creation jade disc could not unleash such combat strength. This was also the basis of the Blue Moon Realm Lord's speculation. Why are you thinking so much? In less than 3 seconds, Zhou Han will be captured alive by Wild Lion. At that time, everyone will use ruthless methods to greet him. Zhou Han's secrets naturally belong to us. The Black Snake Realm Lord smiled sinisterly. When he thought of this in his eyes, he could not help but be extremely excited. Very good. I'm looking forward to it. Tisk. TSK. Soon, I'll be able to become a top expert too. Damn, it's like a dream. Take off. In the future, we brothers will have the final say in the entire universe. Then, they were all immersed in joy and began to look forward to the beautiful life of dominating the universe in the future. After all, they were absolutely confident in the dimensional halo released by the Wild Lion Realm Lord. Therefore, the outcome of the battle was destined that no accidents would happen. Of course, this was just their arrogance. Kid, what other methods do you have? Use them. The powerful spatial power of the dimensional halo is not something trash like you can comprehend. A mere weakling dares to be arrogant. I'll let you know what true cruelty is today. At this moment, The Wild Lion Realm Lord laughed wildly because 80% of the thunder beasts that filled the sky had already disappeared. The power of the lightning suddenly decreased greatly. The aura from before was gone. In his eyes, it was no longer much of a threat. Although the Wild Lion Realm Lord said ruthlessly, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If all this violent lightning struck him, he wasn't confident enough to withstand it. After all, he was not a fool. The Wild Lion Realm Lord sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations contained in the lightning clearly. However, it turned out that he had made the right decision. He would attack as a defense. As long as he blocked the power of the lightning in advance and destroyed it, it would not cause any damage to him. The current situation was as he had expected. Through the magical effect of the dimensional halo, it ruthlessly suppressed Zhou Han. The advantage was firmly in his hands. I have to admit that this is indeed a very brilliant spatial secret technique. However, this bit of cultivation is not enough to stump me. Looking at the Wild Lion Realm Lord's incomparably smug expression, Zhou Han's expression was calm as he said indifferently. Ever since he saw the dimensional halo, Zhou Han had felt the rich spatial power inside. Therefore, this must be a spatial secret technique. He immediately mobilized the spatial power he controlled and quickly analyzed this dimensional halo. Soon, he understood the mysteries. After all, the spatial power that Zhou Han controlled was extraordinary. Moreover, the sovereign-grade fashioned starry sky mythology could make his comprehension deeper. Previously, Zhou Han had only enhanced it 50 times, but it already had extraordinary special effects. Now, the starry sky mythology fashion had been enhanced 100 times. Therefore, Zhou Han's control of spatial power could be imagined. This was also why he dared to say such a thing to the Wild Lion Realm Lord. It was mainly because he was filled with confidence. It was not difficult for Zhou Han to crack the dimensional halo. Kid, you're about to die, but you still dare to talk nonsense. Not to mention you. Even an eternal true God-grade expert can't guarantee that they can crack the dimensional halo released by the Demon Lion King. Don't you think it's ridiculous for you to say such a thing? The Wild Lion Realm Lord did not think much of Zhou Han's words. He smiled proudly and said disdainfully. This was because he knew that spatial power was not so easy to control. This had little to do with one's realm. Instead, it was whether one had enough talent in space to understand the mysteries of space. Even if one was lucky enough to control it, it was very difficult to cultivate it to a high level. Reaching the level of the Demon Lion King was not something that could be achieved through hard work. That was why the Wild Lion Realm Lord was so confident and did not believe that Zhou Han had such ability. All right, watch carefully. Soon you'll know that you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. After Zhou Han finished speaking, he directly circulated spatial power. Countless invisible ripples appeared, and ripples appeared in the air. It looked like a slight tremor, but it contained the power of destruction. In an instant, countless fragments tore through the sky. Under the impact of spatial power, it was on the verge of collapse and could not bear the burden. You can actually control spatial power? The Wild Lion Realm Lord was shocked. He was definitely a Realm Lord-grade expert. At the same time that the invisible wave swept over, he determined that this was spatial power. Not bad. You have good eyesight. Next, you will witness the dimensional halo become unable to withstand a single blow from this power. Zhou Han smiled, his expression extremely cold. So what if you have control of spatial power? The profundity of the dimensional halo is beyond your imagination. The Wild Lion Realm Lord had a bad feeling, but he still forced himself to be calm and provoked. He bet that Zhou Han would not be able to control the deep-level spatial power. However, the outcome was destined to disappoint him. Break! As Zhou Han roared, invisible energy fluctuations condensed like a vast sea. All the spatial power surged and wreaked havoc. Under Zhou Han's control, it completely poured out. It hit the dimensional halo hard. Crack! 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 The cracking sound kept resounding in the sky. The originally incomparably magical dimensional halo instantly exploded one after another without any resistance. They turned into white lights and were annihilated in the air. What? How is that possible? You actually controlled such powerful spatial power? The Wild Lion Realm Lord was shocked and screamed, his eyes flickering with shock and disbelief. He never expected this weak star grade to show extraordinary power again. With this strength, no one would question it if it was at the true god grade. This was the first time the Wild Lion Realm Lord had encountered such abnormal talent in countless years. The Wild Lion dimensional halo was broken just like that? It's even a small star grade. The Blue Moon Realm Lord felt his face burn. He had been extremely sure of the power of this dimensional halo just now. However, it had only been a few seconds. Where was the dimensional halo in the sky? It had already been completely destroyed by Zhou Han. At first, we underestimated Zhou Han's strength. Looks like he's not just a star grade. We have to treat him as a top realm lord or even a true god, the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord said with a solemn expression. As he spoke, the other experts no longer looked as relaxed as before. Clearly, they had already treated Zhou Han as an opponent of the same level. The Wild Lion has lost. The black-robed man's hoarse voice sounded. One could not tell his exact emotions. Sure enough, everyone looked over. The purple spear pierced through the sky. Lightning roared with destructive power and directly pierced through the Wild Lion Realm Lord's body. In the next moment, countless lightning arcs erupted with terrifying destructive power and bombarded the Wild Lion Realm Lord's body. This was because 10 seconds of Berserk time had passed. The Berserk Lion Realm Lord's current combat strength plummeted. The power of a true god disappeared, and he returned to the strength of the 10-star primordial power. Moreover, due to the side effects of the Berserk state, he was a little weak. Therefore, facing the violent attack of Zhou Han's sovereign-grade skill, Thunder Emperor, Divine Meteor, he was instantly crushed and helpless. The shortcoming of weak lightning attribute resistance was constantly magnified. Under the bite of the thunder beasts that swarmed over like a tide, the Wild Lion Realm Lord finally could not take it anymore, and his body disintegrated into countless fragments. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a 10-star Realm Lord, Mad Lion Realm Lord. You have obtained 92 trillion experience points and dropped an item. A large amount of dazzling light erupted from the shattered corpse of the Wild Lion Realm Lord. They were all sovereign-grade items. After all, he would become a true god-grade expert one step further. This drop rate naturally would not disappoint. The only pity is that no primordial spirit crystal dropped. Zhou Han sighed slightly. Previously, when he killed the White Wolf Realm Lord, the primordial spirit crystal dropped, making him mistakenly think that the drop rate of the primordial spirit crystal was quite good. However, in fact, as a more precious item, how could it drop so easily? Awesome, as expected of our boss. He's strong. The Nine Netherlord looked at Zhou Han's confident figure and shouted excitedly. Yes, I knew boss would sweep away all obstacles. There's no need to explain a fierce life. The Yellow Spring Lord echoed. He felt very relieved after killing the two experts. At this moment, the Black Snake Realm Lord still had a lingering fear and felt lucky. He saw the scene of the Wild Lion Realm Lord being killed. After all, as an auxiliary attacker, the Black Snake Realm Lord was the closest. His perception of power in battle was extremely clear. It was precisely because of this that he felt extremely afraid. Previously, he still wanted to kill Zhou Han alone to make a contribution. Now, he was very glad that he did not fight Zhou Han alone. Otherwise, he would be the one blasted to pieces now. Boss, what do we do now? Let the few of us attack together to deal with Zhou Han. Red Dog Realm Lord looked at the black-robed man and asked for his opinion. After all, the pressure Zhou Han brought was too strong. They no longer dared to let their guard down, so launching a siege was the best way. The few of you are far from Zhou Han's match. Even if you attack together, it's useless. It's just increasing casualties. The black-robed man reached out to stop them and spoke. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. Although they were unwilling to admit it, that was the truth, making everyone speechless. A group of Realm Lord grade experts could not compare to a mere star grade. This was simply too humiliating. It made them blush in embarrassment. However, in the current situation, there was indeed nothing they could do. They were just powerless and furious. Therefore, leave the rest to me. Let me end Zhou Han myself. I, the Heavenly River Power King, am also a famous person in the universe. It's also an honor to die under my hands. The black-robed man, the Heavenly River Power King, said nonchalantly. His expression was very calm. It was obvious that he had absolute confidence in his strength. With that, the black robe on his body exploded at the same time. His burly figure was all revealed, and his explosive muscles bulged, filled with extreme strength. The Heavenly River Power King turned his head and stretched his muscles. Immediately, crackling sounds sounded like muffled thunder, and his fierce aura was revealed. "Sigh, it's all our fault for being incompetent. Boss, I'm simply too ashamed to let you do it yourself. However, you have to count it. I'm afraid Zhou Han won't be able to withstand a single blow from you." The Dragon Elephant Realm Lord bragged excitedly. "That's right, boss. It's been a long time since we've seen you attack. We're really looking forward to it. I wonder how far you've grown." The Black Panther Realm Lord hurriedly rushed over to flatter him. "Sigh, my advancement has been too slow recently. I've wasted my time. I only control the 12-star primordial power." The Heavenly River Power King smiled and said very casually, "After all, after entering the true God realm, every additional star of primordial power would require an incomparably huge effort. With the 12-star primordial power, he could crush many true God-grade experts." Sure enough, everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. "Strong. Boss, you're really too strong. As expected of our boss. This talent is really amazing. There will definitely be a spot for our boss in the future universe overlord position. Of course, after obtaining the creation jade disc, our boss will have the final say in the universe. When the time comes, brothers can also drink some soup. How wonderful." Everyone began to brag. After all, if they bragged well now, they would obtain more rewards later. That was why they went all out and bragged. "Are you going to do it yourself? Good. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I can't wait to fight a true God-grade expert." Seeing the burly Heavenly River Power King walking over slowly, Zhou Han said happily, his eyes flickering with huge battle intent. Before the battle began, Zhou Han had already noticed the existence of the Heavenly River Power King. He appraised that the other party was at the true divine grade, and even controlled the 12-star primordial power. Now that he saw that his lackey could not be dealt with, the Heavenly River Power King could only attack personally. This was a true God-grade expert. He was not someone the Wild Lion Realm Lord could compare to after temporarily advancing to the true God grade. Be it the power of control, combat technique, or the exclusive divine power of the true God grade, the Heavenly River Power King far exceeded the Wild Lion Realm Lord. The so-called exclusive divine power was the symbol of a true divine grade expert. That was the fundamental reason why they were so powerful. This was because only by reaching the true God grade could one comprehend divine powers. Realm Lords were not qualified. Through the analysis of the Heavenly River Power King attribute panel, Zhou Han could also roughly understand some information about divine powers. Divine powers were an extremely powerful secret technique that was comprehended during the cultivation of the primordial power. It combined the vastness of the primordial power and the profundity of the rules of heaven and earth. A powerful divine power could destroy a planet or even a galaxy. Therefore, how could Zhou Han not be excited to fight such a super expert? During the battle, Zhou Han would obtain more combat experience, be it his increase in strength or the comprehension of his own cultivation technique. They could all bring great help. It could also stimulate his greatest potential. How could Zhou Han miss such benefits? Although I don't know where your confidence comes from, you won't have a chance this time. You might never be able to imagine the power of a true god. The Heavenly River Power King spoke proudly as he slowly walked forward. With the deaths of his previous two subordinates, he was sufficiently cautious of Zhou Han. Although the other party was only a small star grade, he could not stay idle. His two subordinates were a lesson to learn from. Although he kept mocking him, the Heavenly River Power King kept releasing his divine sense to investigate Zhou Han. To find Zhou Han's flaws and weaknesses, he would wait for an opportunity to kill him in one strike. The strong all planned and acted. Their ability to seize opportunities was extraordinary. After all, experts who could live for so long were not fools. The Heavenly River Power King knew the principle of a lion hunting a rabbit very well. Moreover, Zhou Han was not just as simple as a rabbit. If there was any mistake, what awaited him would be eternal damnation. Unfortunately, the Heavenly River Power King did not have the special effect of Zhou Han's starry sky perception. After looking at it for a long time, he was just lonely and did not find any flaws in Zhou Han. After all, Zhou Han controlled all attributes. It could be said that there was no obvious weakness. How is it? Have you seen enough? Aren't you going to attack? I didn't expect you, the Heavenly River Power King, to act so cowardly. Zhou Han knew very well that the other party's divine sense was constantly scanning. He didn't care and directly mocked. He naturally wanted to anger the Heavenly River Power King by saying such provocative words. This was just a common method in battle. Although it was simple, sometimes it worked wonders. However, the experienced Heavenly River Power King was still very rational. With a lot of combat experience, there was no emotional fluctuation at all. Hee, since I can't find your flaw, I'll defeat you head-on. Soon, you will die under my fist. The Heavenly River Power King carried out a series of investigation methods, but in the end, he still did not find Zhou Han's weakness. He had no choice. The situation could not continue like this. Therefore, he could only attack from the front now, although the difficulty would increase slightly. The Heavenly River Power King had absolute confidence. It came from the enhancement of a true God-grade power. There was also the destructive power caused by the divine power he controlled. Once it hit the other party, it would definitely be blasted into pieces. Of course, in order to capture him alive, the Heavenly River Power King would not easily use his powerful divine power. This was because he was worried that if he released his divine power, Zhou Han would only be insta-killed. The dead Zhou Han was clearly worthless to the Heavenly River Power King. Only Zhou Han, who was alive, could play his greatest role. This included information about the creation jade disc and other secrets of the other party. After all, a mere Stargrade had displayed such powerful strength. It was definitely impossible not to have any secrets. Therefore, be it the information about the creation jade disc or Zhou Han's secrets, the Heavenly River Strength King wanted it for himself. The premise of all of this was naturally that Zhou Han had to live. Only then could he unleash his greatest value. Star River Seal. As the Heavenly River Power King roared, the muscles on his entire body quickly swelled, and waves of shocking fierce aura surged out. He was like a cosmic beast, ferocious and violent. It was a chilling fear. At the same time, in the cosmos, a large number of planets bloomed with incomparably dazzling starlight. They were dazzling and beautiful. Powerful star power spewed crazily. Clearly, these planets had established a close connection with the Heavenly River Power King. Only under the activation of his secret technique could such a scene be displayed. Zhou Han was not surprised by this because he had previously investigated that the Heavenly River Power King controlled the power of stars. There was no obvious weakness in the power of this attribute. Therefore, no matter what elements were used to fight, it was about the same. Amidst the violent roars of the Heavenly River Power King, these planets burned crazily, providing an endless stream of star power. In the sky, countless starlight vortexes of various sizes formed. The source of the gathering was the body of the Heavenly River Power King. After being replenished by starlight, his aura was even more terrifying. His height directly rose 1,000 feet, and he stood in the sky. A huge cage formed by starlight sped towards Zhou Han, wanting to restrain him. This way, the Heavenly River Power King could achieve his goal of capturing Zhou Han alive. Boss's move is indeed extremely mysterious. He has already used the power of the stars to the extreme. The Star River Seal is indeed worthy of its reputation. Red Dog Realm Lord said excitedly with a smile in his eyes. As a Realm Lord grade expert, he naturally knew this extraordinary power. The cage formed by starlight had an extremely terrifying suction force inside. It was all emitted from the four walls of the cage. This way, a little pull on the target would be imprisoned in the center of the cage and achieve a balance. It was extremely difficult to break free. Of course, the powerful power of a true god is not something we Realm Lords can estimate. The Black Panther Realm Lord echoed with a calm smile. Although their boss, the Heavenly River Power King, rarely attacked, as long as he attacked, it would definitely be easy. No accidents would happen. The current situation would definitely develop as expected. Zhou Han would be imprisoned in the center of the starlight cage. Under the restraint of various huge suction forces, it was difficult for him to move. We still have to see boss. We're really useless. We can't even do such a small thing. The strength between boss and us is increasing. He has already reached such a terrifying level. The Black Snake Realm Lord shouted in admiration. At the thought of obtaining Zhou Han's secrets later, he was so excited that he trembled. As the starlight cage flew quickly, the Heavenly River Power King naturally had more than one method. He summoned 2 Dharma treasures. They were a drop of blue seawater and a light green compass. The jade beads on them kept spinning, and powerful wind attribute power wreaked havoc on them. The drop of blue seawater directly expanded in the wind. It was originally very inconspicuous, only about a milliliter. However, it instantly turned into an ocean. Waves surged, raising waves that could reach more than 10,000 feet. A powerful water element covered the sky and wrapped around Zhou Han. The compass at the side was not idle. It kept releasing violent storms, and the wind domain filled the sky. Boss is still so stable. These 2 Dharma treasures are used to reduce Zhou Han's speed. Under the huge restrictions, it's impossible to escape the restrictions of the starlight cage. The Dragon Elephant Realm Lord kept staring at Occupy and began to analyze. That's right. The powerful water element combined with the wind element can definitely control Zhou Han. At this moment, he's like a turtle in a jar. He can only be slaughtered. The Blue Moon Realm Lord smiled coldly, as if he could see Zhou Han's sorry and despairing appearance. 2 Dharma treasures soared into the sky. The Heavenly River Strength King's huge hand also grabbed at Zhou Han at the same time. You can't escape. Be good and tell me all the secrets. The Heavenly River Power King revealed a cruel smile. Since he had launched a strong attack, a series of methods naturally poured out. He wanted to take Zhou Han down in one go. That was why he chose this control-oriented combat technique. He would use a portion of the attacks to restrict Zhou Han's movement route and then achieve his goal of imprisoning him. Do you think these control effects are useful? Zhou Han smiled disdainfully. The enhanced sovereign-grade armor on his body rippled with a faint golden ripple. Overlord Body Effect. Directly activate. As Zhou Han finished speaking, the surging 1,000-foot waves and the wind that filled the entire space. In an instant, all speed control failed. The huge wave passed through Zhou Han's body. Although it caused some damage, it could not knock him down. At this moment, Zhou Han stood there unmoving, like a towering mountain that was difficult to move. This was the powerful effect of the Overlord body. Skills could only cause damage, but they could not control his movements. Immediately after, the wind kept wreaking havoc, but it was also useless. Not only was Zhou Han's speed not restricted, but it also directly increased. He charged towards the Heavenly River Strength King's huge hand. If he shattered 2 Dharma treasures, he would definitely be attacked by the Heavenly River Power King's huge hand. Moreover, even if it was shattered, it would not cause damage to the Heavenly River Power King. It was not very meaningful. However, it was different for the attack hand. This huge hand was a part of the Heavenly River Power King's body. Once it was destroyed, it would definitely cause considerable damage. Therefore, this was also a manifestation of Zhou Han's combat experience. He directly ignored the 2 Dharma treasures. They both had relatively powerful control effects and were not outstanding in terms of output. In that case, the damage to Zhou Han was very limited. He could easily withstand this level without any problem. Uncontrollable. My Dharma treasure failed. Zhou Han, you're indeed something. I like you even more. The Heavenly River Power King looked a little surprised. Clearly, the effect of the Overlord body was not common. Even though he had been in the universe for so many years, he had not seen many such Overlord body effects. However, then his smile widened. The more unique Zhou Han displayed, the greater the benefits of obtaining his secrets. After all, the Heavenly River Power King had long treated Zhou Han as his. All the other party's secrets would belong to him. That was why he said such words. Do you like it? You'll like it even more next. Zhou Han had a smile on his face, but it was extremely cold. The Heavenly River Power King was high and mighty, as if he controlled life and death. That domineering aura made Zhou Han extremely unhappy. In that case, he would erupt with his true strength and beat the other party until he hurt and was afraid. That way, the Heavenly River Power King would not be so arrogant. Clearly, Zhou Han was best at slapping faces. Give him a taste of his own medicine. Mirror Flower Water Moon. Feel the taste of your skill too. As Zhou Han chuckled, he quickly formed hand seals and circulated the energy in his body, instantly triggering the water elements in the world. He successfully released the sovereign-grade control skill, Mirror Flower Water Moon. At this moment, a light blue water curtain stood in the sky. Waves of light circulated and rippled. Multicolored lights kept appearing on the water curtain. It was crystal clear, like a huge mirror. The special effect of the mirror flower water moon was to reflect the other party's skill once and be able to forcefully hit the target. That was why Zhou Han used the same method to address this skill. After all, this effect had the same effect. Zhou Han's current thought was to reflect the starlight cage released by the Heavenly River Power King and let the other party go to jail. Not only that, but after the mirror flower water moon was enhanced, the reflect skill could also increase its power by 10 times. In that case, it would probably be very interesting. By the way, I'll add a deep blue cage for you. Double the joy. You don't have to thank me. Zhou Han had just remembered that among water-type skills, there was another sovereign grade one called the deep blue cage. Coincidentally, it was also a cage-type binding skill that could be used now. Since you, the Heavenly River Power King, want to play, I, Zhou Han, will naturally play with you. I just don't know if you can take it if you go too far. Zhou Han sneered in his heart. As a true god, he was high and mighty, right? Then I'll trample on your dignity hard. Let's see how you can continue to show off. Hearing this, the Heavenly River Power King was still so indifferent and revealed a nonchalant smile. However, when the special effect of the mirror flower water moon was completely released, he instantly could not sit still. What move is this? Why is it so strange? I've never seen it before. Seeing the starlight cage he had released, the Heavenly River Power King was immediately dumbfounded. If not for the danger that was inches away from him, he would have thought that he had seen wrongly. My move actually attacked me. Can you believe it? Whether he believed it or not, this was not the time to think too much. After all, the starlight cage was the Heavenly River Strength King's proud skill. At this moment, with the enhancement of 10 times its power, it became especially powerful. Caught off guard, the huge hand he had just released was swept into the violent vortex of starlight. What power! The Heavenly River Power King screamed. His arm was a bloody mess, and his huge hand had been completely destroyed. A huge wave of pain swept through him. He was completely shocked. This was because he had not judged the power clearly, causing the Heavenly River Power King to suffer a hidden loss. As soon as they fought, Zhou Han casually put him in his place. Unforgivable. Kill you, I'm going to kill you. After suffering such humiliation, how could the Heavenly River Power King let it go? The calmness just now had long been thrown away, but it was replaced by endless anger. The intense killing intent was as rich as a sea. You want to kill me? Come at me if you can. However, think about how to escape from this starlight cage first. Zhou Han crossed his arms and sneered, looking like he was watching a good show. A starlight cage with 10 times the power was not easy to deal with. Even Zhou Han would spend a lot of time if he encountered such a situation. This was because this starlight cage relied on the balance of gravity between the stars to imprison the target. Therefore, it was essentially not a control skill. Zhou Han's overlord body could not take effect. In that case, the difficulty of breaking free from the gravity of the stars was self-evident. This was also why Zhou Han chose the reflective effect of the mirror flower water moon. The reason why he did not choose to fight head-on. It was all because of the starlight cage secret technique that he was a little afraid. It was one thing to be confident of breaking free. However, in that case, he would fall into an absolute passive situation. It would welcome the endless bombardment of the Heavenly River Power King. It was very disadvantageous. Therefore, Zhou Han's combat instincts made him make the right choice. Zhou Han, you're dead today. Do you know what kind of anger you have to bear to anger me? The Heavenly River Power King roared as he quickly waved his remaining left arm. Berserk shock waves surged out of his fist. He bombarded the deep blue cage crazily. This was because the Heavenly River Power King would face the seal of 2 cages. Be it the control effect or power, the deep blue cage could not compare to the starlight cage with 10 times the power. Therefore, the Heavenly River Power King immediately wanted to destroy the deep blue cage. Then, he could focus more on dealing with the starlight cage. Otherwise, even a true god-grade expert would fall into a huge predicament. At this moment, the violent fist light completely displayed that sharp and unstoppable aura. After tens of thousands of punches in a microsecond, the deep blue cage, summoned by Zhou Han finally, could not withstand the burden and collapsed. It disintegrated into countless water droplets and dissipated into the air. There's nothing that a single punch can't solve. If there is, punch again. Seeing that his attack was effective, the Heavenly River Power King began to clamor again. But soon, he could not scream. His invincible fist light encountered huge trouble on the starlight cage. The violent power actually sank like a stone into the sea, causing no change. What? The gravity has already reached this level? The Heavenly River Power King was quite shocked. As a true divine-grade expert, his eyesight was naturally extraordinary. He could tell at a glance why his attacks were useless. Clearly, the gravity in the starlight cage had been enhanced to an extremely high level. This power was easy and difficult to shake. In this moment of daze, starlight had long spread over and enveloped the Heavenly River Power King. At the same time, the 10,000 feet cage quickly shrank into a space the size of a person. What's going on? Boss is actually imprisoned by his starlight cage. Damn, what happened? The Black Snake Realm Lord's eyes were filled with confusion, shocked by the scene in front of him. He never expected things to develop like this. It was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Therefore, not only was the Black Snake Realm Lord extremely shocked, but the other 5 Realm Lords were the same. Zhou Han is really not simple. His various methods are divine, and we've never seen them at our level. Those who don't know might think that we're star grade, and he's even at the Realm Lord grade. The Dragon Elephant Realm Lord said with a solemn expression. Indeed, Zhou Han used all kinds of powerful special effects. They, who had roamed the universe and were knowledgeable, had never heard of it. It was as if they had never seen the world. Little did they know that Zhou Han was from this barren planet, and he could not enter the vast universe for the time being. Looks like we seriously underestimated Zhou Han. Damn, how strong did you think a barren planet could be? Now, it's really a slap in our faces. Red Dog Realm Lord said helplessly and angrily, his expression very ugly. They had thought that it would definitely end the battle easily. However, from the looks of it, it was not so easy to end the battle without spending a lot of effort. How was it? How does it feel to be imprisoned by your own move? Zhou Han mocked as he launched a fierce attack. After all, the Heavenly River Power King was already locked in the void by the starlight cage. It was extremely difficult for him to move. That was a tenfold increase in power. The effect could be imagined. SSS. SSS. The sharp sword aura kept cutting at the Heavenly River Power King's body. However, the strength of the Heavenly River Power King's body was still very shocking. It had a high damage reduction rate. Therefore, for a moment, countless electric sparks bloomed on his body. No, this can't go on. After being passively beaten up, no matter how strong he is, he will be exhausted to death. The Heavenly River Power King was also a little anxious, but he was still very clear about the current situation. Because Zhou Han had the effect of true damage, the damage he caused was much more painful than the Heavenly River Power King had imagined. After all, the powerful defense could not play a role at all. He could only rely on the damage reduction rate to survive. Zhou Han, who had the initiative, would not miss such an opportunity. All kinds of skills were used on the Heavenly River Power King's body, as if they were free. I'll take your life while you're down. However, as a true God-grade super expert, the Heavenly River Power King's health points were extraordinarily thick. It was impossible to insta-kill him with ordinary skills. The current situation was slowly wearing down the HP of the Heavenly River Power King. Anyway, Zhou Han was not in a hurry to gain the upper hand. If he could avoid using his bottom line, he would definitely not use it easily. Seeing a large number of skills that were colorful and spewed with a destructive aura, the Heavenly River Power King's pupils constricted, and he subconsciously became nervous. If all of them hit him, even if he did not die, he would lose a layer of skin. Divine Power Activate. The Heavenly River Power King made a prompt decision and roared. Facing such a situation, he could only use his strongest method. That was a special secret technique that only true God-grade experts could master. Divine Power. He originally did not want to use his Divine Power. Although the Divine Power was incomparably powerful and could destroy the world, such power would definitely consume a large number of resources to continuously supply an endless stream of power. Moreover, the quality of these resources was not low. They were all various crystals, spiritual liquids, and other items collected in the universe. Because it was a one-time consumable, it was used less each time. Therefore, using the Divine Power made his heart ache. However, there was nothing he could do in the current situation. After being sealed by the Starlight Cage, the Heavenly River Power King tried all kinds of methods but could not break free. With more than half of his health points consumed, he had no better choice. Then, he could only use his divine power. This was the only way to turn the tables and turn the tide. To be able to force me to such an extent and make me activate my divine power. You, Zhou Han, are really capable. How do you think I can kill you to vent my anger? The Heavenly River Power King's hoarse voice sounded. The incomparably terrifying power in his body was slowly waking up. He had to spend a huge number of resources. One could imagine his anger at this moment. However, the only thing that comforted him was that as long as he controlled Zhou Han, he could obtain the other party's secrets and information about the creation jade disc. In that case, it would make up for the consumption of resources. 100,000 star explosions. Explosion is an art. Enjoy the beauty. As the Heavenly River Power King roared, a large number of planets in the universe seemed to have been summoned by a mysterious power. They all left their original trajectories and gathered beside him. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion rose and fell, extending for billions of miles. The many skills that Zhou Han had released just now were directly annihilated the moment they were hit by the explosive shockwave. The Starlight Cage with 10 times the power fell apart in less than a few seconds, turning into specks of starlight that circulated into the depths of the universe. The shock wave of the planet's explosion was so terrifying that it brought an unforgettable shocking scene. After all, the power of a planet's explosion was very terrifying. Moreover, this was the 100,000 star explosions. Of course, calling it 100,000 was just an exaggeration. The true number naturally did not reach 100,000. However, there were still more than 1,000. Even so, it was a shocking and suffocating force. At this moment, 3 experts flew through the universe not far away. Coincidentally, the aftershock of the explosion flipped them over from billions of miles away. Damn, what the hell? Where did this energy fluctuation come from? Damn, this is too strong. Rocky's face was filled with great shock. Clearly, he was puzzled and shocked by this sudden shock wave. This was because this power was indeed very strong. After such long-range consumption and such power, how terrifying would it be at the source? Rocky did not dare to imagine. After all, he was only a realm lord. Such strength was only at the bottom of the vast universe. Therefore, it was normal to have such exclamations. If I'm not wrong, this is the power of a divine power. Only a divine power has such power, Lincoln said with a frown. He was the most knowledgeable of the 3 of them and immediately gave an explanation. Divine power? This is a powerful secret technique that only true God-grade experts have. It's usually not easily activated in battle. I didn't expect us to encounter it. Barton's eyes lit up as he said excitedly. Although they could not control divine powers, they still knew the relevant characteristics very well. It was precisely because the divine powers it used were relatively rare that they were very interested and wanted to check. After all, observing divine powers was definitely very beneficial to the increase of cultivation. Why don't we get closer and see what's going on? Rocky suggested, looking tempted. They were only at the Realm Lord grade. In the future, they would definitely step onto the true God grade. They could observe in advance and make early preparations. I wonder if there's a threat to my life if I approach rashly with such terrifying power. Barton said hesitantly. Compared to increasing his cultivation, his life was the most important. It was reasonable to have such worries. It was mainly because of the Heavenly River Power King's divine power. The power of this aftershock was already shocking enough. He should be fine. We just have to be careful. Once you sense danger, run, Lincoln said. He was unwilling to miss such an opportunity. After some discussion, the 3 of them could not help but be curious and flew over following the source of the divine power. Damn, is this the true power of a divine power? What a strong batch. As they flew at high speed, the 3 of them quickly saw the battle. Lincoln kept exclaiming, shocked by the spectacular scene on the battlefield. That's right. A true God-grade expert is really admirable. I wonder when I can become so powerful. Rocky said enviously. He also wanted to have the power to destroy the world. What's going on? The opponent is actually just a star-grade weakling? Damn, is my aura perception wrong? It's too f-king ridiculous. Barton rubbed his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. He could not believe what he had seen. After all, in their understanding, a true God-grade expert could easily crush a realm lord with a finger, let alone a star-grade expert. However, now, this star-grade was fighting a true God-grade expert. It completely subverted their understanding. This young man is probably the son of a giant in the universe. Otherwise, it's impossible to fight across so many levels at such a young age. Barton guessed. Only this explanation made sense. The other two nodded in agreement. There were many experts in the vast universe. There were some top almighties who had unimaginable power. Therefore, the resources occupied were naturally immeasurable. The descendants they nurtured were definitely much stronger than their peers. This was also why Lincoln and the other two had such guesses. At this moment, the explosions on the battlefield were still endless, shaking and rising. The spatial barrier was destroyed again and again. Under this impact, they were very close. Even Zhou Han was in an extremely sorry state. The power of the explosions of many planets was indeed extraordinary. The power of a divine power is actually so terrifying. I'm so envious. When I reach the true God grade, I wonder what divine power I'll control. Zhou Han thought to himself and looked forward to it. Therefore, they were even more expectant of advancing to the primordial realm. The only way for Zhou Han to advance to the primordial realm was to start with the primordial spirit crystal. Through fusing with the primordial spirit crystal, he naturally controlled the primordial power. At that time, Zhou Han would become a true primordial realm main-level expert. Hehe, do you think this is the end? This is only the first wave of explosions. The show has just begun. After Zhou Han barely withstood the explosion shock wave, before he could adjust, he heard the Heavenly River Power King's words. Clearly, the next attack would be even more violent. In just a millisecond, more planets were summoned. There were no less than 5,000. The number was 5 times higher than the 1,000 or so in the first wave. However, in terms of power, it was not as simple as 5 times. After this explosive power fused, it would receive a terrifying increase. Therefore, its current power had increased by more than 20 times. Zhou Han could feel a huge threat. The extreme pressure made him hold nothing back. Soul Fusion Technique. As Zhou Han shouted, the 100 billion souls in the Honorable Soul banner gathered in his soul. A terrifying soul fluctuation radiated in all directions, and a peerless, ferocious aura slowly rose. Extreme Mastery, Soul Extermination / Block it. Zhou Han closed his eyes slightly and chanted the incantation. In the deepest part of his consciousness, his soul soared into the sky and turned into an illusory, huge sword. He slashed at all the exploding planets. This soul skill was also a sovereign grade skill that Zhou Han had fused previously. Originally, after enhancement, it displayed extraordinary combat strength. At this moment, after circulating the soul fusion technique, 100 billion souls were enhanced in his soul. Therefore, at this moment, his soul power had reached an unprecedented, terrifying realm. At this moment, coupled with the sovereign grade soul skill, Extreme Mastery, Soul Extermination / Zhou Han did not know how powerful it was. In a flash, thousands of exploding planets collided extremely violently with the majestic soul power. The trembling fluctuation lasted for a long time. The range was so wide that it far exceeded the previous effect. As expected, the Heavenly River Power King's second wave of attacks was much stronger than he had imagined. At this moment, he vividly displayed the 12-star primordial power and displayed all its power. Therefore, after the primordial power fused with this explosive shockwave, it obtained a super powerful enhancement effect. Damn, this Stargrade young man actually blocked this explosive shockwave. Do you believe it? Lincoln watched from afar and was already so shocked that his scalp went numb. They were convinced by Zhou Han's powerful strength again. Therefore, he witnessed the entire battle. The power of the planet's explosion was on par with the terrifying soul power. The two forces collided crazily and then constantly consumed each other. Recently, they had all been annihilated in the void. All of this happened in less than a second. However, in less than a second, the two energies collided no less than 1 billion times. That was why Lincoln was so shocked. After all, the other party was a true God-grade expert with 12-star primordial power. Moreover, this was under the premise that he used his divine power. However, he did not expect the Stargrade young man to be able to fight to a draw. One could imagine how shocking such a sensational scene was. The soul fluctuation we felt just now should have been released by that young man. Needless to say, this is also a secret technique. It can even fight the divine power of a true God-grade expert. Therefore, this young man does have a powerful background. We can confirm that he's the descendant of a giant in the universe. Otherwise, how could he have such methods? Barton said firmly. He had also heard of the secret technique to resist a divine power. That secret technique was extremely rare and was controlled by the various giants. Therefore, this was the basis of Barton's deduction. Since Zhou Han had controlled such a super powerful secret technique, his relationship with a certain powerhouse in the universe was definitely not simple. Coupled with the other party's young age, his future potential was extremely shocking. Yes, today was really worth it. It's simply worth it to see such a grand battle, Rocky said excitedly, staring at the battlefield. Clearly, this situation was extremely helpful to his comprehension. He immediately expanded his knowledge to a new level. This was because it was still too difficult to rely on his imagination without seeing true power. Without a clear understanding of that power, it was naturally even more difficult to increase it. However, now that he had a reference, he knew the difference. Then, he could cultivate according to someone else's template to make up for his shortcomings and advance his cultivation. This was the meaning of observing the battle of the strong. After all, not everyone in the universe was a genius. Those geniuses could have their own unique comprehensions without reference. However, there were most mediocre people in the universe. Their comprehension was not good, and they could only take the same path as others. This was a mature path. It was very stable, but the upper limit was locked. The scene of the intense battle kept appearing in the minds of the three of them. They nodded repeatedly, reminiscing. They had all obtained a lot of comprehensions. Why is Zhou Han getting more and more strange? Why does he look like an unkillable cockroach? How many methods does he have? Even the power of a divine power can't subdue Zhou Han. The Black Snake Realm Lord said with a solemn expression. The smile that he had been determined to obtain just now had long disappeared. At this moment, they were all uneasy. He felt that things were about to get out of control. If he could not even deal with a divine power, this was very terrifying. The situation became even more confusing. Damn, we actually hit a hard nail. It's too difficult to bite down. No wonder Zhou Han could obtain a trace of the power of the creation jade disc. The Dragon Elephant Realm Lord cursed angrily, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. He originally thought that after his boss, the Heavenly River Power King, attacked, it would definitely be easy to capture him. However, things did not go as they had expected. It could be said that it did not go well. If the Heavenly River Strength King could not deal with Zhou Han, they would have gained nothing. They might even lose their lives. Yes, we should have thought of that. It's impossible to obtain a trace of the power of the creation jade disc with luck alone. Without true ability, his body would have long been destroyed by a powerful force. The Blue Moon Realm Lord finally remembered this key point. Unfortunately, they had long been blinded by the information about the creation jade disc. Therefore, how could they be in the mood to think about these details? This was because he was already very anxious. Moreover, he had absolute confidence in the Heavenly River Power King. After all, previously, as long as the Heavenly River Power King personally fought, he would successfully defeat his opponents. Therefore, all kinds of factors combined, causing them to take Zhou Han seriously, but not much. If we had known it was so difficult, we wouldn't have attacked. It's the safest way to leave directly. The Black Panther Realm Lord sighed. This was because this battle had consumed a lot of resources and they had not obtained any benefits. The gains did not make up for the losses. Moreover, there were also tragic battles in the universe. As long as he was not in a good state, he would definitely be treated as prey by other experts. The Heavenly River Power King had already consumed more than half of its energy. Even if he retreated now and encountered others, he would face a huge crisis. Therefore, there was no retreat now. The only way was to subdue Zhou Han and obtain the other party's secrets to become stronger. This was the safest way. At this moment, the Heavenly River Power King's expression was also solemn. After the battle just now, his divine power, 100,000 star explosions, was blocked by Zhou Han just like that. In his heart, he had the urge to retreat. Usually, in a stalemate, they would have the intention to retreat. However, After comprehensive consideration and weighing the pros and cons, the Heavenly River Power King still chose the last strong attack. Last strike or die trying. It's my last resort. This battle will determine victory and death. The Heavenly River Power King thought to himself. Thinking of this, his heart felt extremely heavy. It would be a lie not to panic. This was because his final trump card would burn all his energy and the extremely terrifying resources in his inventory. Being able to defeat Zhou Han was definitely the best outcome. However, once the attack did not work, he would burn all his energy, which meant that he would completely lose his combat strength. At that time, he would become meat on the chopping board and be at Zhou Han's mercy. Therefore, it took courage to make this decision. The Heavenly River Power King only took such a gamble because he was confident in himself. He bet that Zhou Han did not have any more methods. After all, the other party was only at the star grade. No matter how heaven-defying he was, could he have more methods? One had to know that just some of the skills Zhou Han had used just now were enough to cause quite a stir in the universe. That was why the Heavenly River Power King chose this. Second Divine Power Activate. Since he had made a decision, the Heavenly River Power King did not waste any time. He made a prompt decision and shouted. 100,000 star explosions was his first divine power. What he was about to activate now was the second divine power. Be it power or attack range, this divine power far exceeded the 100,000 star explosions. Of course, the corresponding consumption was more terrifying resources. He also had to burn the power of his soul and the energy of his body. This was the only way to unleash his greatest power. Because the more it burned, the greater the resources it provided, the experience displayed by this divine power would be even more extreme. Therefore, this also meant that this second divine power was usually a life-saving trump card or a desperate battle. Normally, it would be a waste to activate it under such circumstances. Oh, there's a second divine power. Interesting. What methods do you have? Use them all. I'll take them all. Zhou Han smiled calmly and said with a relaxed expression. After using the power of the soul fusion technique just now, he had a clearer understanding of his strength. This meant that he could completely fight a 12-star true God-grade expert head-on without being at a disadvantage. This discovery surprised Zhou Han. He did not expect to have grown to this point. It was a huge surprise. One had to know that when he fought the Void Venerable, Zhou Han could feel a huge pressure. Fortunately, the special skill Eternal Emptiness displayed a magical effect and directly reversed the situation. This Void Venerable was only a 1-star realm lord, but he was already a little difficult to deal with. Therefore, at that time, other than those few trump cards, Zhou Han indeed had no better way to kill the Void Venerable. This was because he was only at the star grade and was quite far from the realm lord grade. He was very weak. If he had encountered these 9 primordial world experts at that time, Zhou Han had probably already been killed and was reviving through the special effect of the Starry Sky mythology set. After reviving, would his state be affected, his level would decrease, and his other comprehensions would disappear? These were unknown. Therefore, if he could avoid using revival methods, he would definitely not try. After all, there were unknown risks. Fortunately, after successfully fusing 3 creation jade disk fragments through the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome, Zhou Han controlled 1 in a million of the power of the creation jade disk, causing his combat strength to increase greatly. Then, he changed his equipment and fused many sovereign golden runes. Therefore, he had today's superpower. He was not at a disadvantage at all when facing a 12-star, true God-grade expert head-on. Not only that, but he also steadily suppressed the Heavenly River Power King. Heavenly River Power King, how dare you call yourself a king? Such weak strength can't harm me. Thinking of this, Zhou Han was filled with pride and comfort. He was naturally extremely happy to have such powerful strength. Therefore, he directly began to mock the Heavenly River Power King. He liked it the most when others gritted their teeth but could not kill him. That would be extremely interesting. Zhou Han, don't be smug too early. I will definitely defeat you. The final victory will still belong to me. The Heavenly River Power King roared, the veins on his forehead bulging, showing his endless anger. In an instant, the Heavenly River Power King's entire body erupted with violent red light. His soul, his blood, and the energy in his body burned directly. All of this was done in a few breaths. Then, The red light on the Heavenly River Power King's body was replaced by an extreme black light. It was as black as ink, as if it wanted to absorb all the light, revealing a trace of strangeness. Black hole collapse. In a black hole, sink forever. The Heavenly River Power King roared hoarsely and hysterically with all his might. This was because his soul and energy had already burned to the maximum. It was to let the black hole collapse divine power show its peak strength. For this, the Heavenly River Power King naturally did not hesitate. After all, this was a desperate battle with no way out. He could only succeed and not fail, because he could not bear the consequences of failure. Therefore, the stronger the power of the divine power, the greater his chance of winning. This was why he spared no effort. His life was entrusted to this divine power. The Heavenly River Power King's eyes revealed great fatigue. However, he was smiling. This was because he was very satisfied with the power of the divine power. The power of this black hole collapse was more than 10 times stronger than the 100,000 star explosions. Its power was incomparably shocking. I'm definitely going to win this time. It can finally end. Thinking of this, the Heavenly River Power King laughed wildly, feeling extremely carefree. He did not expect the power displayed by the black hole collapse after burning everything to far exceed his expectations. Therefore, he regained his long-lost confidence. After all, his previous confidence slowly disappeared as he fought Zhou Han. Boss is mighty. He's simply invincible. Red Dog Realm Lord exchanged excitedly. He had just seen Zhou Han unleash his might and was extremely disappointed. He thought that the Heavenly River Power King had no other methods. However, he saw that he had used another divine power, and the power emitted was much stronger than the spear. Awesome, too awesome. This is Boss's all-out attack. According to strength, it has already exceeded the level of the 12-star primordial power. The Blue Moon Realm Lord clapped excitedly. That's right, the strongest and a one-hit kill. The battle is finally coming to an end. Who would have thought that the battle that I thought was crushing would indeed have so many ups and downs? Now, you can be at ease, the Black Panther Realm Lord said with a smile, regaining his high morale. In everyone's eyes, endless black quickly appeared from the void. It included everything within 1 trillion miles. Like the descent of night, any light was devoured with an incomparably domineering will. Many planets could not resist this power and were directly devoured. Then, they turned into pure power, making the endless black even richer. It was precisely because of this that in the process of constantly devouring, it made the black energy in the void reach its peak. It seemed to want to devour everything in the universe. Facing this momentum, he immediately felt very small and helpless. What exactly is this black energy made of? It's actually so terrifying. Lincoln was extremely shocked. Black holes are also a kind of planet, but they're very special. They have super powerful devouring power. So this is the use of star power, but it has already reached the highest intensity. Barton explained, his eyes filled with surprise. Being able to see such profound star power was simply beneficial to a cultivator like him, who mainly cultivated star power. It was precisely because he mainly cultivated star power that he could easily explain the profundity of the divine power. Black hole collapse used by the Heavenly River Power King. I see. He actually used the power of the black hole. This divine power is really too terrifying. Luo Qi exclaimed. In the vast universe, there were many black holes. When traveling through the universe, if one was too unlucky and happened to encounter a black hole nearby, the only outcome was to be sucked in. At their level, they had no strength to struggle. Of course, black holes also had different masses. The higher the mass, the stronger the gravity released around it. Then, it would be easier to be sucked in. However, even the smallest universe can easily devour an eternal true God-level big shot. Experience how terrifying it is for yourselves. Barton continued to explain, his expression revealing great fear. The stronger he was, the more reverent he was of the mysterious universe. This was because he slowly learned many secrets he did not know previously. His own strength could not resist that vast power at all. What? Even an eternal true God was swallowed. Is it that exaggerated? Lincoln exclaimed, his eyes filled with great disbelief. To them, the level of an eternal true God could only be looked up to. It was unreachable. As long as one reached this realm, they could be called an almighty. However, Even these almighties could not escape the devouring of the black hole. This was very terrifying. Of course, the diameter of the black hole is at least 10 million kilometers, coupled with the extreme density. So this leads to mass. It will be an extremely shocking value. Barton nodded and continued. Even if a cultivator cultivates their body to the extreme, the quality of their body is far inferior to a black hole. Therefore, we have to mobilize the energy in the universe to resist the black hole to avoid being devoured. An ordinary eternal true God does not have that strength. So this black hole released now also has such an effect. Rocky asked, How is that possible? This divine power is only derived from imitating the black holes in the universe. How can it have the power to devour an eternal true God? Barton shook his head and directly denied Rocky's guess. After all, this was only a replica. Just its appearance was not enough. It only had one characteristic of devouring everything. This characteristic was the most basic of the original black hole. For example, the structure of a native black hole was extremely complicated. It contained countless cosmic rays, various dark matter, and dark energy. These could all cause extremely terrifying lethality. The replica black hole did not have it. Strictly speaking, this was an extremely crude replica. This was also why what Barton said was empty. Whoa, you scared me to death. I thought I could kill the eternal true God. That's ridiculous. Lincoln breathed a sigh of relief. That's true, but the replica black hole is an extremely terrifying killing move at the true God grade. Barton said, Looks like this young man won't be able to escape this time. It's a pity that he's about to be killed with such shocking talent. Rocky said regretfully, That's right. The power of the divine power has already exceeded the limit of the original 12-star primordial power. Even a true God-grade expert with the 13-star primordial power won't be able to deal with it easily. Barton said, clearly tacitly agreeing with his companion. Under the envelopment of the replica black hole, there would be no chance of turning the tables. However, how could Zhou Han submit so easily? At this moment, he also felt an unprecedented crisis fill his heart. This was the danger prediction brought by his extremely strong perception. That also meant that the power of this black hole was not something he could resist head-on now. Looks like I've reached my limit. Ordinary methods are difficult to work. Zhou Han sighed softly, but he was not depressed or flustered. After a series of battles, he also knew his current combat strength. There was no problem dealing with a 12-star, true God-grade expert. However, beyond this category, the chances of winning would greatly decrease. Now, with the second divine power, black hole collapse released by the heavenly river power king, the power that erupted had already exceeded the limit of the 12-star primordial power. It was very difficult to deal with. In that case, Zhou Han smiled and made a prompt decision. Destroy? Light of origin. In an instant, two colorful mists appeared in Zhou Han's eyes. A mysterious aura circulated crazily on them. The light that spewed out was earth-shattering. The target was the heavenly river power king, firmly locking onto his aura. This was one of Zhou Han's trump cards. It was an active special effect of the sovereign grade eye technique, Eye of Origin. After releasing it, there was a high chance of instantly killing a true God-grade expert with superpower. However, the cooldown of this skill was as long as 10 days. Therefore, Zhou Han did not want to use it easily. At this moment, a huge crisis enveloped him. He could not hide it anymore. Without hesitation, he decisively released it. Since he could not withstand the damage of the black hole collapse, he would directly kill the heavenly river power king. This way, the black hole would disappear. This was Zhou Han's strategy. I didn't expect you to have other trump cards. Seeing the rainbow rays released by Zhou Han surge with endless mysteries, the heavenly river power king was first shocked. Then he thought of something and laughed. Ha ha, I admit that your mysterious light is indeed something. However, you're too naive to rely on this light to turn the tables. You're still too ignorant. The horror of the black hole is far beyond your imagination. Even someone as powerful as the speed of light can't escape the shackles of the black hole. And you chose to use light against me. How ridiculous. Do you think your light can penetrate the black hole and attack me? The heavenly river power king was immediately in a good mood. If Zhou Han's trump card was another object, perhaps he would feel afraid and uneasy. However, it was a ray of light. He was destined to be restrained by the black hole he released. No matter how fast one was, There was nothing they could do in front of the black hole. This was also the reason why the Heavenly River Power King was in an extremely good mood. This was because he could already see success waving at him. Under the perfect restraint relationship, it was completely stable this time. Ha ha ha, it's really funny to use light against a black hole. A barren planet. Your knowledge is indeed not high. The Dragon Elephant Realm Lord laughed wildly and heaved a sigh of relief. Black holes devoured light. Anyone who had wandered the universe would understand this common sense. However, when he saw Zhou Han still do this, either he was stubborn or he did not know this common sense. The Dragon Elephant Realm Lord mocked him. This light looks quite awesome, but no matter how awesome you are, can you penetrate the black hole? We can finally take down Zhou Han. The Black Panther Realm Lord was extremely excited. Damn, this kid is really not easy to deal with. If not for his mistake this time, it's hard to say what the final outcome would be. The Blue Moon Realm Lord heaved a sigh of relief. A smile finally appeared on his solemn face. However, just as everyone felt that Zhou Han would definitely lose, the rainbow light that had surged into the black hole and disappeared, suddenly, soared into the sky. It illuminated the endless darkness, and light shone, dazzling the sea of stars. The countless stars in the sea of stars combined were not as dazzling as the rainbow light. Like a firefly facing the moon, it paled in comparison. This rainbow light became the only protagonist. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The black hole actually didn't devour this light. This doesn't make sense. The Black Snake Realm Lord shouted loudly, his eyes filled with huge confusion. This did not make any effing sense. This was the first time he had seen light break through the restrictions of the black hole. In other words, Zhou Han, who was in front of him, had broken logic again. Damn, what's going on? Why is this guy so difficult to deal with? The Red Dog Realm Lord broke down and cursed. Not only were these realm lords dumbfounded, but Zhou Han's performance shocked the entire venue again. How did you do it? Although the black hole I released is not a real black hole. However, it's impossible for the light to pass through. At this moment, the Heavenly River Power King was stunned for a long time. He stared at Zhou Han and asked in a panic, "Huh, didn't you mock me for being ignorant just now? I'll give you the same sentence." Zhou Han smiled when he saw this. He was very satisfied with everyone's shock and continued, "There are countless unknown secrets in the vast universe. You dare to be arrogant just because you know a little. Is the common sense you think necessarily right? The mystery of the universe is that it has countless possibilities. The light I released is called the light of origin. It was born at the origin of the universe. You think the black hole can stop it? Not to mention that you're a replica of a black hole. Even the most massive black hole can't affect you at all." Zhou Han's eyes were filled with teasing and merciless mockery. Light of origin. You can even obtain such a thing? The Heavenly River Power King's pupils constricted. Clearly, he had heard of it. His heart was extremely low. This time, he had completely fallen. Zhou Han, who looked like a pushover, did not expect him to hide such shocking strength. The mysterious methods on him were endless. The power of the creation jade disc and the light of origin. These were all top-notch things that countless mighty figures could not hope to obtain. However, he controlled it alone. Thinking of this, the Heavenly River Power King was extremely regretful. Who would have thought that they would provoke such abnormal experts? If he had known this would happen, he would have kept a respectful distance. Unfortunately, he did not have a special effect like starry sky perception. It was impossible for him to investigate in advance. "You talk too much. It's time to end this." Zhou Han said coldly and mercilessly sentenced the Heavenly River Strength King to death. As he controlled it with his mind, the light of origin pierced through the Heavenly River Power King's body. All the other party's defense was like paper, not encountering any obstruction. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the true God-grade expert, the Heavenly River Power King. You have obtained 832 trillion experience points. 1 primordial spirit crystal, 23 sovereign golden runes, sovereign grade Dharma treasure. As expected, as described in the light of origin effect, there was a high chance of instantly killing a true God-grade expert. As expected, he successfully triggered the insta-kill characteristic. In the colorful light, the Heavenly River Power King's body disintegrated like fireworks, ending his sinful life in the dazzling light. At the same time, the replica black hole lost the support of its thoughts. In an instant, it collapsed bit by bit, turning into rich star power. Some were absorbed by distant planets, and some wandered into the depths of the universe. Because it was a divine power released by the heavenly river power king, now that he was already dead, this divine power naturally shattered. Seeing this, Zhou Han was relieved. To be honest, he was also a little shocked by the power of this black hole. If he wanted to fight such a black hole head-on, he would be asking for trouble. Even if he could fight, it would consume a lot of energy. Therefore, Zhou Han chose to attack the Heavenly River Power King's main body and kill him once and for all. However, there was a huge black hole blocking in front, wanting to directly attack the Heavenly River Power King. He had to pass through the black hole. It was the specialness of the light of origin that displayed its miraculous effect. He could pass through the black hole unaffected and kill the Heavenly River Power King in one strike. The entire battle was dangerous. In the end, Zhou Han became the winner. Hiss! What the hell did I see? This young man did it. He really did it. He killed a 12-star, true god expert? Can you believe it? Lincoln was stunned on the spot and kept shouting. Damn, I'm dumbfounded. It's 2F King strong. Rocky's body was trembling. It was unknown if he was frightened or excited. Oh no, a divine sense swept past. He saw us. At this moment, Barton's expression changed drastically, and he was extremely pale. Immediately, a cold and heartless invisible wave flew over. Zhou Han's powerful divine sense was like a cold blade to them. It made the three of them tremble involuntarily. Their bodies were like sieves. They were so frightened that their legs went weak, and they did not dare move. After all, they had just seen Zhou Han's terrifying strength with their own eyes. This power could easily insta-kill them tens of thousands of times. Therefore, under Zhou Han's gaze, they naturally did not dare to do anything. Their minds instantly went blank. Phew, that was close. Fortunately, this scanning quickly dissipated, making the three of them heave a sigh of relief. Lincoln was now limp and soaked in a cold sweat. At that moment, he could clearly feel how close death was to him. This pressure is too terrifying. I wonder why he didn't kill us. Rocky said curiously, looking relieved. Maybe the big shot doesn't like us little people. We're too weak to enter his eyes. Barton guessed helplessly. That's possible. But we can't rule out other possibilities. Lincoln added, agreeing with the guess. So what are we going to do now? Rocky asked softly. Wealth comes from danger. Let's stay and see what the big shot has in mind. Maybe we can still be useful. At that time, if we cozy up to this big shot, we can also thrive in the universe. Barton gritted his teeth and made up his mind. This decision was not easy because there was a huge risk to life. However, after seeing Zhou Han's terrifying talent, they guessed that he was related to a big shot in the universe. Therefore, all kinds of reasons combined made Barton raise such an idea. Compared to being salted fish in the universe, they also wanted to become stronger, all the universe, and be admired by countless experts. Therefore, such a great opportunity was in front of him. Their talent was very low. It was simply a fool's dream to achieve this grand goal alone. It was impossible. Then it was especially important to rely on external forces to find a backer. In their eyes, Zhou Han was such a thigh. Would he be willing to slack off for the rest of his life? Or would he take a gamble and risk his life to fight for a chance to make a name for himself? This might be a difficult choice. Lincoln and Rocky stiffened when they heard this. Then, they looked at each other and could understand the flickering ambition in each other's eyes. All right, it's settled. After some careful thought, the three of them reached an agreement. At this moment, Zhou Han did not know what the three of them were thinking. He had indeed used his divine sense to detect the existence of Lincoln and the others just now. However, because they were too far away, to be honest, Zhou Han could not do anything to them. After all, his divine sense was very powerful. At present, he could investigate a distance of 0.1 light-years. However, his attack range did not reach that abnormal level. Compared to the divine sense, it was too far away. Moreover, after receiving the restrictions of the planet seal, his attack could not leave this planet at all. Therefore, this was also why Zhou Han only glanced around and retracted his divine sense after confirming that there was no threat. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill it, but he couldn't. Of course, Lin Jin and the other two did not know that Zhou Han had such restrictions. He only let them go because Zhou Han disdained killing them. If they knew that Zhou Han was very short of primordial spirit crystals and desperately wanted to kill a primordial realm expert and obtain it in one go, who knew how he would feel? On this side, after seeing the Heavenly River Power King killed, after a short shock, the remaining 6 realm lords quickly reacted and scattered like birds of a flock. After all, even their boss, the Heavenly River Power King, could not do anything to Zhou Han. If they did not escape, the outcome was obvious. Since you're here, stay. This is not your herb garden. You can come and go as you please. Zhou Han smiled disdainfully when he saw the terrified realm lords. As long as it was within his attack range, it was impossible to escape. No matter how fast these people flew, could they be faster than Zhou Han? Endless blood sea. Everyone must die. Enjoy the bloody revelry. Zhou Han roared angrily, and his body cracked. Countless blood pillars spewed out of his body like magma erupting. It was the sovereign-grade skill he had fused previously, Endless Blood Sea. Turning the blood in his body into a sea of blood, it could control the target on a large scale and had a super powerful speed reduction effect. Of course, not only that, but the blood in the sea of blood had a terrifying corrosive characteristic. After enhancement, even a realm lord-grade expert would also die in this vast sea of blood with no chance of escaping. This was because blood could constantly absorb free energy in the air. Zhou Han would not be affected by the loss of blood. Instead, he had a stronger motivation. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Realm Lord, Black Panther Realm Lord. An item has dropped. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Realm Lord, Dragon Elephant Realm Lord. Items have dropped. As expected, no matter how fast the 6 Realm Lords flew, anyone wrapped in the sea of blood could only struggle in vain. It was slowly melted by the blood. Amidst their desperate screams, the notification of the kill kept scrolling across the combat interface. In the future, be careful. This is our boss, Zhou Han's territory. If you don't want to die, come at me. The 9 Nether Lords shouted loudly. At this moment, he was extremely relieved. After all, 3 lords had died at the hands of these people. Now, he had finally taken revenge. He had indeed bootlicked the right person. If not for Zhou Han's efforts to turn the tide, he might not have been able to take revenge for the rest of his life. After all, the other party was a true god-grade expert. The difference in realm was too far. Boss, you're really too brave. The experts in the universe are nothing in front of you. The Yellow Spring Lord was extremely excited and hurriedly bragged. Now that he thought about it, their decision to acknowledge Zhou Han as their boss back then was the wisest decision in his life. Jiang Yinran also leaned over, her eyes flickering with tenderness. The man she loved would still be as handsome as ever. However, the superpower felt so unfamiliar. After throwing herself into Zhou Han's warm arms, that long-lost sense of security finally surfaced in his heart again. Yinran, sorry for making you suffer. Zhou Han hugged Jiang Yinran's slender waist and stroked her soft hair as he comforted her. After all, they encountered the attacks of these experts in the universe. Moreover, there were 9 of them. With such a formation and the suppression of his realm, this huge pressure and fear could be imagined. Zhou Han, I'm not aggrieved. With your protection, I'll take no risks no matter how dangerous a situation is. Jiang Yinran said sweetly and firmly. The moment she saw Zhou Han step forward, she felt how much he valued her. At that moment, even if she died, Jiang Yinran would feel no regrets. The 2 of them were intimate for a while before Zhou Han asked curiously, why did these people come to the ancient abyss? Do you know the exact reason? Originally, he had been lurking at the side, wanting to figure this out. However, because of Jiang Yinran, Zhou Han had no choice but to appear. Therefore, it disrupted his plan. However, these people were so powerful. There had to be something attracting them. Therefore, Zhou Han wanted to know what was in this abyss that could attract their attention. Boss, if I'm not wrong, it should be a crystal produced by the origin space. These people have mentioned it before. The 9 Nether Lord hurriedly said and pointed at the black and white vortex in the deepest part of the origin space. That was the place where origin crystals were produced. Zhou Han had investigated it before. In the past few years, he had also raised all his attributes to the perfection grade through the various crystals inside. They're targeting the origin crystal? That shouldn't be possible. Zhou Han immediately denied. This was because the origin crystal was indeed a relatively magical item. However, that depended on the level. To experts of the primordial realm, the effect of the origin crystal was negligible. The current Zhou Han was still at the star grade and did not need this thing anymore. Therefore, the other party's goal was definitely not the origin crystal. Boss, it's not an origin crystal. It's a new crystal. This is the first time we've seen such an item, the Yellow Spring Lord hurriedly explained. Oh, bring me there quickly. Zhou Han raised his eyebrows and was immediately interested. It seemed that the origin space still had secrets he did not know. Otherwise, it would not have attracted the attention of the Heavenly River Power King and the others. Okay, boss. Look, this is it. The Nine Netherlord jogged over with a crystal in his hand. Zhou Han's gaze was immediately attracted. From the appearance of this crystal, it was obvious that there was something different about the universe. The aura emitted was obvious that it was not from the Godfiend continent. This crystal should be from the universe. The energy fluctuations contaminated on it are exactly the same as those experts in the universe. With Zhou Han's sharp perception, he instantly had an analysis. Because there were all kinds of rays and radiation in the universe, as long as one stayed in the cosmic void, one would definitely be tainted by these auras. Dimensional crystal? It's a very rare crystal in the universe. Zhou Han directly activated the appraisal and saw the relevant descriptive information. However, the description was not general. He did not understand the exact use, making Zhou Han a little helpless. The thing is indeed not bad. It's not bad and can't be used for the time being. Zhou Han smiled and muttered to himself. Just as he was about to put the dimensional crystal into his spatial inventory, 3 whistling sounds flew over. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Dimensional crystal. Our findings are amazing this time. It's a high-grade currency in the universe with extremely terrifying purchasing power. The black markets on many planets can exchange for 10,000 more. Moreover, it was Lincoln and the other two. Since they had made the decision to cozy up to him, they also made a prompt decision and prepared to express their loyalty to Zhou Han. The 3 of them were worried that they would not know how to show their value and let Zhou Han take them in as lackeys. After all, their combat strength was at the bottom of the universe and they had no advantage at all. Therefore, he did not have any confidence in being taken in. The big shots did not lack lackeys, so the competition was naturally incomparably intense. However, with the appearance of the dimensional crystal, they knew that their chance had come. From Zhou Han's words, it could be heard that he did not seem to be very familiar with the universe. In fact, he did not even know about a rare resource like the dimensional crystal. Therefore, Barton made a prompt decision and told him everything he knew. High-grade currency. Hearing the voice, Zhou Han looked up. He was a little surprised that these 3 people dared to come personally. Wasn't this taking the initiative to come knocking on his door? However, when he heard Barton's words, Zhou Han immediately changed his mind and did not attack immediately to kill them. Instead, he continued to ask with interest, "What is this more you're talking about?" After all, his understanding of the universe was still very limited. He did not even know some common sense. The 3 people who appeared in front of him now could answer some of his questions. It allowed Zhou Han to have a clearer understanding of the universe. This question stunned the 3 of them as if they had heard wrongly. This was the most common sense in the universe. The other party really didn't know. Either the other party had never entered the universe, or they had been in seclusion and not involved in worldly affairs. Boss, More is a universal unit of cosmic currency. As you know, there are countless planets in the universe. Every planet has its own currency system. So in order to facilitate transactions, the Universe Silver Union formulated relevant terms and unified standards. Rocky hurriedly explained in detail. Although they were puzzled, they did not dare not answer. So the dimensional crystal is a currency. By the way, what can you buy in exchange for 10,000 more? What can you buy in terms of assets? Zhou Han nodded and asked. It's no problem to casually buy a few fertile planets. You can choose whatever star-grade resources you want. Lincoln said with a smile. Is it that valuable? Zhou Han was a little surprised. This was because star-grade was the corresponding sovereign grade on the Godfiend continent. This purchase strength had indeed exceeded his expectations. Yes, boss. That's the situation. More is a very advanced unit. You need to open a relevant account through the Universe Silver Union to use it. Many experts can exchange all the resources on their planet for more than a few more. As Rocky explained, Zhou Han finally had a rough outline in his mind. At the same time, he understood why the Heavenly River Power King and the others had descended to the God-Fiend continent. Their goal was obvious. They were here for this dimensional crystal. After all, it was worth 10,000 more. It was not a small fortune, and it tempted the Heavenly River Power King. Moreover, who knew? This might be a crystal mine. That meant that there was more than one dimensional crystal. Therefore, it was understandable that the Heavenly River Power King would make a fuss. If Zhou Han knew the value of the dimensional crystal, he would do the same. Unfortunately, the Heavenly River Power King, who was originally filled with confidence, encountered a heaven-defying existence like Zhou Han, and his tragic outcome was destined. Very good. Thank you for your explanation. It gave me a clearer understanding. Zhou Han smiled and nodded. No. Boss, these are what we should do. If you don't mind, we're willing to serve you like dogs and horses. I hope you can fulfill my wish. Lincoln seized the opportunity and said quickly. Their eyes were filled with sincerity. This time, they might definitely be able to take off. However, perhaps he had misjudged, causing his gamble to end in failure. In order to fight for a bright future, such a choice was understandable. Boss, you must accept us. Although we're not capable, we're capable of doing things. We can also help you obtain information and deal with trivial matters. It will definitely play its greatest role, Rocky and Barton said urgently. Through this, they realized from their conversation with Zhou Han just now that he really did not seem to have much understanding of the universe. They did not even know some basic common sense. In that case, it was their chance. As long as they provided enough useful information, it would be easy for them to contribute. System prompt. You have successfully triggered the hidden mission, the sincerity of a primordial realm expert. Do you accept? Triggering a hidden mission at this time? Hearing the sudden notification in his mind, Zhou Han was a little surprised. He hurriedly opened the mission panel with his mind and checked. Damn, isn't this getting rewards for free? Seeing the mission description, Zhou Han subconsciously smiled. The sincerity of a primordial realm expert. Type, mission. Description, due to seeing your domineering aura, you fought above your level and shocked the entire venue, making the experts of the primordial realm feel happy and submissive. They admire you greatly. Therefore, the other party took the initiative to volunteer to become a lackey. However, after taking in a lackey, there will naturally be corresponding trouble. The other party's enemies, debts, predicament, and so on all need your help as the boss. Mission reward, 3 billion supreme enhancement points, a random downgrade Dharma treasure fragment, and a number of other resources. Prompt. Please reply within a minute whether you want to accept the mission. No matter what trouble they have behind them, let's accept this mission first. After all, not only are there 3 billion supreme enhancement points, but there are also downgrade Dharma treasure fragments. This generous reward is completely worth the risk. After carefully reading the mission description, Zhou Han quickly analyzed it in his heart and made a decision. If he killed the 3 people in front of him, he might be able to drop the primordial spirit crystal. However, compared to long-term benefits, this benefit was simply negligible. The current him did know something about the universe. Therefore, with the help of the 3 of them, he could set up in the universe in advance before escaping the shackles of the God-Fiend continent. In that case, it would provide more opportunities. Therefore, not to mention a hidden mission, even if no hidden mission was triggered, Zhou Han would still take in 3 people as lackeys. Now, this situation could be said to be icing on the cake. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yes, on account of your sincerity, I'll accept the 3 of you. Zhou Han said. That's great. Thank you, boss. Boss, please accept my bow. Good. I've finally found a backer. Boss, what's your relationship with the Cosmic Titans? After hearing Zhou Han's agreement, the 3 of them were all smiles and extremely excited as they thanked him repeatedly. Yes, I found a place for you. That place can also help you increase your strength. As Zhou Han spoke, he took out the Honorable Soul banner. After all, it was only safest to put it into the Honorable Soul banner. That way, it would be difficult for the 3 of them to betray him. There would definitely be many things for the 3 of them to deal with in the future. If they ran away with his resources, Zhou Han would not be able to leave the God-Fiend continent. There was really nothing he could do to them. Okay, boss, what is it? Now that you mention it, I'm a little excited. Lincoln and the others said expectantly. However, just as Zhou Han took it out, he realized that it did not succeed. System prompt. Due to the current quality limit of the Honorable Soul banner, it cannot subdue a primordial realm expert. This submission has failed. Looks like I have to increase the quality of the Honorable Soul banner. Or maybe it can be enhanced again. Zhou Han thought to himself. It was impossible to increase the quality of the Honorable Soul banner in a short period of time. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on the number of enhancements. After all, the quantitative change caused a qualitative change. As long as it was enhanced enough, it could create a greater miracle. He checked his spatial inventory. The reward for the hidden mission had been distributed. This way, Zhou Han instantly obtained 3 billion supreme enhancement points. Although it was not very abundant, the Honorable Soul banner was only at the pseudo-sovereign grade. Even if the enhancement points were at their limit, it would not consume many enhancement points. Very good. Directly enhance the Honorable Soul banner to the limit. Thinking of this, Zhou Han chanted in his heart. System prompt. Your enhancement order has been received. Activate the talent, Infinite Enhancement. Your Dharma treasure, the Honorable Soul banner, has been successfully enhanced to the highest limit of 250 times. Related attribute data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. White lights quickly flickered past. Collect. As Zhou Han shouted, the Honorable Soul banner floated up in the wind and enveloped the three of them. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully subduing a Realm Lord grade expert, Barton, and becoming the main soul of the Honorable Soul banner. Congratulations on successfully subduing the Realm Lord grade expert, Lincoln, and becoming the main soul of the Honorable Soul banner. Congratulations on successfully subduing the Realm Lord grade expert, Rocky, and becoming the main soul of the Honorable Soul banner. As 3 primordial realm experts have become the main souls, your Honorable Soul banner has successfully advanced to the sovereign grade. Please understand. It's done. Seeing the information flashing on the interface, Zhou Han was also very happy. Not only that, but the Honorable Soul banner also broke through its original quality and reached the sovereign grade. It was a huge breakthrough and a pleasant surprise. When he was at the pseudo-sovereign grade, the Honorable Soul banner had given Zhou Han a lot of help. Now that he had reached the sovereign grade, he would definitely show stronger strength. Especially the exclusive skill of the Honorable Soul banner, the Soul Fusion technique. It was considered Zhou Han's super powerful attack method. Many times, it had helped him turn the tide and avert danger. After using it, it could also increase his soul power. Zhou Han was very satisfied. Now that the Honorable Soul banner had broken through to the sovereign grade and become stronger step by step, Zhou Han was also very gratified. There were some equipment, Dharma treasures, and so on that accompanied him. Due to the limitation of grade, as Zhou Han's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, he had no choice but to face the situation of being eliminated. Although Zhou Han was reluctant to part with this situation, there was nothing he could do. Therefore, he was very happy to see that the Honorable Soul banner could continue to increase its quality and continue to fight with Zhou Han. Hiss! What rich soul power! Thank you for the gift, boss. This mysterious space is simply an excellent cultivation venue. Lincoln's excited voice sounded. After being put into the space of the Honorable Soul banner, his cultivation also increased. Therefore, it was understandable that he was so excited. Boss, you're so good to us. We deserve such a reward for our contributions. Rocky also felt the change and was extremely happy. I knew I had made the right decision this time. I've finally cozied up to someone powerful. Barton heaved a sigh of relief. This time, he had gambled his fate. With a good start, he felt more confident. Looks like after enhancing it 250 times, it advanced to the sovereign grade, causing a tremendous change to the Honorable Soul banner. Otherwise, as Realm Lord grade experts, they wouldn't show such excitement. Seeing the excited smiles on the three of them, Zhou Han was a little puzzled at first, but he quickly thought of the reason. The Honorable Soul banner from before was also quite powerful. However, it was still very limited to increase the power of the primordial realm's main soul. The only explanation was that the Honorable Soul banner had undergone a transformation. Zhou Han had not checked the attributes of the Honorable Soul banner just now. At this moment, he looked at the virtual interface. Soon, he took in the enhanced relevant data and saw it at a glance. Honorable Soul banner plus 250. Grade, Sovereign Grade. Type, Attack Type Dharma Treasure. Main Soul, 1 million. Soul, 1 trillion. Description, a Dharma treasure refined by the Soul Control Sovereign. It can absorb billions of souls. Currently, there are a total of 1 million main soul spots. The higher the quality of the main soul, the greater the power it can unleash and easily fight above your level. It has an absolute restraining effect on souls and can constantly advance by devouring souls. Basic attributes. In combat, the damage of soul-type attacks will increase by 5 million times. The damage received from soul-type attacks will be reduced by 80%. Every soul in the Honorable Soul banner will enjoy 100% of this buff. Unique passive, Survival of the Fittest. All the souls living in the Honorable Soul banner can quickly recover their vitality and stamina. Moreover, they can quickly increase the realm of their souls. The realm of their souls cannot exceed the realm of the strongest main soul. Moreover, the strongest million souls will automatically be selected to become the main soul, causing the combat strength of the Honorable Soul banner to always be in the strongest state. Unique passive, Soul Chain. Once you receive fatal damage, it will automatically be distributed to every soul. This passive effect will only disappear after all the souls are killed. Unique passive, Soul Parasitism. All the souls inside can parasitize energy substances to absorb energy to strengthen themselves and promote the rapid advancement of the Honorable Soul banner. Exclusive skill, Netherworld Soul C. After activating this skill, all the free soul power within 1 million miles will gather with all the souls in the Honorable Soul banner to form a vast soul sea that provides an endless stream of soul power. Every time it is used, your soul power will increase by 30% from your original foundation. The cooldown is 5 days. As expected, this transformation can be described as earth-shattering. A sovereign-grade Honorable Soul banner is so terrifying. Zhou Han's pupils constricted, and he was also surprised by its powerful effect. Then, the smile on his face could no longer be hidden, and he grinned. The Honorable Soul banner became extremely powerful. As the main soul, he naturally enjoyed huge benefits. This was also why Rocky and the other two were so excited. In the space of the Honorable Soul banner, they could clearly sense that they had become stronger. Of course, the greatest change was still the passive effect, Soul Parasitism. It could parasitize souls on energy substances and absorb the energy inside to achieve the goal of improvement. Do you know where there are abundant energy materials in the universe? Zhou Han felt that if this special effect was used rationally, it would definitely bring an unexpected enhancement effect. Boss, do you mean you want to parasitize? Lincoln asked with a smile. After becoming the main soul of the Honorable Soul banner, he naturally knew the characteristics of the Honorable Soul banner. If you want to parasitize, the planet is the best energy material. Therefore, choose some barren planets as targets. That way, we won't attract anyone else's attention and our progress won't be disturbed. Seeing that his chance to perform had come, Lincoln quickly voiced his opinion. These barren planets were only relative. With its huge quality, the energy contained was definitely very exaggerated. Therefore, this could ensure energy and not conflict with those top experts. It was a good plan. After all, most planets had owners. How could others agree easily if you parasitized them? It was either to find a soft persimmon to crush or do it quietly and not be discovered. Your suggestion is good. I'll leave the soul parasitism to you. Zhou Han thought for a moment and agreed with Lincoln. He decided to test it first. He was stronger than the three of them, but his understanding of the universe was on a completely different level. Yes, boss. I promise to complete the mission perfectly. Just wait for my good news. Lincoln promised, patting his chest. Regarding this, he was also very motivated. Now, he was one with the Honorable Soul banner. As long as the matter of soul parasitism progressed successfully, his own strength would also advance by leaps and bounds. By the way, have you seen such a planet in the universe? As Zhou Han spoke, he depicted the appearance of the blue planet. Of course, in order to describe it more clearly, he directly used his mind to condense a specific phantom that floated in the air. It was a blue planet and a structural map of the solar system. Since this universe was real, then the blue planet would definitely exist in the universe. Previously, Zhou Han did not have the ability to find the blue planet. However, now that he already had such power, it was imperative to find the blue planet. After all, his parents were both on the blue planet. He wondered if they would be worried after not seeing each other for a few years. Sorry, boss. I've indeed not seen this planet in the space I've traveled. It clearly has a unique beauty. If I've seen it before, I'll definitely have a deep impression of it. Rocky said, then pay attention in the future. You must report to me when you encounter this planet. I won't hurt her casually. Hearing the three of them shake their heads, Zhou Han was a little disappointed, but he still reminded them. Okay, we understand, boss. The vast universe is so vast. We've been to countless places, but we haven't even reached 1% of this galaxy. Barton sighed. Then, Zhou Han asked about the basic situation of this galaxy. The following information was obtained. 1. The universe was divided according to different galaxies. No one knew how many galaxies there were in total. 2. The current planet of the Godfiend continent was within the range of the original galaxy. Its diameter had reached more than 10 million light-years. This length was simply ridiculous. 3. The galaxy was divided into a total of 5 large areas: north, south, east, west, and center. The center was divided into 4 districts. There were 9 neighborhoods in every direction. Therefore, there were a total of 40 areas. 4. On average, each area was about 300,000 light-years in diameter and gathered countless large and small forces. So, strictly speaking, I'm in East Zone 9 of the original galaxy? Zhou Han asked. Yes. This place is at the edge of the galaxy. Resources are poor, and it's a very barren area. Not only are resources poor, but it's also very dangerous. Every 10 years, it will be bombarded by a dark omega ray beam. It's fine if the planet can withstand it. If not, it'll be destroyed directly, Lincoln explained. At this moment, they already knew that Zhou Han was not related to the giants in the universe. After all, no matter how isolated he was, it was impossible for him to not know anything. However, now that they were on the ship, it was useless for them to regret it. Under the restraints of the Honorable Soul Banner, there was no way to resist. In that case, the center of the galaxy is the most prosperous? Zhou Han asked with interest. He naturally wanted to experience such a magnificent universe himself. Only then could he constantly broaden his horizons. This was a necessary quality to reach the peak. Of course, unfortunately, little people like us are not qualified to go to the central area at all. Not to mention the central area, I can only go to Zone 5 East at most. The other areas are not something someone at my level can enter, Barton said gloomily. Clearly, survival of the fittest was the eternal truth of the universe. Strength reigned supreme everywhere, and levels were clear. Don't worry, you're my lackeys. One day, not only will I bring you to the central area, but you'll be in charge of this galaxy. Zhou Han said domineeringly, feeling heroic. All right, thank you, boss. Boss is mighty. This bearing is not something ordinary people can have. Lincoln and the other 2 hurriedly bragged, but they did not think much of it. How strong must one be to reach that level? After knowing that Zhou Han was only an ordinary person, they had no motivation at all. He was originally related to a cosmic giant, but the current Zhou Han was completely a country bumpkin and did not know the universe at all. One could imagine the huge psychological difference. I have a mission for you now. Aren't there a lot of forces around here? Think of something and bring them all over. Remember, don't bring too many people. About 10 at a time. Zhou Han looked at Barton and said. He was prepared to start implementing his plan, which was to kill a primordial realm expert and obtain abundant resources, especially the primordial spirit crystal. It was the most important to the current Zhou Han. Therefore, he chose the safe way to pull the monsters. Previously, Zhou Han had no choice but to use the creation jade disc to attract the strong. However, in that case, he might encounter the covetous eyes of a universe expert. Fortunately, he had 3 lackeys now, so he could arrange them. This risk was greatly reduced. Zhou Han chose the smartest Barton to do this. Yes, Barton already knew Zhou Han's intentions. No matter how great the danger, he could not refuse. Then, Lincoln and Barton quickly began to move. One was in charge of soul parasitism, and the other was in charge of attracting the strong. Boss, what do I need to do? Rocky asked. Open an account for me in the Universe Silver Union first. Change all these useless resources to more. I have to accumulate as much money as possible to prepare to enter the universe. Zhou Han thought for a moment and said, he had gold coins, soul crystals, and a sea of first-grade equipment. To the current him, it was useless. Therefore, obtaining more from the Universe Silver Union was the best choice. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Rocky's face. In comparison, this job was the easiest. After settling everything, Zhou Han's gaze carefully probed the origin space. At this moment, under the scan of the starry sky perception, in an instant, he saw something different. As expected, a huge change has already happened. In the future, the origin space can produce a dimensional crystal every month. What a pleasant surprise. Zhou Han was delighted and muttered to himself happily. Boss, an orange-red beam bombarded this area half a year ago. Could this be the reason for the change? The Yellow Spring Lord recalled. I think so. The universe has too many secrets. It's not surprising what happens, Zhou Han said with a smile. The process was not important. The current outcome was good for him. After all, a dimensional crystal could be exchanged for 10,000 more. It would be a waste not to take the money given for free. Boss is talking too much. I've finished counting these spoils of war. Check them. The 9 Nether Lords smiled obsequiously and consciously packed them. As a qualified lackey, he had to have such awareness. After seeing Zhou Han's heaven-defying performance and killing a true god-grade expert, the admiration in their hearts could not be greater. Yes, well done. Zhou Han smiled and praised. Then, he appraised the items that dropped. Naturally, his gaze was attracted by the primordial spirit crystal. After all, such a crystal-clear primordial spirit crystal that emitted a dazzling halo was too dazzling. This is the primordial power. Zhou Han grabbed the primordial spirit crystal and could feel a huge warmth sweeping through his body. The energy was powerful and the aura was only majestic. It was extraordinary. Even Zhou Han was shocked and muttered softly. After all, this was the first time he had felt the primordial power at such a close distance. It was understandable that there was such surprise. Although I can absorb it now, I want to maximize the benefits. Then, after my glazed golden body is enhanced 30 times and directly fused with the primordial spirit crystal, its power will definitely increase several times. Zhou Han endured the throbbing in his heart and knew what the best decision was. It was definitely not worth it to absorb the energy in the primordial spirit crystal now. Firstly, it could not be completely absorbed. The conversion rate was very low, and more than half of the energy would definitely be wasted. However, directly fusing was different. Even energy that could not be absorbed would be stored in the body and waited to be absorbed again. Therefore, the utilization rate was almost 100%. It was very obvious who was better. His luck was not bad. A total of 3 primordial spirit crystals dropped. It was equivalent to a third of the drop rate. It was very exaggerated. Zhou Han smiled and put the primordial spirit crystal into his spatial inventory, carefully storing it. This was the key to advancing to the primordial realm. He could not lose it. After doing all of this, Zhou Han continued to check the spoils of war. Unfortunately, they were all sovereign grade, but very few of them could be of use. This was because, with Zhou Han's current combat strength, it was indeed very difficult for anything to catch his eye. I can only place my hopes on the fusion effect of the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome. Zhou Han chanted in his mind. In that case, skills like skill synthesis, Dharma treasure synthesis, equipment synthesis, and so on would all automatically circulate. Under the mysterious Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome, it progressed methodically. System prompt. You have used a skill, Dharma treasure fusion. Congratulations on successfully fusing the sovereign grade Dharma treasure, White Phoenix Feather Robe. You used the skill fusion. Congratulations on fusing a sovereign grade skill book, Snow Dragon Roar. You used a special equipment fusion. Congratulations on fusing a Dao grade Dharma treasure fragment, Kunlun Mirror. You used all kinds of synthesis results kept scrolling across the interface. Zhou Han also smiled in satisfaction. Because there was no 100-fold reward increase, the number of items this time was much fewer. It could be combined in a few minutes. However, because the people he killed were all primordial realm experts, therefore, there was nothing to say about the quality of these spoils of war. This way, the benefits of this synthesis far exceeded before. There are 3 Dao-grade Dharma treasure fragments. They're respectively the Kunlun Mirror fragment, the Divine Scales fragment, and the Emperor Seal fragment. What a pity that the creation jade disc fragment didn't drop. Zhou Han sighed softly. After all, the creation jade disc was the strongest. Although the other fragments were good, there was still a huge difference. Next were a few sovereign-grade sets. Zhou Han immediately changed into it. The powerful attribute power kept surging in his body and could not be shocked. After Zhou Han consumed the 5 top-grade pills, it made the restless power boil even more. This special item. Isn't that what I was looking forward to? Zhou Han looked at the black card in his hand, his eyes flickering with great joy. He was extremely satisfied with this. Heavenly Fate card. Grade, downgrade. Type, special item. Description. It's a card carefully created by a master alchemist in the universe after sealing a trace of the power of heavenly fate for 100 million years. Having this card represents the fate of the heavens and extraordinary providence. As long as you don't court death, it won't be a problem to become an eternal true god. Effect. You have a 60% chance of triggering a 10-fold kill reward. Description. Once activated, this state will last for 1,000,000 years. Heavenly Fate card. This thing is a little powerful, and there's no map restriction. It's simply too practical. After seeing the effect, Zhou Han said in surprise. He never expected such an awesome special item. Clearly, this had dropped directly after being killed. This was because at the moment, other than being able to fuse a downgrade Dharma treasure fragments, this special item could not be combined. Anyway, the help this Heavenly Fate card could bring was very great. It was also the buff that Zhou Han needed at the moment. One had to know that in the extreme ice divine domain, he enjoyed 100 times the reward enhancement. However, now that he was in the ancient abyss, this buff effect disappeared, making him extremely uncomfortable. If the 100-fold reward was still around, he would already have 300 primordial spirit crystals. Unfortunately, after changing the map, the enhancement buff directly disappeared. Therefore, the appearance of the Heavenly Fate card was too timely. Especially since he was not restricted by the map, Zhou Han was most satisfied with this. 60% trigger rate is still too low. Moreover, only by killing it can I obtain the reward enhancement. Zhou Han thought to himself. This was clearly far from his ideal effect. Therefore, the next step is to enhance it. I hope it can bring a huge surprise. After completing the hidden mission, he obtained 3 billion supreme enhancement points. With enhancement points in hand, he was full of confidence. Zhou Han had also experienced enhancement of downgrade. If nothing went wrong, he could enhance it 30 times. This was not a lot. Then it was hard to say what the final effect would be and if it would be satisfactory. Fortunately, the Heavenly Fate card already belonged to him. In the future, as long as he obtained more supreme enhancement points, he could enhance them at any time until he reached his limit. Thinking of this, Zhou Han calmed down. He chanted in his mind and began to enhance it. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. Downgrade, Heavenly Fate card. You have successfully enhanced it 30 times. The current number of supreme enhancement points is not enough. You cannot enhance it more times. Please understand. Related attribute data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. 30 white lights flashed, and new attributes changed, slowly appearing. Zhou Han looked up and hurriedly looked over. After the enhancement was completed, all the data of the Heavenly Fate card appeared in front of him. It was obvious. Heavenly Fate card. Grade, downgrade. Type, special item. Description. It's a card carefully created by a master alchemist in the universe after sealing a trace of the power of Heavenly Fate for 100 million years. Having this card represents the fate of the heavens and extraordinary providence. As long as you don't court death, it won't be a problem to become an eternal true god. Special effect, Heavenly Fate enhancement. Any reward you obtain will receive an increase of 80 times. There is no limit to the location. It will take effect in all maps. However, items with unique characteristics will not be able to enjoy this increase in reward. Special effect, persistent. As long as you are not killed, the effect of the Heavenly Fate enhancement will continue. It is a permanent buff. Description. As long as you activate this item, it will take effect immediately. It is a one-time consumable item that will be automatically destroyed after use. Items of the same type cannot be stacked. Very good, very powerful. It's only been enhanced 30 times, but it has such outstanding special effects. I'm really taking off this time. After enduring his excitement and reading all the attribute descriptions, Zhou Han's eyes were filled with smiles. He was quite satisfied with the result of the enhancement. As expected of a downgrade special item, this was the first time he had obtained such a high-quality special item. As expected, it did not disappoint him. If he had more enhancement points in the future, Zhou Han would definitely prioritize enhancing the Heavenly Fate card. From the looks of it, this was the best way to maximize the benefits. Then it was only a matter of time before he obtained enough Sovereign Golden Runes and enhanced his body to 30 times. Originally, Zhou Han felt that this might take a lot of time. However, with the special item, the Heavenly Fate card, it would be even easier to complete. He seemed to see the primordial realm already waving at him from afar. Controlling the supreme primordial power would definitely erupt with even more terrifying power. At that time, Zhou Han would be able to challenge a stronger opponent. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Zhou Han also yearned for the primordial realm. This was because that was the beginning of the strong. It was the first step he had to take to reach the peak. Otherwise, without controlling the primordial power, it would be difficult to move in the universe. It was even more like roaming the universe. This was all learned from Lincoln and the other two. Only the primordial power could resist the corrosion of all kinds of rays and dark energy in the universe. It had a natural resistance and could block a huge portion of the unknown energy damage in the universe. Zhou Han's glazed golden body was indeed powerful, but it was not invincible. In a short period of time, he might be able to withstand the radiation damage. You can last a day, a month, but can you last 10, 100 years? The answer was obviously no. After all, the energy of cosmic radiation maintained at least 100 million attacks per microsecond. It was difficult to last long in the face of such bombardment. Therefore, this was the importance of controlling the primordial power. Entering the universe, the primordial realm was a necessary condition. If one did not meet this standard, they would be courting death. After all, the environment in the universe was too harsh. The weak were not worthy of living in it. I'll set a small goal first and enhance my body to 30 times. Then, absorb the primordial spirit crystal and enter the primordial realm. Zhou Han thought to himself. His blood was boiling and he was filled with enthusiasm. Activate the Heavenly Fate card. As Zhou Han spoke, the energy in his body automatically began to circulate. Then, a trace surged out and enveloped the Heavenly Fate card. The Heavenly Fate card also emitted a rich black light. The two energies quickly fused, establishing a strange connection. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the downgrade special item, Heavenly Fate card. This item card has been successfully bound to you. Special effect. Heavenly Fate Enhancement has been successfully activated. Special effect. Persistent has been successfully activated. The notification echoed in his mind, and Zhou Han's smile widened. The Heavenly Fate Enhancement could obtain an 80 times reward enhancement, and all maps were suitable. Therefore, one could imagine how much help it had brought. The special effect Persistent allowed this buff to last forever. That's assuming I'm not killed. If I revive, this state will disappear. That will be a huge loss. Therefore, I definitely won't allow such a thing. We have to be more careful in the future. Thinking of this, Zhou Han warned himself in his heart that it was very necessary to be more stable. This was because as the Heavenly Fate card was enhanced more in the future, the effect would definitely be even more shocking. Perhaps it could increase it by 1,000, 10,000, or even a higher multiplier. With extremely terrifying potential, Zhou Han would rather be careful and gain less. He could not let such a powerful buff disappear from his body. Then, all the items were counted. Unfortunately, other than the Heavenly Fate card, no other powerful items appeared. However, Zhou Han's mood was not affected. After all, top-grade items were rare. He had already dropped a top-grade item like the Heavenly Fate card and was already very satisfied. How could he ask for more? He could not occupy all the good things alone. Although it was satisfying, it was impossible. After changing his equipment and consuming the pill, Zhou Han opened his personal attribute panel and looked at his current attribute data. Chaos Sword Lord, Zhou Han. Level, 354, 66.11%. Health, 320.5 trillion. Attack, 143.53 billion. Defense, 171.03 billion. Soul power, 125.12 billion. Talent, infinite enhancement, heaven vault, sword's servant. Title, sovereign appearance, god fiend nightmare. Weapon, dragon spring sword. Secondary weapon, sovereign blood heaven splitter. Soul artifact, 9 flames Qilin saber. Accessory, sword emperor ring, heavenly fate bracelet, flame emperor necklace. Support equipment, demon emperor earrings, big dipper set, heavenly wolf set. Equipment, heavenly saint battle robe, sun emperor wrist guard, battle sovereign belt, white emperor leg guard. Universe set, star venerable war boots. Dharma treasure, primordial heaven suppressing seal, creation jade disc fragment, heavenly martial golden armor, heaven defying bead, ancestral phoenix shield, heaven opening axe, honorable soul banner, 5 elements treasure mirror, immortal vanquishing axe, holy angel sword, holy trident, immortal binding rope, concealment array. Cultivation technique, grand primordium heavenly tome, Tao seeding immortal technique, ultimate version of the Emperor Xianyuan scripture, beginner version of the beginningless scripture, extreme, divine sword technique, proud heaven ice emperor technique, grand primordium ancient scroll, blood emperor heaven splitting record, grand soul Tao, fire Qilin sword technique, eternal sword body. Gem, killing gem, immortal gem, scorching sun gem, splitting gem, bloodthirsty gem, persistent hit gem. Guild buff, HP increased by 2 billion, attack increased by 50 million. Fashion, starry sky mythology, open and see the details. Bloodline, storm dragon king, open and see the details. Sword heart, clarity sword heart plus 19, open and see the details. Constitution, glazed golden body plus 19, open and see the details. Not bad, not bad. All my attributes are steadily increasing. The feeling of increasing my strength is so wonderful. Zhou Han chuckled. After all, he had changed into a few powerful sovereign-grade equipment. Whether it was the attributes or special effects, they completely exceeded the effect of the top-grade pseudo-sovereign set. Therefore, it was very reasonable to have such an increase. Boss, what new arrangements do you have next? The Nine Netherlord asked. He knew very well that the current Zhou Han was too strong. He no longer took a mere ancient abyss seriously. Zhou Han's current goal was naturally the Sea of Stars. Now I have 2 things for you to complete. Firstly, we have to send some more guards to this origin space. Let me know immediately if anything unexpected happens. The second thing is to find clues about the other 6 divine domain keys. Zhou Han's gaze swept across Jiang Yinran, the Nine Netherlord, the Yellow Spring Lord, and the soldiers behind them as he slowly gave his orders. All right, Brother Han. This origin space can produce precious items like dimensional crystals. Even if you don't say it, we'll increase our troops' defense. Jiang Yinran said with a smile. She had also heard what Lincoln and the others had said just now, so she knew the value of the dimensional crystal. Although it was useless to send more soldiers when encountering experts, at least he could sound the alarm. With vigilance, he would not be unprepared. Therefore, the main goal of these soldiers was to pass on the information of the invasion before it happened. Yes, Yinran, you'll be responsible for this. Zhou Han said. Yes, Brother Han. Jiang Yinran smiled sweetly, her heart very sweet. This kind of thing was relatively less risky. The man she loved still took good care of her. Thinking of this, Jiang Yinran's beautiful eyes rippled. She kept scanning Zhou Han's majestic body, her imagination running wild. Boss, are you going to enter Divine Domain? The Nine Netherlord asked. That's right. Not only are there abundant resources, but there are also some secrets. I have to understand them, Zhou Han said indifferently. Killing a primordial realm expert was naturally the best way to obtain resources. However, there would definitely not be many who could be deceived. It was completely incomparable to the many wild monsters in Divine Domain. Therefore, Zhou Han's focus was still on Divine Domain. Only then could the benefits be maximized. Moreover, the Divine Domain still had some information about the Tao Lord. This was what Zhou Han desperately wanted to understand. Therefore, this was a reason why he had to go. Just now, Zhou Han had also asked Rocky and the other 2 about the Tao Lord, but he had not gained anything. Presumably, it was because their levels were too low. He could not come into contact with a top expert like the Tao Lord. Therefore, Zhou Han could only rely on his own methods to understand the Tao Lord more, this potential hidden danger in the future. Okay, we'll definitely complete the mission. I won't let you down, the Nine Nether Lord and the Yellow Spring Lord hurriedly promised. This was the time to show their abilities and value. They would definitely do their best. This was also the reason why Zhou Han distributed it like this. The ancient abyss was not worth mentioning in the universe, but it was also a huge faction in the Godfiend continent. With the many soldiers, the efficiency of collecting information was definitely much higher than the Ashen Illusory Beast and the others. Yes, go. Zhou Han nodded and waved his hand. Then he thought of something and added, wait, take this. If there's any new development, you can contact me directly. As he spoke, Zhou Han flicked his finger, and a talisman that looked like a small loudspeaker accurately landed in the Nine Netherlord's hand. Boss, what talisman is this? This is the first time I've seen it, the Yellow Spring Lord asked curiously. This is called the Heavenly Note Talisman. It can achieve long-range voice transmission. As long as you're within a light year, you can communicate without barriers. Zhou Han explained with a smile. This was also a special item that had dropped when he killed the Blue Moon Realm Lord. Due to the special nature of long-range voice transmission, Zhou Han had a deep impression of it. There were a total of 10 Heavenly Note talismans. Now that the Nine Nether Lord and the others were going out to do something, therefore, he still needed this very much. After all, there were still some potential threats on the Godfiend continent. At the moment, the most threatening were the Desolate Heaven King and the Heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. The current Zhou Han was not afraid of them. However, these two guys had lived for a long time. They might also come into contact with experts in the universe. Zhou Han could have connections with the experts in the universe, so why couldn't others? Therefore, this was also something he needed to consider. Heaven-defying Dragon Emperor, I hope you attack now. This way, I can complete that special mission and escape the shackles of the Godfiend continent. Zhou Han thought. This was because his special mission was to defeat the strongest person in the world on the Godfiend continent. Only then could he be completely unrestricted. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was the strongest person in the world. Unfortunately, there was no news of the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. Even if Zhou Han wanted to take the initiative to find trouble with him, he had no idea. After all, they didn't even know the other party's location. How could they find him? There's a high chance that it's also in the 8 great divine domains. Zhou Han guessed. This was because other than the 8 great divine domains being the last secret, he really could not think of any other place. Therefore, this was also one of the reasons why Zhou Han wanted to collect all the divine domain keys. Damn impressive. A light year away. The entire Godfiend continent doesn't have such length, the Nine Nether Lord exclaimed. It's useful. This Heavenly Note talisman is really too useful. The Yellow Spring Lord tested the sound transmission effect and said excitedly, all right, take these sets. It's time to set off. Zhou Han handed over a few top-grade sets as a reward, making them even more motivated. At the same time, the powerful set gave the two of them more confidence to deal with the danger that appeared. This equipment. Thank you, boss. Just wait for our good news. Excited, their trembling hands saw the dazzling light effect emitted by the top-grade set. Sensing the powerful energy fluctuation inside, its strength was needless to say. This was the first time they had seen such a powerful set. How could they not be excited? Damn, I feel my strength increase 5-fold. Ha ha ha. The power of my cultivation technique has increased 8 times. Do you believe it? After the Nine Nether Lord and the Yellow Spring Lord changed into their sets, they were extremely shocked and overjoyed. They knew that their strength would increase greatly, but they did not expect it to be so terrifying. Just like that, in great joy, the two of them led a large number of soldiers and began to inquire about the divine domain key. After obtaining such a generous reward, he naturally had to make a result. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. In the future, it was impossible to obtain more generous rewards. Seeing everyone start to mobilize in a frenzy, Zhou Han nodded in satisfaction. These top-grade pseudo-sovereign sets were simply cabbages to the current him. They were worthless. It was simply worth it to casually give it out and greatly stimulate the enthusiasm of the Nine Nether Lord and the other man. After explaining this, Zhou Han was slightly relieved. There was strength in numbers. It was only a matter of time before he found information about the divine domain key. The key was the length of time. After all, the two of them had been bosses before. Dealing with such a matter was definitely not a problem for them. Therefore, Zhou Han only had to wait for their good news. Brother Han, are you going out to fight again? Are you leaving now? At this moment, after the 9 Netherlord left with the soldiers, there was no one around. Jiang Yinran leaned over and said reluctantly. Her eyes were gentle like water as she looked at Zhou Han with a burning gaze. It flashed with fiery affection. That's right. The universe is vast, and there are many unknowns. There's always someone better. Before reaching the peak, I don't dare to relax at all. Although I have to keep fighting and become stronger. Zhou Han touched Jiang Yinran's soft, fragrant hair and said with a smile. He felt a charming fragrance emit from Jiang Yinran's perfect body. It was so warm again. Zhou Han naturally knew what she was thinking. After all, he admitted that he was second to women. No one dared to claim to be first. However, Zhou Han was not bewitched by beauty. Becoming stronger was his main goal. During this period of growth, Zhou Han's mentality had already changed a lot. Brother Han, you can't do this. It's not a good thing to be too tense. Not only will it not help, but it will have unexpected consequences. Therefore, you have to relax appropriately. Only by combining work and rest can your cultivation increase. Jiang Yinran said sweetly, her breath like orchids, her eyes coquettish. One had to know that she had been waiting for Zhou Han's love for several years. Back then, Jiang Yinran invited Zhou Han to teach her sword techniques. The meaning of that invitation was already very obvious. Unfortunately, Zhou Han did not arrive because this matter disappointed Jiang Yinran for a long time. Therefore, no matter what, she would not miss this opportunity. Even if she pestered him, she had to achieve something good. Therefore, there was such a scene. Really? Can relaxing your body and mind really increase your cultivation? Don't lie to me, Zhou Han said with a smile. Of course you can. Think about it. After releasing the pressure in your heart, you will have a fuller and more active spirit to cultivate. In that case, it will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Jiang Yinran explained seriously. Yes, you make sense. Zhou Han nodded and agreed. Hearing this, Jiang Yinran was delighted and hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. My current meager strength can't help you much at all. The only thing I can do is comfort your heart. So now, Jiang Yinran said sweetly, her jade-like hand drawing circles on Zhou Han's waist. Then, she became a little dishonest. Seeing that Zhou Han had no intention of stopping her, she became even more impudent. Under his teasing, Zhou Han was also a little restless. In this situation, there was no time to think about increasing his strength. It was better to talk about it in the future. After all, he had been living like an ascetic for the past few years. Jiang Yinran's words did make sense. It was necessary to relax appropriately. In that case, then, Zhou Han smiled evilly and shattered their clothes. Then in the empty origin space. The joy of this was not something outsiders could understand. Happy times were always so short. Brother Han, don't forget me. I'll wait for you to come back. At this moment, the expression on Jiang Yinran's face was both satisfied and reluctant. She leaned into Zhou Han's arms and wheedled reluctantly. Of course, I won't forget you. There will always be a place for you in my heart. Zhou Han said gently. It was sad to part since ancient times. He knew how cruel his departure was to Jiang Yinran. After all, they had just established an extremely intimate relationship and had to part. Zhou Han also felt a little uncomfortable. However, without a powerful force to support it, it was impossible to protect the people he loved in this chaotic world. Therefore, parting was just a better reunion. You're my woman now. When I reach the peak, we can travel the universe wantonly and live a free and unrestrained life. Zhou Han pulled Jiang Yinran into his arms tightly and comforted her. Yes, Brother Han, you can definitely do it. That day won't be too far away, Jiang Yinran said with tears in her eyes. She was also a very sensible woman and did not pester him too much. She did not want her selfish desires to stop the man she loved from advancing. All she could do was support him silently from behind. After being intimate for a while, Zhou Han handed a heavenly note talisman to Jiang Yinran. When she missed him, she could also have a way to talk to him. Although distant water could not quench immediate thirst, it could more or less ease it. In Jiang Yinran's teary eyes, Zhou Han's figure slowly disappeared into the horizon. After leaving, Zhou Han went to visit the guild members. Because of the invasion of the Heavenly River Power King, more than 10,000 guild members died. This damage was relatively light. After all, the other party was a true god-grade expert. Fortunately, the Heavenly River Power King disdained to attack. Otherwise, there would definitely be more casualties. Han, you killed all 9 experts. Seeing Zhou Han appear, Han Qinxue threw herself into his arms with endless longing. Well, these 9 are from the universe. Then, Zhou Han told Han Qinxue some basic information about the universe. It made her mentally prepared in advance. Not only would he leave in the future, but she would face more unknown enemies. I didn't expect such a magnificent world to involve the universe. Han Qinxue was a little shocked and muttered to herself, "Don't worry, I'll lead the guild members to collect more resources to help you reach a higher level." Han Qinxue hurriedly said. As Zhou Han's woman, she had to do logistics well. No matter how helpful it could be, he would just do his best. "Qinxue, it's been hard on you. With you helping me manage the guild, I can rest easy." Zhou Han smiled in relief. His women were all quite understanding. Not only did he not have to worry, but it would also help a lot. He was glad about that. After all, he needed a large number of sovereign golden runes to enhance his body. Therefore, if a large number of the guild's personnel could be used fully, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. It would greatly reduce the collection time, and their efficiency would directly take off. Next, the few of you will lead the guild members to farm monsters in the chaotic mystic world. You can do whatever you want there. If you perform well, I'll directly reward you with a sovereign-grade Dharma treasure. Zhou Han directly said his decision. Before this decision came, he had already thought of it. The resources in the ancient abyss were too limited. If he continued farming, it would be a waste of time. Zhou Han did not have that much time to wait. So heading to the chaotic mystic world was the best choice at the moment. What? A sovereign-grade Dharma treasure? Did I hear wrongly? An extremely powerful sovereign artifact. Boss, are you really going to take it out as a reward? Oh Huang said in shock. After all, with his powerful providence, he only had 3 top pseudo-sovereign weapons on hand. He did not even see a single sovereign artifact. Therefore, it was obvious how important Zhou Han's words were when he said that he would reward a sovereign-grade Dharma treasure. Damn, I immediately feel my blood boil, and I'm filled with enthusiasm. As expected of our boss. He's so awesome. Who else has the courage to reward a sovereign-grade Dharma treasure just like that? Go Tua was also extremely excited and kept bragging, his eyes shining. He had also yearned for the sovereign grade for a long time. Unfortunately, it was too difficult to obtain it. Now, how could he not be excited to hear this news? Boss is mighty. Brother Han is so domineering. Take off. Soon, there was a commotion around them. The crowd was excited and dancing. Many guild members were shocked by the news. All right, everyone, don't be excited. You only have one goal for entering the chaotic mystic world this time. That's to obtain the sovereign golden rune. The other resources are secondary. Zhou Han pressed down with his hand to stop everyone from being restless. The scene instantly fell silent. Okay, boss. However, entering the chaotic mystic world requires one to reach level 100. Moreover, the combat strength of the other members of the guild might not be able to keep up. After Oh Huang experienced his initial excitement, he quickly calmed down and began to analyze. Yes, your analysis is very on point. Since I suggested this plan, I naturally have a plan to deal with it. Zhou Han smiled calmly. Of course, he would consider this. Boss, what's the plan? Li Erge hurriedly asked. Can weaklings like us increase our strength too? Wang Goxing asked excitedly. The other members at the bottom of the rankings also became active and excited. According to Zhou Han, they were about to take off. Of course, their weakness was only relative to experts like Oh Huang and Go Tua. Compared to the other guilds, it was easy to crush them. Zhou Han smiled and did not say anything. Instead, he took out a card. This was a special item called the Realm card. After enhancing it to the limit, it could instantly increase targets below the sovereign grade to the sovereign grade. Realm card plus 35. Grade, sovereign grade. Type, special item. Description, a very magical card. After activation, it can greatly increase your realm and achieve a leap in realm. Originally, it could only be raised to the limit of the pseudo-sovereign realm, but now, it seems to be affected by a mysterious power and can break through to a higher limit. Special effect, Sovereign Grade. After activation, it can directly raise 200,000 units to the Sovereign Grade for 1,000,000 years. If this target does not advance to the Sovereign Grade after 1,000,000 years, it will fall to its original realm. Special effect, Level Leap. The target who enjoys the Sovereign Grade special effect will also freeze at level 100. The duration is 1,000,000 years. If this target still does not break through to level 100 after 1,000,000 years, it will fall to its original level. Description: if the owner of this item card is the president, all members of his guild can enjoy this special effect. However, the units that take effect cannot exceed 500,000. Prompt: this item card is a one-time consumable. After using it, it will automatically destroy itself. Items of the same type will not be able to stack the buff effect. Not only that, but it could take effect on the entire guild. The enhanced special effect maximized the use of the realm card. This time, he reached the Sovereign Grade and level 101 go. Although Zhou Han's strength could not increase, the help this provided was extraordinary. After all, the God-Slaying Hall was now a level 100 guild with a total of 300,000 members. Once he activated the realm card, it meant that Zhou Han had 300,000 Sovereign Grade subordinates. It was quite exciting to think about. With such a realm and the set he distributed, one could imagine how terrifying his combat strength was. Moreover, there were Han Qinxue, O Huang, Go Tuo, Jia Feiqiu, Lu Benwei, Xiaoyan, Lin Dong, Kai Kuan, and other experts on the team. Under their lead, 300,000 lackeys could completely do whatever they wanted in the chaotic mystic world. Therefore, he had learned the special effect of the realm card in advance. Only then did Zhou Han make a decision to let all the members enter the chaotic mystic world and increase the collection of the sovereign golden runes. Boss, what item card are you holding? It's flickering with colorful halos and looks so cool. Xie Sun hurriedly asked. This card is not simple. I can feel a different power surging. Jiang Xiaobai looked extremely expectant. This thing is the key to increasing your strength. From today onwards, all of you will officially become Sovereign Grade experts. Zhou Han said unhurriedly. However, as he spoke, a stone caused 1,000 waves. This commotion was especially strong. It shocked everyone until their scalps went numb. Wow, Sovereign Grade expert. Really, boss, is this true? Wang Defa was so excited that he was trembling as he asked repeatedly. Although it was a question, he had accepted it. After all, the person standing opposite him was Zhou Han. Zhou Han never bragged, and he brought shocking news again and again. All the guild members saw it for themselves. Therefore, these words came from Zhou Han's mouth so easily. Oh my God, the Sovereign Grade is so far away. It's beyond my reach. Li Xian was both excited and shocked. Was Zhou Han going to create another miracle this time? It was unbelievable that all 300,000 people had advanced to the Sovereign Grade. Boss, keep showing us. Please, what kind of card is this? Is it really that powerful? Damn, I can't wait. A salted fish like me is about to become a Sovereign Grade expert. Can you believe it? As expected, as Zhou Han spoke, everyone erupted in even stronger shock. Compared to obtaining a Sovereign Grade Dharma treasure, becoming a Sovereign Grade expert would definitely have a greater impact. This was because although a sovereign artifact was good, it could only be owned by experts with heads. The weak at the bottom could forget about it. But now, Zhou Han was saying that everyone could advance to the Sovereign Grade. Everyone had a share. Therefore, it was understandable that such cheers and shock would erupt. Han, can you really let all of us advance to the Sovereign Grade? Han Qinxue whispered into Zhou Han's ear. Clearly, she was shocked too. Slap. Zhou Han slapped Han Qinxue's beautiful butt and said with a smile. Little girl, you even doubt your man. No, I'm just curious. Han Qinxue said sweetly. She enjoyed Zhou Han's intimate actions very much. After all, they had not been intimate for the past few years and had been longing for it for a long time. However, she knew that now was not the time. It was not too late to endure it a little longer after Zhou Han announced everything. I'll share the attribute data of this card with the guild group. Take your time to check it. After reading it, you'll know. Zhou Han smiled mysteriously and shared the attribute description in the God-Slaying Hall guild group. It would be very interesting for everyone to be shocked later. Sure enough, 3 seconds later, cheers rose and fell in the crowd. endless and echoing for thousands of miles. Damn, what did I see? This realm card is really too awesome. It can really instantly increase one's realm. Zhang Deshuai exclaimed repeatedly, his expression filled with disbelief. As expected, it has to be boss. He's too awesome. I can even obtain such a magical item. Damn, this is the first time I've had such special effects. Even though Lin Fan was usually silent, he still cursed at this moment. He was inexplicably shocked. My brother Han is too powerful. When Kai Kuan thought of how he would quickly advance to the sovereign grade expert, his joy could not be greater. Brother Han is awesome. Long live Brother Han. Speaking of heroes, who's the hero? Only my brother Han is. I'm so lucky to be Brother Han's lackey. Awesome. I'll take off directly this time. I won't explain. Everyone kept using their highest level of education to express their admiration and praise for Zhou Han. However, their standards were very limited. They all said damn and awesome. This made Zhou Han sound extremely boring. In that case, all the arrangements had been deployed. He was only waiting for many guild members to establish strange skills and collect more sovereign golden runes. Zhou Han was still very at ease about this. There was strength in numbers. Such a huge faction would definitely cause a bloodbath in the chaotic mystic world. However, he did not care about the process. After all, it was only the sovereign grade. No matter how earth-shattering it was, in the current Zhou Han's opinion, it was just a small fight. After experiencing a battle with a true god-grade expert, his mental state had long changed. The current Zhou Han's targets were all at the true god grade. Combat strength below this realm could not interest him at all. Therefore, Zhou Han only needed to know the final outcome. Qinxue, all the resources obtained will be temporarily safeguarded by you. When I need resources, I'll take the initiative to contact you. Zhou Han instructed. They thought that with the Heavenly Fate card, Zhou Han would trigger the reward increase if he obtained the reward they handed over. However, to be honest, Zhou Han was not very satisfied with the current 80 times reward. Therefore, his meaning was obvious. That was to enhance the Heavenly Fate card again after obtaining more supreme enhancement points. In this way, he would obtain more multipliers. Maximizing benefits was the way to go. Although Zhou Han's style was not unique, he also had a meticulous side. What was the purpose? It was all to advance to the primordial realm as soon as possible and control supreme power. For this reason, it was very necessary to plan carefully. It could shorten a lot of time. Yes, I understand. Han Qinxue did not ask further and immediately agreed. System prompt. The existence of a special item, realm card, has been detected. Do you want to activate it immediately? Activate. After hearing the notification, Zhou Han quickly agreed. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the special effect of the realm card. The target is advancing to the sovereign grade. Please wait. As there are a large number of people taking effect, it will take some time. Please wait patiently. With the notification, the realm card turned into a colorful beam of light at the same time. In an instant, it enveloped all 300,000 guild members present. The light flickered and was incomparably dazzling. It contained an incomparably mysterious power that constantly increased everyone's strength. What a warm light. It's like mom's arms. It's infatuating. Soon, I'll be able to become a sovereign grade expert soon. I, Yang Wei, am not trash. I'm going to make a comeback. I feel my body changing violently. My body temperature is getting higher and higher. Ha ha. Power is flowing. Excitement and cheers kept intertwining. The guild members were undergoing drastic changes. Everyone was like a dragon at this moment. This was the promise Zhou Han had made back then. Now he had fulfilled it. Of course, this improvement was only the starting point and not the end. As long as Zhou Han became stronger and came into contact with a higher level, it would definitely bring an even stronger improvement to the guild members. The enhanced guild members could find more resources for him. This way, a benign cycle would form. Everyone could obtain the benefits they deserved. That was the way to long-term development. Han, I missed you so much. Tonight Han Qinxue had advanced to the sovereign grade long ago, so she did not need a realm card to increase it now. At this moment, her delicate body leaned against Zhou Han and grabbed his belt. Then, after all, she had not been intimate with Zhou Han for a few years, and her heart was already in turmoil. At this moment, seeing the man she loved standing in front of her, so close, Han Qinxue could not care less about being reserved. She reached in and began to do something bad. Hiss. You're too anxious. Watch your image as a lady, Zhou Han teased. Although he teased her like this, he naturally had no reason to refuse the woman he loved. After all, how could he refuse such a delicate beauty? Just now, he was still with Jiang Yanran and had already relaxed. It was beneficial to cultivation. It was reasonable to continue to relax now. For the past few years, as long as I have time, I've been thinking about being with you. I miss it so much and it's so sweet. I know. I can't leave you anymore. You're my fate. Han Qinxue said extremely frankly. Her eyes were gentle and flickered with other emotions. She kept pouring out the pain of her longing. She cried and laughed, making one want to dote on her. Qinxue, it's my fault. I've made you suffer. I can't accompany you properly. Seeing Han Qinxue's expression, Zhou Han felt very guilty and blamed himself. After all, he could not give the woman he loved a stable sense of security. Han, don't blame yourself. I'm willing to suffer all these hardships for you. In this chaotic world, no matter how many promises there are, they're useless. Therefore, the only thing I ask is that you can survive any danger safely. Han Qinxue threw herself into Zhou Han's arms and said affectionately. These words also touched Zhou Han's heart even more. He felt a trace of warmth in the cold universe. The two of them were intimate and confessed their feelings to each other. When their feelings were strong. Han, I want. Han Qinxue said charmingly. Hearing this, Zhou Han smiled gently and closed the door. Then, that night, the moon was hazy and extremely blurry, looking especially beautiful. The next morning, Zhou Han woke up refreshed. At this moment, all the members had already advanced. After Zhou Han gathered, he explained some details. Then, the 300,000-strong army began to advance into the chaotic mystic world. After bidding farewell to Han Qinxue, Zhou Han threw away the unnecessary thoughts in his heart. I have to continue obtaining resources and strive to obtain more fragments of the creation jade disc. Zhou Han smiled and muttered to himself. He took out the key to the great desolate divine domain from his spatial inventory. The extreme ice divine domain had already been swept, and the resources inside had almost been plundered. Then, the great desolate divine domain was Zhou Han's next target. Key to the great desolate divine domain +10. Type, special item. Description, it's a special key to the great desolate divine domain. The Tao Lord refined a total of 10,000 and distributed them in every corner of the world. Only the strong are qualified to collect them and enter the incomparably mysterious divine domain to explore the great Tao and reach the peak. However, opportunities and danger coexist in the divine domain. If you want to obtain strength, you have to bear the risk of dying at any time. Special effect, desolate divine power in the great desolate divine domain. Once you enter combat state, once you cause damage to the target, it will automatically increase by 10,000 times. Special effect, Great Tao Favor. You will obtain 10 times the luck bonus in the Great Desolate Divine Domain. It will take effect for a year. After a year, this special effect will automatically disappear permanently. Description, the special effects triggered are only effective in the Great Desolate Divine Domain. Once you leave the Great Desolate Divine Domain, all special effects will immediately disappear. Zhou Han scanned the attribute data of the key to the Great Desolate Divine Domain again. With 2 special effects, the Desolate Divine Power could increase his output by a level. The second special effect, Great Tao Favor, was more unique. It could obtain a 10-fold luck bonus. However, luck was illusory. He did not know what the exact situation was. As for the benefits, it was unknown. No matter what, 10 times luck is better than nothing. Open now, the Great Desolate Divine Domain. Zhou Han shouted, and energy surged into the abyss key. Under his urging, the key to the Great Desolate Divine Domain erupted with a golden light, solemn and holy. At the same time, a special spatial passageway appeared in front of Zhou Han. The reason why it was special was mainly that the spatial passageway emitted mysterious spatial energy fluctuations. If he was not wrong, this should be a spatial passageway opened by the Tao Lord. Even the current Zhou Han could not understand the mysteries of this space. The Tao Lord's attainments are far above mine. What a terrifying existence. Zhou Han's pupils constricted and flickered with extreme fear. The spatial power Zhou Han controlled had already reached an extremely high level. However, compared to the Dao Lord, it was completely insignificant. This feeling made him very aggrieved, and his belief in becoming stronger in his heart intensified. Only by becoming stronger could he control his fate. No one wanted to be bound like a prison bird. Thinking of this, Zhou Han clenched his fists. No one could control his life. Master, the spatial passageway has been opened. Let's go in now. The ashen, illusory beast reminded softly from the side. Although it did not know the reason, it knew that its master was very unhappy. Yes. Zhou Han woke up from his deep thoughts and heaved a sigh of relief. He nodded slightly. Looking up, the golden spatial passageway was already wide open. Zhou Han flashed and stepped in. System prompt. You have entered the great desolate divine domain. The current location is the wind plane. Congratulations, the special effect, desolate divine power, has been successfully triggered. All the damage you deal will automatically increase by 10,000 times. Congratulations, the special effect, great Dao favor, has been successfully triggered. You will receive 10 times the luck bonus for a year. With the notification, Zhou Han slowly opened his eyes. In front of him was an endless plain, lush and green. A breeze blew, bringing the fragrance of soil. Although it was called a vast wilderness, it was actually filled with vitality and greenery. It was not desolate. A golden aura slowly condensed in the air and attached to Zhou Han. Zhou Han did not stop him. He had long investigated in advance. This was the desolate divine power. After attaching it, power surged, and Zhou Han revealed a happy smile. With the enhancement of the desolate divine power, the current me is not afraid of dealing with a 15-star, true God-grade expert. Zhou Han naturally had a certain basis for saying this. It was based on the all attributes of a true God-grade expert. Of course, the exact situation still had to be tested through a true battle. All attributes were only for reference. Ancient Desolation Heaven City. In a 10,000 feet tall tower, there was an empty space that was somewhat similar to the real cosmic environment. The desolate Heaven King floated quietly in levitation, constantly enduring the invisible radiation that bombarded him from all directions. Under this bombardment, his entire body was drenched in sweat. His face was pale, and he was in pain. Sigh, it's really too difficult to enter the real universe. After walking out of the void, the desolate Heaven King sighed slightly. However, with my talent, it's only a matter of time before I, the desolate Heaven King, enter the vast universe. This was the great confidence brought by powerful talent. After all, he had lived for countless years and had long studied the universe. That was why he had simulated an environment similar to the universe. He had adapted in advance and made early preparations. However, at the mention of talent, the desolate Heaven King subconsciously thought of Zhou Han. He had always been obsessed with Zhou Han's heaven-defying talent. Unfortunately, after Zhou Han entered the extreme ice divine domain, there was no news again. Even if the desolate Heaven King wanted to take the next step of manipulation, he had no idea. Zhou Han, are you still alive? I've been waiting for you to come. Don't die so easily. The desolate Heaven King looked up at the sky and sighed, feeling very depressed. This was the first time he had cared so much about someone. Of course, it was only because he wanted to possess Zhou Han's body that he appeared so concerned. Am I destined to miss Zhou Han's talent? Fate makes fools of us. The desolate Heaven King was filled with unwillingness. He had clearly taken a fancy to Zhou Han long ago. However, it was intercepted by the extreme ice tyrant. One could imagine this anger and regret. There's still no news of Zhou Han. The desolate Heaven King asked the guard beside him sternly. Heavenly King. No news. The guard's body trembled. He knew that the desolate Heaven King was in a bad mood and said with a trembling voice. However, we detected a huge battle fluctuation in the ancient abyss yesterday. It should be an expert in the universe fighting there. Should we continue to probe for information there? The guard added. After all, the ancient abyss was an important stronghold of Zhou Han, so he was focused on guarding it. Oh, a cosmic expert has come to the ancient abyss. The desolate Heaven King frowned slightly. His thoughts raced, and he knew that this matter was definitely not simple. Don't inquire about that place for the time being. If we anger these super experts, the The consequences are not something we can bear. Thinking of this, the desolate Heaven King immediately cowered and chose to retreat. This was because he had seen the strength of a cosmic expert. He prided himself on his combat strength, but he was not confident that he could last 3 seconds in front of the other party. Therefore, it was normal to be a little timid now. Those who were weak had to be obedient. If he angered those experts because of his actions, he would be the one to suffer. For the sake of his life, he had to be obedient. Okay, I'll order the evacuation of the ancient abyss immediately, the guard said hurriedly. After the guard left, the desolate Heaven King smiled bitterly. How powerful was the desolate Heaven King in the God-fiend continent? However, in the vast universe, he was only an ant at the bottom. How cruel was this? That was why he was so anxious to possess Zhou Han. This was the only way he could have a chance to become stronger. Even in the universe, he could stand firm. Your Majesty, I just detected a huge energy fluctuation at the border of the divine domain. This is the scene of the test. Please take a look. Another guard held a jade slip and hurriedly reported. He was in charge of the operation of the boundary array. There were also some people who had entered the divine domain. However, this was the first time he had sensed such a huge commotion. Therefore, this was considered a big deal. It was very likely to be dangerous to the safety of the great desolate divine domain. So the guard reported immediately. Could it be that a cosmic expert has entered the divine domain? Hearing this, the desolate Heaven King's expression trembled as he felt a little nervous. He was naturally extremely afraid of meeting a primordial realm expert. After all, the difference in strength was too great. Once he had the strength to resist, send me the relevant images in the array immediately. The desolate Heaven King hurriedly said when he thought of this. Soon, through the jade slip that recorded the image, he finally saw everything in the array. This is Zhou Han. Zhou Han isn't dead yet. He's entered my great desolate divine domain. The desolate Heaven King took a deep breath before his face flickered with great surprise. After all, his thoughts had been on Zhou Han during this period of time. Therefore, one could recognize Zhou Han at a glance. Ha ha ha, Zhou Han is actually here. The heavens are really helping me. Even the heavens pity me so that I can successfully possess Zhou Han's body. After confirming it, the desolate Heaven King changed his dejected aura and laughed into the sky, extremely excited. What? Zhou Han really came knocking on our door. I found it without any effort. When the guards beside him heard this news, they also began to cheer. Very good. This time, I'll personally take action and capture him in one strike. I won't miss this heaven-sent opportunity again. The desolate Heaven King could not hold back anymore. His figure turned into a stream of light and flew towards the border of the divine domain. If he had known that Zhou Han had the power to kill a true god-grade expert, the desolate Heaven King would never find trouble with Zhou Han again. Not only that, but he would probably have to hide obediently and stay away. Unfortunately, he did not obtain accurate information about the battle in the ancient abyss. Therefore, the tragic outcome of this trip was already decided. At this moment, Zhou Han did not know what had happened. This was because a group of wild monsters had appeared in front of him. They had all reached the Divine Emperor grade, which was the star grade. This was considered the highest quality wild monster in the God-fiend continent. Zhou Han naturally had no reason to be polite. He surged out countless sword auras and hid in the void. When he appeared again, he was already killing many wild monsters. It was simply too easy. After all, his current combat strength was close to a 15-star, true god-grade expert. He did not take these star-grade existences seriously at all. Under the violent bombardment, the energy Zhou Han consumed was minimal. What happened? The breeze grassland is the territory of the wind venom snake beast lord. Who is F-King blind to dare to cause a commotion here? A shocking roar spread from the depths of the vast grassland with endless anger and dominance. At the same time, more than 10,000 explosive tornadoes swept over crazily. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.